There are no people from Solomia. And there are no... It's supposed to be like all that's the tickets listings. We can... We can delay them, but we can say like a thank you for them. There's support. Still with some. Now this register. the synchronizations of decentralized network spots. Budapest, Vilnius, Amsterdam, Krakow, Kiev, Tbilisi, Budapest, Warwick, Krakow, Budapest, Tbilisi, Kiev, Berlin, Amsterdam, Warwick, Budapest, Krakow, Kiev, Tbilisi, stream, art, network, desynchronization, decentralization. Circular aesthetics, circular ethics, and the movement in between. Twin. are back. Hello. If it's somebody around who want to be more friendly with our hybrid togetherness, hybrid setup of the StreamArt studio, pop-up studio at Transmediale and StreamArt network itself, there is a good moment and tour across the green patchwork. We are in the middle of a patchwork setup, which includes 4 points, 4 stations in all. Andreas, we are going to follow try to collaborate, and then let's start with this point. The most important person in our studio is Andreas. Hello. Don't touch the microphone, but still we follow you and we support you as much as possible, and we need you.
Thank you so much. I will do my best.
Thank you. And yeah, personally, this is Andreas and this is also Anna, and there is Janka around supposed to be, yeah, hidden, invisible. Maybe she's in green costume now, this is why she's invisible. And yeah, this is the main station with a computer which sends signal to Confluxus Twitch, yeah? Do you know that? Confluxus Collective together, and a floor and Confluxus Collective. Yeah, great. Coffee is totally in the point. Yeah, on the table. Yeah, let's have it. Yeah, and what is in your setup? Yeah, this is what we're... Okay, yeah, so we are back. This is yeah, so and then it's connected with USB with the laptop, and the laptop is also connected. The audio section is also an important part here. And this section includes audio card and the mixer. And the mixer is useful to play all signals inputs from here around, and then it's going to the part. It's going outside the stream, yeah? And also the sound from the stream, because this microphone is not connected directly here. This is the tricky situation. Because if we connect everything to one laptop, the laptop explodes, or we have also some conflicts between inputs inside the laptop. Because if we connect things, cameras here to the program which sends it to stream, like vMix, that I use, or OBS, or here is direct. We are not able to have the same camera, the same microphone to Jitsi, Zoom, or those things. And this is important in our hybrid and patchwork-like setup, that this main station is connected with 2 or 3 others, and this is the second one, which is in the middle of the stage. And this is important that it's in the middle of the stage, because this is our portal to outside. And we are here with non-stop open Jitsi call, which is pre-prepared and test, and also levels between microphones going to the call, and in the same time going to speakers, that so we can hear it around between us, and the people who will call us also hear us from the microphone, and also that's 2 sounds from inside the call, yeah, from outside, from our perspective, and from this microphone which is going here and which is going to call, that both are sent also to the stream. So it's like a yeah, combine different inputs, that in this Jitsi call we have connection with different people who will call us later. We can call with them, and that's all is sent to the stream. And also in the same time we have like a hybrid remote connection with studio in Krakow, where is Gleb, and he's also able to grab this separately and combine with his own mix, and this Lab Studio is like a bigger version of my small studio, which is here, which is also connect with with Wi-Fi NDI connection. So this is what I sent outside. Here is actually in the projector on this wall as an output. This is also sent to one Ukraina TV channel, and it's sent also from this laptop to this laptop wireless with NDI system. And NDI, this is this is obviously like a wireless system protocol to connect devices in the same local network. You can see each other's video or desktop capture or video or with that, yeah. Also, we have here, yeah. This computer is how you grab under us pictures from here. Do you grab it? But you can. This is the question, like a working question as a partly for this workshop could be. To grab also the video from here and have like a pictures in pictures when we will have the conversation. You can do this in both, or like in two ways, yeah? You can try NDI, because we are in the same network, a local network, or you can grab the Jitsi without sound, but then I think you have a conflict but you can grab through browser to the Jitsi address into Touch Designer directly. Yeah, you can try like that. So that's option to connect devices are always different, but it's not obvious to have it because it's not that easy to connect two computers together. Yeah, because it's constructed to be centralized. You need to go to the platform, go with another laptop to the platform, to the cloud, or to do something that you can grab stuff. But it's so we are not connected with video yet between that two, but we are connected with audio, which is basically very like a basic and the most important for that's all setup and for the workflow for today, to have a good quality sound from our partners around for Jitsi conversations, and also to have quite good quality here inside, to hear each other's, and to send that's both quite good quality from the microphone signal. So this is why we are connect with audio card from this computer, Jitsi portal. Jitsi is also a free open source version of Zoom. This is why we use Jitsi, not Zoom, because it's stable, open, and also without kind of the limits that Zoom cover consumers with. So this is connect with audio cards. Microphones are plugged in the audio cards, and the output from the audio cards together with the output from the laptop is going to the mixer, and it's going to streaming together. So this is like a main station for today for conversation across the network. Yeah, and it's important to have this kind separately. If we have this situation that we have some streaming activities with cameras in front of cameras, and in the same time partly some activities with Zoom-like conversation, to have like a two stations. And yeah, and this one is maybe good also to explain, because it's like a pop-up version of our studio in Krakow, and also kind of the work which is more or less useful, maybe to some more expanded practices with streaming. Also maybe good to say about vMix as a software that we use. It's not free, but it's not so expensive. There are different programs you pay once, and it's very useful and intuitive UX, yeah, say like that, with panel for video inputs, panel for with kind of put has its own settings. So there are different positions that you can combine settings. There is also very good keying, so taking out color keying, taking out green. You can show it closer. Yeah, that's how it works here. That we are inside and outside. Maybe you can switch to my. I'm there. Yeah. So it's yeah. This also light works well here. Asia did it with a Lithuanian team together. We are covered with lights, and this small station works in a way separately, but will be useful to have a multi-layer structure for almost each activities afternoon. For this decolonial part and conversation with people in Kiev, Amsterdam, and Tbilisi, for performances, and this multi-layer structure composition of pictures. It's something what in very simple way you can manipulate, change, add with vMix. Yeah, it's much more. Yeah, that's also this is the part of this what we are doing. It's important to in the process of production or working together, that the information is going sometimes from like a direct talk, but sometimes the direct talk is boring or is unclear. It's good to have like a bar with the name, with a QR code that you can scan and check the program, or links for the streaming, and also some information that works directly and works also for future when you do like a short, like you do kind of advertisement, but it's not about advertisement, it's about communication of that decentralized and dispersed structure, that we do, because we're almost invisible in the commercial platform based streaming industry, but we are visible to each others, and we are much more also readable for each others when we add some more information, follow our daily activities. It's about program, it's about QR codes, it's about information where the streaming is. Yeah, obviously we are now almost everywhere. We are in the PeerTube decentralized network with server at the Academy of Fine Arts in Krakow, and also few instances for Ukraine NATV and for Void and for other partners, because if you are federate in PeerTube, your signal is dispersed to each partner in the federation. So when you stream from your server or from your instance in PeerTube, you are automatically in the wall of other partners in the federation. So it's the signal is dispersed. Yeah, we are also still in YouTube, but we have like a last ban, and then we lost everything there from our Ukraine TV 3 years activities. We are in Twitch. Confluxus Budapest is also in Twitch. So now we have like a parallel streaming with a signal going from my side, which is going to Krakow, and is spread to other Ukraine TV channels. Confluxus is going also parallel from to Twitch, and then if we have like a multiple inputs and outputs, we're able also mix them together and create some also aesthetics of this circulation and this interconnections vibe. Yeah. So this is, I think, obviously what it is about. Yeah, it's about spending time together in the studio. It is about spending time together with people around, and with this pixels that you, after a few hours, you feel that you're part of this. Yeah, it's like a immersive in other way than immersion in this old school tradition of 3D fake. Yeah, way is. Yeah. Yeah, in this very basic station, it's also good for me. It's like a basic tool to show to students, for example, how it works, that you can use this ATEM or something like a more strong streamer mixer. But here is Grabber. This is very important small device that give you possibility to connect camera, HDMI camera as an input to the Grabber, and then it changes the signal, and then you connect this with USB, yeah. To USB or USB-C, and then the camera is like a USB camera, visible for the software for the. So the professional camera you can connect with grabber to the laptop and to the software for streaming. So yeah, and also usually the audio card is good to have in this very pop-up version for sound. I skip the sound in this because I grab the sound from there. So it worked like that. Green. Few words about green. I don't know is this necessary or not, but maybe it's also good to say that it's not necessary to have green. It's blue also works. Other colors works also well because it's the if it's based on RGB system, blue and green works very well because in this color there is the less this color which includes human body, this orange warm hot colors like more yellow, orange and stuff like that, and brown. So when we take off this we have still others in front of this. It works this one it works also. So when we take off this as a performative form of being in between visibility and invisibility. So and also for kind of interconnection between this is what happened with performer, the background, the relation in between. This is what you can do, changing some relations, and this is everything like patchwork-like, collage-like, and combination of context, places, real-time activities, and also some interventions into signals, pictures, circulating forms. You have. Oh, join me. Yeah. Hello. So take please microphone. Yeah, and then I think I will finish slowly this tour, and see you later. Have some music, have some break, and 2 o'clock the very grand opening. There are some people in front of us. Whoa, hello. Who is in Jitsi? Excuse me. Can we have people in Jitsi?
Yeah.
Haha. Hello. This is Gleb. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes. Hey.
Who?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's me, Gleb.
Yeah. I hear you very well here in speakers. So you are with us.
Yeah, but I still have an issue with the camera. It's like...
I see G. But there is also somebody else. You trying
It's
to
also
do...
me.
Ah, it's also you. Okay. But
Yeah.
it's workshop part. But you have question.
Yes, I have one request for our team who is
Okay.
here live. Since we have very cozy living room experience here, we have a lot of things, but I guess during the day, if we will stash our things, it will be very messy. So maybe we can grab our coats and bags and put in our storage place on the left side, and all the technical things on the right side. Okay?
Good, yeah. Amazing to have a... yeah. Ruta is head of this trip to Berlin, keeping things in proper way.
Yeah, and maybe shoes we can also leave here by this wall. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there are probably a few cables that are not necessary for now.
want to take my shoes off. Anyway, does the Jitsi call screen is grabbed and can go to this?
This is what we are doing now.
Okay, that's what you're setting
This is
up.
what we are
Okay,
doing
okay,
now.
okay.
And also we can do this, I think Gleb can do this anyway, yeah? Can you have this kind of a mixed input now with our background and also the Jitsi?
You will use this for the colonial.
For sure, I need it
yeah.
for the colonial totally, because in the background I will show something from my laptop. They send me files, then send me links, and in the same time we will have conversation
Okay,
and we will see each others, and it's also good to send that layers together, yeah, to the stream, yeah. So yeah, of course, yeah. Okay, I'm going to check maybe to have Gleb input in my setup, in my preset, because I still didn't get it. Gleb, ty jesteś też jesteśmy na PeerTube, tak, na PeerTubie? Tak? Okej, zajebiście. Dobra. Najlepiej to wrzuć wszystkie linki na grupę, a najlepiej to na grupę z tą sygnalową. No. Twitch, YouTube, PeerTube i nie wiem co tam jeszcze jest. O! Okej, great. Ale to barokowo wygląda w ogóle za tobą ten patchwork za glebę. Ja?
Grabbing your whole screen.
Great. Ale to jest w ogóle zajebisty Gleb teraz, ten układ. Nie, teraz już nie, mniej. Zajebisty jest ten układ, jakby, że jesteś ty, jest tak working station. Z streamem? Czy myśmy mieli jakieś, Andreas mówił, że mieliśmy jakieś zawiechy z internetem. A mój stream idzie dobrze, tak? No właśnie, ja widzę jakiś smutek na twarzy, widzę właśnie Andreasa. Coś kombinuje. Ja go zaraz zapytam może. No ale w sumie, sorry, jakby wiesz, to tak powiem, będę in Polish, że no albo nie. Anyway, this is good that my own is in the background. It's still stable. I ty możesz na mój nałożyć Jitsi u siebie, nie? Aha, ale audio, tak? Nie, audio z Jitsi bierzesz, tak? Czyli jakby uratujemy zawsze sytuację, nawet jeżeli Konfluxus by się zerwał całkiem. Już jesteś na stanowisku. O 14 będziemy mieli takie, że może zaczniemy od ciebie i w tym układzie zrobisz jakieś intro do intro tematyczne, a potem się poszczególne tutaj teamy przedstawią. Nie? Dobra. To jakby co, nie wiem, do 14 Jak była się muzyczka, ja bym się kawki napił i jeszcze sprawdzę pliki. Yeah, we see both that there is, this is your stream. Yeah. Yeah, you need to check it, yeah. This is like your main spot, yeah? Is it okay? Like if you are sitting and have a rest, like a mostly this is the space for you chill there. And also I will be still around because of transition between technicians and also sometimes there will be somebody call, but at the same time I need to check that you are like a fourth officer.
Please take breaks. Okay? Take breaks. Yes.
And this is why I'm here, and this is why I'm asking you to be from there, because this is like a situation that we are studying, and there is nobody there. It's like a guy at the moment. It really take us, you can work with your laptop, you can work with your mobile. Whoa. Have you tried
Ay senin bunlar düştü böyle siyasete bir kamera. Слабый gerai. Ja, das fajne selekcja. Ja. Idę do Polski, szedł do Ukrainy, będzie taki pierwszy.
Hello, we have a stream art studio here and we are going to start our program from 2 p.m.
Like a hybrid space, there are some practical, and there's going to be more people come in and go, and it's kind of like a living room. Yeah. So even you can join us.
Hello, hello. We have a streamer studio here. Our program starts from 2 p.m. and now we are just chilling.
We're gonna chill all day. Just chilling. We're gonna chill all day.
Okay, that's a double check and let you know. Thank you.
Say you are beautiful inside of this. We left like a moment here. Yeah.
Nancy, have you seen the kind of the blue pillow out of here? Yeah, but you don't think it.
Yeah, we're just curious whether you took it away or it was people from this.
I didn't see it.
Okay.
I also just saw that it's
Yeah, disappeared.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So I guess it's maybe has its own language. It looks like a lot.
Yeah. How are you? You guys are not live, are you?
Yes, but that's the point.
Oh. You too. I passed here in the just before the session I was at, and I was like, oh, there's nice.
So we kind of like gonna do the official so like
Ah, cool.
yeah, so everybody everybody should gather here a bit more.
Okay, cool. Nice. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just came, I was invited to participate in the workshop. And then I took
Oh, actually.
that was nice.
Okay, what you did in the workshop?
It was it's called Hiscopy, and it was all about like teaching and learning and methodologies, specifically like the fields. So that was really interesting. I mean, a lot of the people there were like teachers, which I'm not, but I didn't even directly about communication, these kinds of things. So I don't know, it was just kind of like, it was very just a lot of talking and a lot of like thinking what needs to change and how to kind of move forward to build, because they are building this kind of like network to support like teachers and also thinking of things like it was on the other space, like the silent room. It was really nice. Yeah, it's like a space. I think it's just to be honest. But the part where the workshops was like a building, and it was just like a bunch of like really big, like kind of like a room, like a meeting room with this screen projector, and yeah, it was really nice. It was also like a break room where you could go and eat like coffee and snacks. And then did you go there for the opening at night?
We were here until like we started something like
When the reading? Yeah.
just like when this somebody went actually to the open. I don't know, but you
It was the space was insane. It was also inside this like silent reading thing. It was in another apartment. It was like kind of a garage and like a ground. So you would go underground. It was like this huge like club space.
Okay.
Like Berlin style.
I've been there once when
there were like
was
performances.
Like exhibition there.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I haven't saw like how it operates.
Yeah, no, it was really cool. They were like DJs and
Yeah, but my last experience with transmediale opening was that I stood in the queue for 20 minutes and I saw that I have to stand like maybe at least half an hour more to get in, and I'm like, I just
Really? Oh no, it wasn't like that at all. It was
Okay.
quite big and
Okay,
just
nice.
like, and it wasn't that.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I'm just gonna see if I can go get some food and then I'll be
Of
back.
course. Yeah.
See you in the road. Nice seeing you.
Короче, прикол. Ну, я на пердюк пошел в стрим. И там спустя какое-то время жестко начал лагать. И я такой, перезапущу. Включаю стрим и пропадает вообще наша страница. Оказывается, что у нас на пердюке уже закончилось место. У нас сейчас, чтобы ты понимала, весь архив Украина-ТВ занимает целый терабайт.
Да, ты там говоришь?
Да.
I went to the Institute. I really enjoyed Yes, I really enjoyed it. A lot of really strange connections that I understand.
Okay. Ja, maar dan moet in de flickering, afronden. Ja.
Hi.
Hello.
I think we start in 10 minutes.
Yeah, but I already can take some pictures. Sorry. Am Ende war gar keine Gemeinde. Ich bin extra um 9 Uhr hier.
Nein, wir hier sind dann.
Ja, ja. Die Kuratorin ist überall gleich. Die sagen, ja, du musst unbedingt um 9 Uhr kommen, weil wir hängen diese Gemeinde machen.
Was kommt das denn?
Und dann haben wir das sicher und haben nicht Bescheid gesagt. Ja, aber wenn ich eine Stunde danach komme, ist auch gut.
Dann hättest du auch schon einen.
Ja, ich will gesagt, dass
Jetzt hättest du nach Hause gehen, was?
ja.
Weißt du das? Ama UKRA. Покажіть ще. Таке подвішень чи давати це так щось?
Все посилання і вже.
Nice.
The books are part of the installation, no?
It looks, yes, yes.
Are part of the...
Yeah. It's our part of our stage, yeah.
Ah, okay. Ciao, guys. Guten Nein. Ich habe schon die Rosa gesehen.
Ja.
Ja. Haben wir schon alles gezeigt. Ja, okay. Und dann? Aber klappt immer.
It's a really big thing.
Ja,
Manchmal ist der Spaß.
ja, weil wir sind erneut in extra um 9 Uhr gekommen, weil die beiden mussten rein.
Наші чекали плату, бо говорили, що чекати Василя запуск на вас. Ось, бачите.
I'm so passionate about it, but like, that's amazing. Hallo. Ja. Genau. Ja, ich habe schon die ersten Gesichter eingebaut. Cool. Wohin gehst du? Weißt du hier?
I want to see what the situation is in Canada, but going to Maine, where it's
Ja, wir sehen uns. Danke.
Ja.
Ja,
so maybe you can try for
vielleicht kann ich Übung machen, weil das meinte.
Hallo, hallo.
Okay, ja. Ciao.
Yes.
Okay.
are.
Okay, I think.
You need me? It's you or me? As
Well,
a,
you took the stage.
no, I'm like I'm hidden.
Okay.
Hello to everybody. 2 o'clock. It's already 2 o'clock. Yeah. So welcome to the Stream Art Network pop-up studio at Transmediale Squad Spot, the decentralized world of houses and studios around. Here is a magic moment that we are connect and interconnect, and we are physically also. Some of us first time
Check.
meet, some of us not. And my name is Rom Dziadkiewicz. I came from Krakow. I'm part of Ukraina TV team. Here's also Asia with us behind the cameras, like always, and like usually. There is also Gleb Dovzuk in Krakow. I don't know, we can combine pictures in pictures from there and from GTC. Are you able? Okay. But Gleb is able to combine this, and the final output from our opening is going to Confluxus Twitch and also to different channels of Ukraina TV. That there is a QR code you can scan and find the links. And yeah, maybe hello to Krakow and few words from Gleb from the perspective of Ukraina TV studio as a beginning of the Stream Art Network introduction.
Yes. So yeah, hi once again. As Rom clearly indicated, we are starting something special here. It's a hybrid space for people to connect and to also experience different things and different contents, and maybe even pop on stage, because it operates as an extended cyberpunk living room with a lot of cables and mixed connections throughout the world. So yeah, this is a moment to reflect a little bit of what we are doing here, what is the content of the program and how it originated. I'm gonna try to be brief, and then we move on to brief introductions. Yes, and then some questions to have a discussion. There's a lot of people here who are doing this. It's kind of like difficult, I think, to count everybody, but around 12 or 13 people who were involved in making this work. It's kind of like a network effort. So there is this thing, a Stream Art Network, which was founded very recently in October 2024. And here we are joining at this point 3 different nodes from the network. So 3022 from Vilnius, Lithuania, Gytis, Ruta, Adomas, Skirmante, and Mindaugas, who's somewhere around. Also Confluxus from Budapest, Blanca, Anna, and Andras behind the computer. And from Krakow, Ukraina TV, Rom, Asia, and Gleb in the mixed hybrid togetherness way. I'm gonna read a brief intro to the studio, and then let's move to brief intros of each of the nodes. So we are titling this very specific instance as Green Deal Studio. And yeah, give me a second. So green is very inspiring color through many different connotations. Obviously, what we see here, it's a portal, but it's also a color of connection and coexistence. It, on the one hand, signifies cohabitation of ecosystems, the Green Deal, right? Communities of plants collaborating through networks of photosynthesis and biochemical signals. And on the other hand, it also operates as a digital portal, opening new spatial parameters, one's camera, keying software, a lot of cables, and people are plugged in. Green Deal Studio serves as a stage, a social space, and a gateway to geographically dispersed nodes of StreamArt network. So at the moment, StreamArt network has 6 nodes, right, Rom? Or I think 6. And obviously even more people connected. Utilizing the power of the green screens, this studio creates a space that extends physical boundaries, formulating a territory of hybrid togetherness. Our connection is our perfection. As both a performative and reflective space, Green Deal Studio questions the ways we connect, communicate, and co-create. It's an expression of ongoing collaborations and co-creations, and a lot of interesting conversations and meetings, primarily online, but sometimes physically. And this is kind of like also a moment for the network to come and see each other face to face. It blends the aesthetics of glitch and ideas of tactical media with utopian visions of sustainable and inclusive organizational networks. So now I mentioned 2 key concepts of StreamArt network: tactical media, so inversions of traditional media modes of operation, because even aesthetically, you can see a traditional streaming studio from television doesn't have all the cables. And sorry, we are not. It's not because we are lazy. The cables are here because they're kind of expression of the operational mode of the infrastructure, which enables all the streaming and connection of people to take part. And as we were reflecting, and Rom mentioned really nicely, being in the space and spending time is like 7D immersive experience. You're kind of really getting connected through the cables with other nodes of the world. And also there is another concept of organizational networks. Organizational networks is kind of like networks which are not about weak ties, but primarily about strong ties and about co-creation and long-term sustainability. And this is key in how StreamArt network works. It's doesn't aim for high quantitative results, but more like for qualitative connection between people. So here in the studio, the visitors are invited to engage with performances. We're going to have a lot of also interviews, discussions throughout the day. We start now, we end around 11 in the evening, almost midnight. And also, anybody can plug in. You can come screen your own art, join the discussions. As I mentioned, it's kind of like extend the living room with a lot of cables, so cyberpunk vibes. We really invite you to come and maybe just relax in this green oasis. So as I mentioned, Green Deal Studio is an instance of recently founded StreamArt network. And what is this StreamArt network? Maybe we can start with just nodes who are here, who are representing very different geographical locations. So maybe, in the sequence, maybe you want to.
So maybe if we are here physically, but in front of us there is a laptop and we have a portal to connect also people around. And there is Filip Dowrzuk in Krakow in our studio. So we could also invite him maybe to say something from his perspective. And from maybe also roots of StreamArt network, which is basically over there with our activities from the beginning of full-scale war in Ukraine and activity of Ukraine TV in the shadow of this. Yeah, we have you.
You have me. I need for a moment. I need to turn off like volume, so I wouldn't hear myself twice. Because here, like, I don't know. For example, if you can see my output, or
You see you back in a different camera. Oh yeah, now you are watching to us.
Yeah, so I'm here in Krakow in StreamArt Studio trying to mix you all and connect you all. Hello everyone, it's nice to see you together there and have possibility to manipulate with signals and to test this crazy hybrid connection, and which is never stable. As our times, as for example, for a moment we are not on PeerTube, but we will come back there just in a moment. As memory also has its limits, so also happened to our server. So yeah, here is Ukraina TV studio, green. Sometimes it's darker or lighter. The one thing I could say that, for example, when I'm here in our studio, time and space just disappear. Because usually we have covered windows with such material, like here you can see, like, for example, when we have long streams, you dive really deeply into the third space, and this third space actually, this area where we are now, something what connects physical and non-physical objects, spaces, creatures as avatars, and other types of transition between human body, mind, and other different forms of our existence. Yeah, so Ukraina TV works, and this is probably thing about which I'm proud the most, that we stay and we do things, and we grow up and we have such friends and colleagues as you, people with who we could exist longer, because when you are alone, you can loop yourself in your thoughts really quickly, and you always need someone to support, to have different angle, vision, to express our feelings and our thoughts, needs. Yeah, also I want to add that today I opened fundraising for my friend from Kiev. His name is Ivan. He actually was studying for film director, and he did some stuff. He also used to work in theater, but in a few days he is going to the front line somewhere on Donetsk direction. So yeah, I'm collecting some funds for his spy drone. So when he will sit underground, he could see enemies coming or not. So this is kind of angel for him. This drone. And also, I don't know if you know this meme, like biblically accurate angel. So it looks like strange and weird, so I created like for promo, and probably you could see it now somewhere on the screen. Yeah, so this is actually a biblically accurate angel. Here, okay, I see QR code appeared. Thank you for that. And here is flying this angel. Yeah, and I guess he will save his life, at least for some time, for sure. Yeah. So about me, I still can't come to you there. I don't know, like. First of all, because I'm more than a year waiting for a residential card of Poland. So greetings to Polish government, and I'm still waiting, and I hope I could meet you, like directly, face to face. Not only because you are coming to visit me, like I'm somewhere in a closed, claustrophobic space, but also have possibility to come to you. But I think this would happen as soon as possible. If not, law works until it fits you. Then you have to freestyle. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that was.
This is what I would love to add, maybe to say hello and thank you to Lab. This is this limit of movement, the limit of travels, the borders, the physical, geographical, and political borders. This is also the reason to do things that we try to do in this hybrid way, because it's not just a cyberpunk play with some spending time together. Of course it is still, but the context is geopolitical. The context is with limit with that limits, and also with limits of infrastructures, which is so centralized, and we try to dehermetize it to make it more open, more patchwork-like, and then flexible, and then also to have this possibility of transitions of movement between platforms, between also these geographical borders and the limits of travel for some of us. Yeah, and maybe.
Okay, thank you.
I pass
think
the microphone.
yes. So we continuing the landscape of the stream art network. Maybe Budapest has Blanca has to say something about your involvement and basically what you do. What's your title, and what do you like about this?
Yeah, so we started at the Hungarian Fine Arts University at Intermediate Department, but there was a conference, the Metaforum X, which started like the stream art network as well, and we also created our own group, and not different from our department and our university, but we also did teams which were connected to our events, what happened at our university. So we are not that far away, but we have a direct connection with you, with all of the participants of this network. So yeah, I think that's how we started with the Konfluxus Collective. And we are trying to do more and more streams from Budapest and together with all of the others. And yeah, I don't know.
Maybe you can say a word about Konfluxus. Konfluxus, that's how it's pronounced.
Yeah, I pronounced it like that. Yeah, I said it. I said it like konfluksus, but it doesn't have to be pronounced that way. You can pronounce it however you want it.
Okay, so I'm just basically curious about Fluxus part in the title, because we are coming from Kaunas mostly, and Kaunas is the hometown to George Mačiūnas, and so it's very, very interesting.
Yeah, we were really thinking about the name. I mean, it was actually really hard to decide on a name, and I somehow I heard myself again. Yeah, but it's fine. I don't know. I mean, we are experimenting and trying out things, and we wanted to have that in our name as well. And it's just, I think that, and we are still figuring out what we want to do, and we are planning to write a manifest, and we are gonna do that. We tried to do that on the train. We started it. Yeah, we made a start, and the ideas what we want to do are already getting together, and we are trying to do that. So hopefully soon we have that as well. Yeah.
Amazing, thank you. Yes,
Branka, I just want to go back to February 24 in 2024, because that's when we met for the first time. In fact, on the screen, and you decided to participate. In the commemoration of the beginning of full-scale invasion, and of course the beginning, of course, of Ukraine TV. And we were very surprised and happy that suddenly there's a group in Budapest, we were all participating in this 24-hour event. But very soon we found out that you not just only did one slot, like 1 hour or something like that, but maybe it was a cultural confusion or just overexcitement. But you already started to participate already in the very first minute for the full 24 hours. So you did full 24-hour webcasts, and you had enormous amount of guests and people that were coming to the studio in the intermedia department. And it was a absolutely spectacular start in my understanding, to go from 0 to 24 hours in one day. So can you tell a little bit about that event, because you have done that again, right?
That was our first stream, the 24 hours. I think there was some kind of a miscommunication, or something like that. But still, I think it was good that we did a 24-hour stream, because it's also like we also joined you like in the Ukraine TV, and I.
Check. One moment. I guess we have some troubleshooting. Jitsi. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Actually, let's check who is there. It's me. If you can hear me, I can't hear you. Hello?
also had pauses, and it was not. We didn't really sleep. It was exhausting. Yeah, but it's for a good cause. So it's yeah.
Apart from, of course, the involvement of you in Ukraine TV, Budapest and the Orban regime, Hungary, you're not really lacking in topics and in problems.
Yes.
And in right, and you are also trying to cover that and give that a political and aesthetic shape. Can you tell a little bit about your how you deal with from a stream art perspective, how you deal with the current situation in Hungary?
We try to discuss political and actual stuff which are happening, and we don't exclude these at all. But we are not we are not politicians. We don't really journalists. We don't really involve that much into this, but still we are living in that environment, so we cannot leave out anything because it's really important. And also what happening with the universities, that the privatization, which shouldn't sound bad, but for in Hungary it's a different kind of situation, because they didn't really figure it out did well, and if there is in a private university, you cannot go Erasmus, you cannot participate in Erasmus, so it's really interesting, and our university is still not a private university, and we are fighting for that to remain the same. So that was also our last stream was also about this, yes. And we also had the student organization there, and we talked about it, of course, in Hungarian, because it's an actual, obviously, and it was also our first Hungarian stream, which was only in Hungarian, because of course we did the first with you for the 24-hour stream, and we did this in English almost sometimes, yeah, but now we really focused on doing it in Hungarian for the school, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
I can give you.
Yeah, it's really interesting also to hear your conversation as an expression of a collaboration between two nodes, which was very empowering. And it also relates, I think, to what we do, and also how we appeared here is also that certain nodes in the network operate as empowering forces, but yeah, everything goes back to Ukraine TV and INC. So maybe Hirt, you can add something about INC and how it's related to the StreamArt network, even though INC is not participating actively, but we kind of use this word
the void
today. Yes, the void
today
as a guardianship. So we are very much connected and enabled. So maybe you can elaborate.
Okay. Yeah, well, if you want to read about it, there's this whole history of the video vortex network, which I maybe consider a little bit like a predecessor, because it was discussing the politics and aesthetics of online video. Very often, that was about, let's say, the relation that we now know all too well between YouTube and social media and all this, right? The whole rise. Well, we all know by now where that took us, right? This network started in 2006. It's one of the first networks that we started at the Institute of Network Cultures, which is a small research group inside the Polytech in Amsterdam. And so I come from video art myself. So I was once editor of Mediamatic magazine in the late 80s and early 90s. So I have strong video and maybe also public cable live television background. So live television was always there, since the mid-80s, something like that. And it was strongly tied to the squatter movement and the artistic underground in Amsterdam. Okay. But then, of course, February 24, 22, I had been to Kiev just before COVID. So I was part of and I was visiting and taking part in Biennale. So which was just before COVID, and then of course full-scale invasion. So so I had already many contacts in Kiev, and then I decided for the first time in my life to go to Poland. For some mysterious reason, I had never been to Poland. Maybe because I had a kind of a love affair with the other part, maybe the southern, more eastern part of which kept me really busy for a long time, working in Budapest, of course, teaching in Bucharest, and being involved in the whole kind of former Yugoslavia thing in the 90s and so on, right? So I appear in Warsaw, and who's there coming from Krakow to meet me? It was Brom, right? And so we immediately started to discuss how we could collaborate. This is 3 months into the weekly webcastings of UKRA TV. And so already then we started to discuss, and then soon after I came to Krakow, and I've been there now a number of times. And it was very obvious from the beginning that we were actually with 3 nodes, right? So it was Ukraine TV, and then us, because we had such a strong video component, let's say. And then, of course, Kiev. And Kiev was always, of course, it was more than just the capital. It was more than just a promise that we could connect directly. So this is the beginning of the network, right? Where you start to see and where you start to make use of the technology, right? The stream art technology and the green screen, the Green Deal behind us, that enables us to bring in so many other voices. So you have this multiplicity of voices and people, which is, I think, so it already starts with the technology at the screen, right? So it's not like, oh, let's just have a screen and then a network. No, the screen is already a networked environment for us. And so it kind of invites other people in. And Kiev, was an important, but also, of course, a highly problematic place because of war and people going in and out. And and it's still, of course, difficult. But then again, this is the real driver of the project. And we have had amazing common webcasts. The ones that I remember, of course, are with people from Kharkiv. People from Lviv, of course, have always been on the screen with us. And then Kiev, of course. So that part is a really is a driver, let's say, because we really want to support them, right? The network is also a solidarity network. It's a network of friends and people with similar ideas and vibes, but it's also a suggestion, a gesture of solidarity with the people there.
Yeah, it's what you're speaking. I hear a lot about network, that it's about people and it's about spaces of hybrid togetherness. And then we have this extremely complicated infrastructure and many different software components. It's really like a high learning curve to get into this. I'm very curious what motivated you and how difficult was it to actually like start doing this in Amsterdam? And because at that point, as far as I know, you were not doing any webcasts, right?
No, we're not doing webcasts, but we were, of course, doing video productions. And the INC itself, of course, is producing video and has been since day one. We have a very large, Vimeo archive that goes really back, literally, to the year 2004. So when we started to make, but the live aspect, it's only half the fun if you're on your own. This is really, and so this is why this network and what we're doing here is so essential, because sometimes you just feel like you're that desperate influencer in front of telephone, trying to talk to the world and get more people, more likes, more followers. No, we don't want that, right? This is the exact opposite of that very sick platform logic that we're so fed up with. And so, but then the question is then, with whom? Well, if you do it together, and if you want to do it together, you need to create beginnings. And we are, after all, the Institute of Network Culture. So we have a certain expertise in this. So luckily, that is not a mystery to us, how to build this up and where we are right now. So this is not a mystery. The other part that we are also good in, and we are really trying to contribute to that, is the element not only of organization, but also of reflection and theory. We love theory. We love to publish it. We love to reflect on these experimental practices. So we see that also as a very specific contribution, let's say, from Amsterdam, to do that with everybody here, because we do a lot. We are making a lot, many hours, right? And the content is very exciting, what we're doing, at least according to us. But the reflection is also necessary and exciting. It's really, it helps you to really get a deeper understanding of what you say, of all the complexity and that the weird layeredness, maybe even of what we're putting out, which is so unique in a way, which is maybe also our brand, so to say, our aesthetics, right? The way it looks.
Yeah, the aesthetic part is, I think, what also can operate as a connecting element, because we, coming from Lithuania, felt immediately at home at INC. And when we were doing this collaboration in Amsterdam at OT 301, all the cables, etc., they were okay. This feels like home, and then you kind of like through aesthetics and all this. Really feel familiar. And concepts, I really have to highlight the importance of them at kind of like building the background and enabling certain practices. One concept is tactical media, another concept is organizational networks, another one is hybrid togetherness, and even one more, which kind of popped up by Ruta today. Maybe you can comment it a little bit. Is this a concept? Maybe it's a slogan, actually, but our perfection is our connection. Maybe you can say something a little bit about it, because it sounds so nice.
Yes, I think Geert covered it a little bit before, because it's if you are alone in front of a camera, as just said, but also when you are in a community producing some things, producing some outputs, and things might fail, and we will always fail. Maybe, as Gita said, we will be better beyond our imagination. But the community, the people, and the care for each other, it's what brings us together. The power lies in us, in a care, in empathy when we tune in. And the Stream Art Network was born from a desire to connect people from places where we cannot be physically together. So this is how we connect to each other inside our teams and in tune with the audience, with the people. Yeah. So
and don't forget the fluxus, right? Because I'm sorry, I hear fluxus in every sentence. And we're talking about concepts and, I mean, I have to really think. And I don't mind, right? It is good. It's a good feeling, no? To be in that tradition. I don't think it feels bad. No,
Fluxus is amazing, and it was really interesting serendipity when together with Ruta we were working on a project on Fluxus, and was the day when you announced your title, and it was like, what? Yeah, really nice. Serendipity. Yes, wanted to say something.
Yeah, but I think let's try to keep us on track. It was a wonderful conversation. Maybe we can move on to our next part.
Yeah. So our next part is very, very brief, actually, as a kind of like a case study. Obviously, today's studio is a case study of everything what we're speaking about. But also we have a box, a sound box, which is maybe, I don't know, maybe Blanca, you can pick it up from there.
It's literally a case.
And it's the fact, actually, that the black box, with a SIM card on top. Yes. I love this box, and especially I love it because it doesn't work. And the primary reason why it doesn't work is, I think, the expression of like operating in international collaborative regimes. Because this box is a streaming node where you can just plug in a SIM card, and then it kind of like feeds live audio to a map of different boxes which are scattered around the world. I think you can see the map at the moment. It has like maybe 40 streams, maybe 30, something like that. What is extremely curious and relates a lot to Stream Art Network and what we do here is that any type of augmented reality or hybrid togetherness has this element of augmented geopolitics. And the box doesn't work because we tried to buy a 4G card, we put it in, and it doesn't work. And it doesn't work because we have to have a valid German ID to kind of like make it operational. So it's really interesting that this thing doesn't work because we are kind of connected through different geopolitical contexts and different laws and etc. And then it's, I think, now operates as an artifact of the fact that connecting throughout the world actually connects and clashes, maybe even sometimes different modes of law. So yeah, extremely curious. But sound tent, maybe it's on the screen. Please check it out. And maybe Rom, you have a word to say to add.
Yeah, maybe there's scraps of sound tent, sound camp webpage, and there are amazing people in London, based in London, working with, they call it transmission art, and they call it also flat listening. It's much more about audio and like hearing, listening in the different way than the consumption and production way of thinking about audio art and working with sound, working with audio. It's more about hearing, about space feeling, and about environment, the ecosystem that they work with. They also called their activity as a eco radio. This is also about the low budget production. This is also about low cost and do it yourself transmitters, because this box that we have it, but unfortunately we're not able to start the streaming from here because that's the limits of formal regulations. We need to register the card, SIM card with somebody from Germany. We need somebody from Germany with a German ID to register the card and to have a sound box working. So this is the open call for collaboration for next few hours till midnight, or even for tomorrow and after tomorrow. But still, it is still there is a map around the world, and this kind of transmitters. This is small radio. This is actually the radio station working itself, working without any connection with power, because it includes the power bank, and for many hours, even day or longer, because it's not. It consumes a very small amount of energy itself. There is a Raspberry Pi inside and small audio card, and this radio station transmitter works itself, and they distribute it, collaborate with similar labs organization working around the world with this listening, hearing as a way of being together, also in the field of audiosphere. So we will be back with this. We travel with this box, and of course there will be the moment of also of listening together ourselves from this.
So just a reminder, it's an open collaborational opportunity. We are gonna stay here until 20.
The box is unboxing.
Until 11 in the evening, and all the time there's gonna be a stream here and different parts of the program and the different conversations, sometimes art, sometimes performances, and sometimes screenings. So now it's a right moment, I think, to see a screening from Ukraine TV of recently finalized short film titled Green Deal, right? Green Deal, yes. And right after this, we are continuing from 3 o'clock with politically loaded discussions titled Decolonial Deal. So from 3 o'clock until 4:30, we're going to have hybrid discussions, I think, if I'm correct, connecting 6 different geographical locations, something like that, maybe 5, through the screen, through this physical presence, etc. So, yes. Welcome, thank you. Welcome, thank you, and enjoy the screening, and then we continue with discussions.
Thank you. This is also kind of the transition moment to next chapter, that we will have conversations and discussion and presentation from Ukraine and from Georgia, but physically from Amsterdam, Kyiv, and Tbilisi, and Berlin, of course, and then we have 7-8 minutes of screening into the streaming, because in this hybrid connection the sound here in the space is going only from this laptop. So it's like a cozy situation here, but the best quality is going to the streaming online. So let's have the moment of the watching of this mashup done 3-4 months ago, finally, after some experimentation with this green screen patchwork itself, and some our activities in the studio and in some other spots that this background or in the same time kind of the stage design element travel with us, and yeah, we do things together. Yeah. See you later. After 3 o'clock, next chapter, decolonization and yeah, Western-Eastern relations.
Kind of future we want, what kind of goals, what kind of ends we want to achieve.
We are hackers, we like to put our hands into things, we like to open
so we
the
need
boxes.
to change, we need different industries, different ways of producing. But this means that there'll be losers, and there'll be winners, winners and losers.
So past, future, present sort of merges.
Connections that flow. A relation to behave.
And connects imagination and action and practice.
game of switching emotions, scared in the mystery, yet we perceive. Reflective surfaces where I get to define connections that flow, a relation to believe, where I breathe, understanding the structure of our beings.
Кто вы?
Турист, медиатор, победитель электричества.
Чем вы занимаетесь?
Путешествую, даю информацию, побеждаю электричество, проживая ситуацию, о которой нет информации в
Another
интернете.
one who is in Kiev.
Who are these people? Who are they?
Well, that's
Who are they?
mysterious, invisible people that we're waiting for.
Okay.
There is in the background some documentation of the activities from the past, from the period of pandemic, and some parallel intuitions and searching for the also hybrid virtual exhibition design or exhibit strategies, because it's I'm not so often remind this also for myself that partly the stream art network comes from some reflection investigation about need for new form of institution, new form of present and presence of contemporary digital, but not only the form of also performative form of production, that the digital aspect of exhibition could be one of could be important, could be like still like a next, and that's we are in kind of the double crisis doing media art. In one hand there is the history of White Cube and the Museum of Contemporary Art, which is not relate to this form of activity in a way that we recognize. On the other hand, there are platforms, platform internet, centralized, and also relate much more and focus on the content production, which is in the logic of producer-consumer relation, and in that gap in between, there is something more experimental try to exist, and we see there is Dima, Dimitri Tentuk. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, we hear you very well. We see you also nice, but we need to wait for, I think, for Andreas to switch the pictures in pictures that we need to have also our Jitsi screen in our output here in Berlin, but I think it's still going out to Gleb, yeah, and we can combine that all.
Yeah, I have you all.
Great.
Yeah, I have you all.
I think it's maybe more safe if I stop the background. I'm not able. No, I able. Now we are back. And yeah, we can start with some history of your activity. And we're also waiting for Ivan, yeah?
Yeah. Right.
So we can wait, or also we can start maybe from your perspective. There is a long history of your activity in Kiev as the Fotinus studio, and also there is the next chapter, the context of the full-scale war in Ukraine, and also kind of a set of contexts and set of transitions with the experiences in the background, and also your personal stories with kind of the transition between the service and responsibility on the political situation, and also searching for new tools and new activities, is sometimes more related to the defense industry or activities, and also still research. You are now in Amsterdam, and I give the voice to you, and I'm very happy to have you in this hybrid way also here in Berlin in our pop-up studio. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also really happy, and I see that Ivan also joined. Thank you. So, hey, Ivan.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, and Ivan currently in Kiev. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are all together.
Yeah, so I think Ivan, we just start. So I think it's better to start from Ivan's story, because I became a part of Fotinus Studio only in 2020. So I think maybe Ivan, I think it's better that you could start about Fotinus.
Yeah. Okay. So like Fotinus, it's media art community which appeared in, I don't know, in 2000, around 15, and main idea was with my friends, which is also media artist, to create some kind of community in Kiev of media art or cross-media art. Because in those time it was quite few people who make this kind of art. It's like we can count it on the one hand. And we just sitting on the kitchen with my friends, Lera Polenskova, Max Robotov, and Georgy Potopalsky, and thinking how we can change this kind of situation and create some kind of community. And we decided to open a free school for students, like, let's say, artist-run postgraduate school. And yeah, and it's working out, because we try to teach them to teach, and it's this kind of method gives for them opportunity to spread this knowledge around, not only in our community but somewhere else. And now it's quite big community. During full escalation, it's a little bit stopped, because mostly Kiev part of Fotinus work for militaries, and but my friend, Max Robotov, co-founder, he's now in army, but in the quite safe zone in Ukraine, and he started this kind of school again, collaborate with Uzhgorod
Carpathian Academy of Art. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
amazing, like a transition from the past and directly to the present and future. I wanted to ask you later, but it's yeah, maybe good that you start to talk about this, that it's yeah, continuation.
It's like because we like make this kind of system inside the Fortinus when you generate like support, money, and everything by your work. In general, it's something close to media art. I don't know, like 3D mapping, some kind of events, clubs, and everything. It's quite independent community, and in this case, we don't like have any strong connection with huge institution or with government, and in this way we survive, like I think, during the full escalation, because everybody know how they should act to survive. Yeah, and this kind, we're really happy Max starts this new edition of Fortinus school, and I don't know what maybe you have some question what's happened now. It's like collaboration with Uzhhorod Institute of Art, and they make a lot of things there. They make a party, exhibition. Now they will have like exhibition in Lviv, I think, and it's like I think around 10 people already there really actively work, and I'm really happy about.
Maybe it's not the question what I have, but maybe like a suggestion that we could maybe establish more direct collaboration also with people in Budapest. There are students from intermediate faculty at the Academy of Fine Arts in Budapest with us here. And it's maybe could be like a direct link between Uzhhorod students and Budapest students doing similar things, party, hybrid media production. And yeah, but maybe the question could be, if not the secret, it's not the, I don't know, maybe too early to ask also about Ivano-Frankivsk note and the plan that there will be like a new institution or something like that you plan to do, because also in the very general way, this like a modeling, rendering a new institution is like kind of the mission behind of our activities as a network, as a particular partners, because it's like a basic searching for forms of collaboration and distribution of this kind of activities that need new forms.
Yeah, now
forms of
it's
visibility.
Yeah, thank you. And like, yeah, in Ivano-Frankivsk it will be open like a huge institution. I don't really know what kind of focus, because Max in focus on this, and I don't really have time to search it. But in general, they propose us to collaborate like a school, and it's like third edition of Fortinus school, and try to make some kind of community in Ivano-Frankivsk, because a lot of people from other city which now on the front line and everywhere just move there. And it's quite interesting to work with them and collaborate with them and support. It's like in our communities work like this. But in general, we have like on the background why we're doing it with like all Fortinus, because we have like on the background huge story of running institution like artist-run institution from 2009, I think, and we work like in collaboration all the time, open some artist-run spaces. For example, in Kharkiv, it was like a huge space, culture, culture house from like a part of factory. And we just run there like free studio. It was 2011, I think. We run like a huge studio, audio record studio, exhibition spaces, and huge community there. But government changed and decided to make unlegal takeover of this. It's like it was super fun with guns, with like everything, like your face in the floor. And then we decided to how we can survive and run some kind of institution which not so relative, but so linked to the physical space. And we run in 2013 Шухляда. It's like exhibition space environment, we call it, in internet. It still exists, and we have there like exhibition, not super a lot, but time to time we change them. So it's like it's our passion to try to collaborate, because our government unfortunately don't understand how it's work, how culture work, and what kind of institute we need. It's only like a few years ago it started to change in Ukraine, because before like this year we don't have any media art, contemporary art faculty in the institute, and all like artists who want to join this kind of art, they should do it by themselves. And in this way we start to think about education in general, to try to give this like knowledge and just grow like a community.
Yeah, so maybe let's jump to Amsterdam, because it's also about teaching, learning, and production of knowledge in this field. Yeah, that Dima, you are there. Let's say something from your perspective, maybe about this need of a new form of exhibitions, strategies, and also about that experiences and about what's happened there. Because honestly, it's not only about, from my perspective, it's not only about the Ukrainian government. I think it's about Europe and crisis of the institution itself. I think it's much bigger and deeper problem that we face now.
Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I start to feel myself really privileged because of the thing that Ivan already mentioned, that during the before the war we had the situation with the community that we were not really connected to a big institution or fundings. So I think now when we all could see that Europe, especially in Netherlands, because I'm here now, you could see that the government always trying to cut the budget for culture. It's always, I could really feel that it's a big issue now here. I think it's just start to, it's not start, but I mean, it could come harder and harder every new year. So in this situation, I feel myself a bit privileged because I used to this situation when we don't have a strong connection to all of this. So maybe, maybe I'm not really thinking about this. I'm not really connect myself still to this problem. Maybe it's because I'm not. I still not really feel myself as a part of the I don't know, Dutch art community, because I'm here only for last 5 months. So I cannot say that I could really know deep insight about it, you know. But mostly I spend my time here for my research, which is which is also kind of based on the idea of I don't know. I couldn't say decentralization, but let's say borderless of the art practice. So because now, I'm working on this thing here. It's
Can you say some more about this? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, so it's a box, and so the idea of this box, the concept of this box starts from experience of online performances that we have with Media Club, with Ivan, with Max, with a lot of people who are participating in this group, and we spent the last 2.5 years performing online together, and I collect some knowledge and experience with the technical part of this, and in the end I decided to create something like a device as a networked, like a platform for networked performances that could improve the user experience of the online performance for artists, not only artists, but for people who want to use it. So how it works? It's actually Raspberry Pi 5 with the audio interface, and the main idea is the artist or like people who want to use it, you just need to plug in power supply, internet cable, your instrument or sound card, and speakers, and you already could hear your friends. So you need to make only 3 steps to start to perform together. So
what about latency in this? Because this is, I think, the device. This is the struggle that you are a winner in.
I mean, on the beginning of my research, I started to think, okay, I made a mood board of the issues. It's a lot, but of course, like we have the main, we are working with the online thing, so we both know that the latency, actually, it's really hard to have in some countries, it's really hard to have a good internet connection at all. Somewhere it could be still like 50 megabits or something. So I decided not to focus on latency because it's something that I cannot really change. So it's really depends on the country, the location. I decided to spend this like a year for try to deal with something that I could really improve, like that I could do it by myself. So I choose this way to work on the user experience of it. So previously with Media Club, I count, I think, 7 steps that you should do to start an online performance, like perform music online. And now I try to cut the steps to 3. So I think it's a good improvement because mostly the hardest part of this online experience is troubleshooting and setuping something. When not everyone have a big knowledge in dealing with with servers, or sometimes someone could write a wrong port or IP address or something like that. It's not working. You don't know why it's not working. It could be hundreds different issues. So I decided to make this because you actually don't need to know how to do it. It's automatically connecting to the room, and something like that. Something like that. And I'm waiting for a moment that I could send it to you and to Ivan to test it finally, because now I'm still working on the software part of it.
Yeah, Gleb, maybe some commentaries from your position as a really performer who faced that limits and that situation. That we try to do some experiences with audiovisual performances, and I think we are very open to test it with you guys.
Yeah, with pleasure. Actually, for example, when we are dealing with some telematic audio performances from here in studio, we have kind of kind of freedom to have some time for preparation, to have some checks, to have someone on support to make rehearsal or something. But I really see the thing on the stage, like in club, theater, or other spaces which are kind of limited in their like infrastructure. So you actually could connect from any space. Because, for example, when I'm going to play live with Sofia, now we need, I don't know, around 10 minutes to connect our hardware machines. But to add connection and connected performance, telematic performance to all of it, it would take hours. So I think, this would be the thing. And latency, actually, like latency will be always like light speed is the limit for us. So always we will have some delay, and I think it's more about like getting used to and not be afraid for a latency, and try to find a way how to use the latency, and maybe to work it as an additional effect or instrument.
Yeah, it's actually, you're really, I think you're right, because we are joking in Media Club that it's scary to imagine when we'll play together like in person somewhere again, because we already feel so comfortable to play online, because I mean we already did it for a few years, and I think I don't know. We had also this issue with latency, but we, I think, found a way how to deal with it with this performance, the rehearsal of the Victory Days gig that Max from the army connecting to the performance and conducting us, and of course because of latency we all have we are all playing in different moment in a time, but because of Max conducting us, we have some cue points of it. So for now, I think it's not. I mean, it's actually Ivan. What do you think? I actually stopped to feel uncomfortable because of this latency.
Yeah, definitely. And with this kind of project, if you're thinking about this space directly and start to work with this, and it's like normal life to have some kind of latency, you should like change your way of thinking and try to use it. Definitely, you're right. And we decided to get this Max orders to have this connection. He just directly says, you play now this part, you play this, and you move faster. And because he's military, it is in military style, like direct order. Like he says, okay, some guy, you should play. Yeah, and it's quite interesting to have this kind of experience, to be honest, because it's for me it's separate digital world and real world. It's not a right way. It's the same.
Exactly.
Just other kind of material. That's like you should think like a one world and try to conceptualize everything and get this knowledge I think it's fun.
Okay.
Yeah, that statement I think is totally amazing in this moment. There is a crowd of people walking across our studio. In the same time, we're physically here. We are in touch with people in Amsterdam, in Kiev now, and also waiting for people in Tbilisi. And
we are here, actually.
Yeah, you are here. Yeah, there is Tama, and but you are in Amsterdam, yeah, physically now. And let's introduce also. I want to introduce, by the way, Dimitri and Tama together, because you are accidentally in Amsterdam in the same time Dima for a little bit longer. But this is exactly about this kind of the transition between. That's what you are able to do, meeting together in a hybrid way, and doing things in the different places with the very strong, sometimes more dark, sometimes less, but with a colonial and the decolonial, with struggles also in the geopolitical sense of this term, that it's context for our activity here in the transmediale and in a very general. And and it's I'm very happy that there is more people in our call now here. And I don't know, we start with Kiev, we start with Fotinus and activities from past, and we are now mention some new chapters with Ivano-Frankivsk, with Uzhgorod, and also the device constructed by Dimitri Tentyuk in Amsterdam already. When it's kind of the premiere, where it's possible to test it, maybe it could be the question, kind of the conclusion, and then maybe we will combine international team around Black Sea and try to do the revolution.
I have a plan to make a big beta test of it during summer. So I think,
we also plan some like a summer camp for Stream Art Network. So maybe some collaboration, and that's a few occasion. There will be good moment. Thank you guys. If you want to add something, would be great. We stay in touch. There is maybe also a good occasion to say that there is still open call by Ukraina TV for 24th of February for the stream patchwork light multi-streaming hybrid event that we co-organize with other studios, because there is the strong occasion of celebration of our birthday, but the birthday in the dark moment, which was combined together with beginning of a full-scale invasion and war in Ukraine almost 3 years ago, 24th of February 2022. So now we will have 3 years, and now we will have a multi-streaming hybrid event for 24 hours, meetings with studios in Krakow, in Kiev, in Amsterdam, I think. I don't know what about Budapest. We will ask maybe today, tomorrow about your access. And there is also a strong plan to visit Tbilisi in that occasion, to have a pop-up studio like here in Transmediale also there. And this is also good moment to introduce Anna and Tama. Anna is invisible.
I think
Anna
she has
issue.
She has issue with
Tama
I can
Pantaliani.
Yes.
I'm sorry if I wrong pronounce your
Can
name.
you hear
but
me?
Yeah. Yes, I do. And yeah, and let's slowly move a little bit further to east because the decolonial things and the recolonizations and the new imperial forces in your state, your country, it's like a strong, important context in the last few months. We are next in Ukraine TV. There was few interviews and meetings with people who are still there, who try organize some activities, protests, and you are, yeah, the best people who could say something more about this, what's happened there. Anna, as I know, you co-organized student protests at the Academy of Fine Arts in Tbilisi. Kama, you are now in Amsterdam for just a short period, but you are still there and also active as an artist, as a media artist, and also as a, yeah, the person who take things in your hands and try, yeah, deal with that crisis. So the voice is yours, the space is yours, and hello, nice to have you here.
Hi. First of all, I have a speech which I prepared, so I'll start. Hey everyone, thanks for having us. I'm really honored to be invited to transmediale, first of all, to speak as a voice for the students. At the Tbilisi Academy of Arts, it's incredibly important for us to have our voices heard, not just locally within Georgia, but also internationally. Being here is a huge opportunity to amplify our message to a global audience, to show that what's happening in Georgia matters far beyond our borders. As you know, right now it's already 17th night that we are standing up in the Academy's hall as a part of ongoing protests, fighting for justice, for basic human rights, and for the European future that has always been the wish of Georgian people. This is not just about us as students. In Georgia, people have been protesting in the streets for more than 60 days now, demanding two fundamental things: the freedom of unlawfully arrested people, most of whom are students, and the new elections. We are standing up against injustice and the unfair arrest of people who spoke up and the system that keeps taking away basic freedoms. We are here because we believe in the future where our voice matters, where human rights are protected, and where Georgia moves forward, not backward. We are also protesting because injustice has crossed a line. Students, people we know personally, actors, professors, and many people who love Georgia have been thrown in a jail simply for protesting. These are people who have stood up for their country and who don't want to see Georgia become part of a Russian-style system. It's crazy what's happening right now, and the political situation is critical here. We are on the border of major crisis. It's so unfair that government is accepting new laws that strip away basic human rights. But the main two demands that brought us here are clear. We want new, fair elections, and we want freedom for the political prisoners who have been unfairly jailed. To show solidarity, students from different universities began staying up in their university halls as a form of protest. And as a sign of respect and unity, we have decided to do the same here as an academy. It's the Academy of Arts. Our fight is not just for us, but for everyone who believes in justice and freedom. The Academy of Art is more than just a place to study. It's a space of creativity, free thought, and resistance. That's why we chose to turn it into a space of protest, a space of action. Staying here through the night is not easy, but it's necessary. It's a symbol of our commitment, of the fact that we are not backing down. Artists, students, and creative minds has always played a huge role in movements for change. We are using our voices, our art, and our presence to make sure this fight is seen and heard. Of course, we're facing pressures. There are people trying to dismiss us, trying to make us feel like we don't matter. But fear is not stronger than the need for fairness. Every person who joins us, every person who shares our message and proves that change is possible. So what can people do to help us? We need solidarity, and we need people to understand how dangerous this situation is. We have strong examples from countries that did not take action in time, and we can't let that happen here. The most important thing right now is to free all political prisoners, including Mzia Amaglobeli, the founder of Batumelebici, a free media outlet. Zia has been sentenced for 7 years in prison, and she is currently on her 20th day of hunger strike, while the violent group attacking the media and civilians has not been arrested yet. This is a struggle we must face together with fairness as our greatest weapon. So artist-student movement is not just about one night or one place. It's about showing that young people, students, artists, and people who care will not stay silent. We are here and we are fighting for a better future, and we won't stop until fairness is realized. As a separate student, I feel huge motivation to be a part of this movement. It's a different form of fighting. In the small space of the Academy of Arts, we are exchanging ideas and creating something powerful together. Now, I'll let Anna talk more about how Art Student Movement came to be, what it stands for, and our present and future plans. Anna, please. Hello, everyone.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Great. Okay, I'm going to start. Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me today. It is a privilege to be here and speak today as an initiator of Art Student Movement in Tbilisi. Tama has already outlined the broader picture in Georgia, the ongoing protests, the unlawful arrests, and our fight for democracy. Now I'm going to delve deeper into our movement, how it emerged, what it stands for, and why it matters now most than ever. The Art Student Movement was born out of necessity. When the ruling Georgian Dream Party introduced the foreign agent law, ignoring mass protests and public outcry, it became clear that passive resistance was no longer an option, and this law threatens Georgia's European future. And as students, as artists, and as citizens, we understood that we had to act. A student strike was not just an idea, it was an imperative. From the outstart, we faced resistance, not only from the government, but also from within our own institution. The university administration refused to take a public stance, clear stance, hiding behind hollow promises and bureaucratic inertia. At the same time, many students were indifferent, failing to grasp the magnitude of the threat. But history has shown that silence is complicity, and we refuse to be bystanders. Our first attempt to organize a strike in the spring of 2024 faltered. The university denied us spaces for discussion, and student engagement was tepid. But everything changed after the stolen elections. When the government began unlawfully imprisoning and brutalizing protesters, including our peers, the movement gained unstoppable momentum. That was the turning point. Students across multiple universities decided that simply voicing dissent was not enough. We had to reclaim our spaces. For over 2 weeks now, students have been occupying university halls, transforming them into hubs of resistance, creativity, and solidarity. Here at the Tbilisi State Academy of Arts, our occupation is more than a protest. It is an act of restoration. This institution was founded as a sanctuary for free thought and artistic defiance. Over time, it has been hollowed out, forced into conformity, and stripped of its radical edge. We are fighting to reverse that, to revive the academy as a place where art is a force for change, not just an academic pursuit. As art students, our contribution to this movement is unique. We speak through our work, using visuals as weapons against repression. The walls of our university are draped with banners bearing powerful messages. Our murals turn protests into poetry, and our slogan, which is "Art begins with freedom," encapsulates everything we stand for. Without freedom, there is no art. Without resistance, there is no progress. But our mission extends beyond mere opposition. We're here to build. We want to create a model of this institution that this institution was meant to be, a space for radical thought, unfiltered expression, and fearless inquiry. This is about community, about reshaping the culture of compliance into one of critical engagement and creative rebellion. And it is vital for the international community to grasp the gravity of the situation in Georgia right now. If we are isolated, the consequences will be severe, politically, economically, and socially. The future will be wrested from our hands. That is why we fight. That is why we're willing to do anything it takes to reclaim our democratic and European path. This is not just a student movement. It is not just an academic dispute. It is a battle for fundamental right to determine our own future. And we need the world to stand with us. We need solidarity, amplification, and action before it is too late. Thank you for listening and for giving us the space to make our voices heard.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, and this, I don't know what to say, but maybe this is what we can do. It's really to we are follow. We try to observe and to recognize what's happened step by step from this last year, and that's November, December. That's what is like a colorful. Also, the protests in the streets. We start to call it the revolution of fireworks or something like that. And yeah, but. It's still not enough. This is what we see in the public medias, and it's like a flash from the streets. Is not enough. This is what you are talking about. It's not only about. It's your daily life in the protest occupation way. This is also a story about people who are already in prisons and people who, yeah, nobody knows what is happening next hours and days. And this is very, very important to amplify that situation that we're not conscious about. And the background is also huge now, because the crisis of democracy is not only the crisis in the post-Soviet bloc. It's a global crisis. That's what we have also in America now, and that's we're not really able to find like a strong support from institutions, from governments, that there is like something over our imagination about more democratic and more decentralized reality and world happens. Yeah, with that Trump and Putin calling to each other. Yeah, and we need to be much more together, and it's maybe not about the colonization between East and West, but maybe reconnection between that two sides, and also South and North, because the victims, it's like a huge, big global population, I think, finally. But yeah, this I have more like arguments to come to work with you for next 2-3 weeks and create some maybe temporary performative studio space also to work together around 24th of February. If you want to add something, totally is also moment for some discussions. Maybe also there are people here around who want to ask or to put some comments about our background with war in Ukraine, with crisis in Georgia, and with crisis with democracy itself. And this is what we try to do, is like a decentralized meeting spot and place to collaborate together. You're welcome. And you.
I think we said everything.
Yeah. And we stay in silence for the moment after the statement. Thank you very much.
Realize, yeah.
There is also Augustus with us.
Hey, good to see you, good to hear you.
Yeah.
I'm saying hello from Vilnius.
Yeah, great.
And I thank you so much for that speech. It was very impactful and necessary. Thank you.
I would love to invite you, Gitis, and maybe stay a little bit with Augustus to ask you about some, Lithuanian perspective to that set of context. It's okay?
I need 1 minute.
What? Okay. Because it's something I think that we need to learn from each other about this post-Soviet trauma, which you or we share in a way, and also we face it in a different way. This is what we have still daily with collaboration with people from Ukraine. And this is like a kind of the very strong and visible situation. But you are in Lithuania in one way as a part of European Union safe. In other way, there is something in background which is very strong, much more stronger than we feel in Poland, for example. Yeah. Let's share some, I don't know, reflection, impression about what that means for you, the decolonized discourse, what does mean for you, the full-scale war, from the perspective of Vilnius.
I would get back to the situation of Georgia, and I feel that it is very important not to isolate certain happenings in the timeline, and to remember what was happening before, what happened in 2008, and so on and so on. To keep this, to maintain the story as it is, and not isolate conflicts narratively. And because there is context, there is story, and it is strongly affecting the current situation. And here in Lithuania, we remember very well, and we hold commemoration to previous annexation attempts, and so on. At this time, I'm working with a director from Georgia, who is now residing in Lithuania, and he is from the area which cannot be entered without special permissions to people who were born there. And thus is the situation at the moment, and now it is, of course, escalated strongly.
Are you talking about Abkhazia, maybe?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we remember strongly and we support you so much.
Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you. I am actually the refugee from Abkhazia. My family left Abkhazia 20 years ago, and it is a very big part of my family and my country because it is a trauma that we've lost our homes and our territory, and we're still fighting the same war over and over again, new generations after. And it is devastating because what it's like to be a neighbor of Russia is truly taking our potentials away, especially young people potential, young artists potential. And we're still fighting, we're still in that war, and we hope that our generation will finally take it down and will gain our freedom that we deserve.
Yeah, of course, it's like it's ongoing. It's also like about Ukraine. That's we mentioned the full-scale invasion 3 years ago, but we can start it in 2014. But also we can go in the timeline to the past, and also we can start to talk about the relation between Poland and Lithuania, maybe. What do you think about?
Yeah, it's a sensitive topic, isn't it? Commonwealth Republic, of course, the good old days. But
it was a colonization of Lithuania by Poland.
Yeah, I'm not a history beef, but it was some kind of like maybe Augustus, you know it better, the history between of the Commonwealth of Lithuania, how this thing was operating, because as far as I remember, it's related to Lithuania losing economical power, and the Duke of Lithuania at that time kind of like making a very like financially based contract with Poland to secure certain like long-term security, something like this.
It started right after the Crusades with Jogaila, who was the king of Poland, even though he was a Lithuanian duke. So this was the beginning. This
deep history, yeah.
Yes.
Deep dark.
And it was a wild mess. It was a beautiful wild mess, and it ended tragically for both. Well, that's also interesting, if you can call it nations or countries. It was a very different understanding and format. But for those both entities, it ended very poorly in the long perspective. But yeah, the origins are very old. It started at the end of the Crusades.
And it has also, I think, in connection to colonialization, there's always the question of mythologies and religious practices, which at least, what I'm knowledgeable about is, Lithuanians are very proud of this, that we used to be like one of the last pagans in the European kind of context, and the Crusades were going, and also like all these colonializing powers were going north and north and north, and sauna culture has a certain kind of like can be like a proxy indicator how far and how quickly that went, because like Finnish populations have like extremely deep daily sauna, maybe even daily practices. To my knowledge, there's even more saunas than there's people on Finland, and like historical analysis of this traces it back to kind of geographically difficult conditions for colonializing this northern flank of Europe, and Lithuania has certain remnants of this. But it's just interesting to think about architecture and certain spaces as remnants of colonializing powers. And what really shares, I think, in terms of architecture, us with Poland, and also, I think everybody who's connected here on the call, Georgia, I haven't been there, but also I think they share this. And Kiev, obviously, the Khrushchevka phenomenon, which is an expression of highly extractive in terms of social resources, social and economical regime, which treats humans' bodies as common wealth, let's say, like a kind of commons which you can just use and plug them to a gulag or certain like common factories, etc. Maybe you, Augustas, I know Augustas is an architect with the background in this. Maybe you have something to add in terms of the architectural remains of, if we are coming back again to the Russian context and specifically like Soviet regimes. Maybe you have something to add.
Before the Soviet regime, there was also Tsar regime, and so it goes way back. And in Kaunas, we have a whole city surrounded with fortifications built by Tsar to hold grounds in the Baltic states, because it is a strategically important place on the Baltic Sea coast. So they found it very important to hold a strong militant presence here in Lithuania. So they were building a lot of fortifications and forts, which still largely shape urban structures to this day. And if you would go before that to Baltic architecture and its urban planning remains, you could find the Sacred Valley. What was it called? Tauro. I cannot remember it.
The Hill of Taurus? No, that's how
No. It's in Vilnius. Tauro Ragos Slėnis. It's a real but extinct beast, and of its holy horn, the valley is still called after. Now there is a cathedral there. Before there was a wooden church there, and before that, in that same location, there was a pagan Baltic temple. But also in the medieval times, before the king was baptized, there were many religions and many places of worship in Lithuania, in current territory of Lithuania. There were Muslim worshippers. There were many Jewish cities. There were Tatar, Karaim, and many other ethnicities in one single region, alongside pagan temples. And even though the entities of power were per se Baltic pagan, they still held high regards to other cultures. And there's multiple remains from the same period of different temples in Vilnius, in Kaunas, in the seaside. And this speaks of this. You could think of Baltic states as a very isolated area, which was conservative, and it was reluctant to accept Christianity. But it wasn't about the religion; it was about the ways of colonization. So it is. You could call it conservative, but it was conservative of its dynamic state and its multiplicity of ethnicities and religions. So sometimes this last pagan country is visualized as uncivilized, barbaric, conservative state, which it wasn't, as we find in the now free, independent research and narratives that form with it.
I wonder, does that connect, especially to Georgian context? Because for me, I'm very curious about, especially like these pagan practices and the colonialization, which operated by eradicating certain modes of life and belief. So, yeah, do you have anything to add or comment to this from the Georgian perspective? And maybe in relationship to what's happening nowadays?
Actually, our religion, which is Orthodox Christianity, was and still is used as a propaganda of Russia, because they say that we have same religion, so it means that automatically we're friends and we're nice to each other. And throughout our history, our ancestors actually chose that path because of religion. They chose to trust Russia because we had the same religion and we believed in same God. But for them and for Russia, it was never about that. It was just part of manipulation and a tactic to gain trust of nations and then destroy them. And for us, it's still, some people believe that we should maybe go on that path because we have same religion, and they make West and Western world and Europe something evil, and it is like roles are turned, and some people don't realize who is the real enemy here. So we are planning to work on that and to dissolve this propaganda that is in our society. And we have many examples throughout history that Russia was always cheater and never was on our side, and religion and Orthodox Christianity was used as one of the tools to lie to us and betray to us.
And we also, it's good to remember that the Orthodox Christianity is even longer than Russia itself. Yeah, it's stolen to Kiev, Russia, one could say, and also came from more south part of. And this is like I sort of think in last weeks combining together some notes, reflections about this post-colonial in one way and also new colonial context. I start to think about something like a dark enlightenment, thinking about Russia and about the statement of the state, which is actually relate to the Enlightenment tradition, because this new Russia, Peter First, idea of the state, it's parallel to United States, to that Enlightenment movement to create the Enlightenment imperial, but something went wrong. Yeah, and also we have now Dugin and that's ideology, which is kind of a really relate to this dark Enlightenment dark net metaphors. Yeah, that could be help to also to recognize that deep historical context, also with new media and also with this our contemporary life, that these enemies are like together in the western and eastern part with this oligarchic power, which is about Trump in one way, and also the post-Russia, this dark Enlightenment vision of the state which cover ourselves, from above. And that's set of reflection that I want to share. Maybe it could be useful, and maybe we could discuss about. Yeah, also.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I think it relates a lot. All the kind of the most powerful imperial military kind of like forces were operating through mythic and occult or like very obvious, very kind of like religious practices, and it's elaborated pretty clearly in Nazi Germany, where there was like a military discourse which discussed exactly the fact that the victorious nation is that whose fighters are fighting a religious war. And it's really interesting to see the Russian perspective, because I know that in October, I think, yes, Adomas in the audience told me this, that Putin changed his advisors from Siberian pagan tradition to Orthodox Christianity. So it's really interesting, kind of like yeah, on the military levels, and also Dugin openly kind of like admitted or like expressed that Russia is doing like a holy war. Yeah, it's really interesting, and it sounds dangerous extremely. I see that Augustus has his hand risen. This is an accident, or yeah, maybe you want to say something. Yeah.
I wanted to ask what, according to your experience, what is the influence of church in Georgia at the moment?
Church system works with the government system, so it's the same thing. Even darker, I think, even darker because of the trust they have of people and how they use it to help authoritarian regime to be here, and they gain some material wealth through this, and they are so wealthy that population of Georgia is very poor. Most of like children, maybe like 1 out of 5 children is so poor that they don't even have a food to eat, and simultaneously people who like priests are so like wealthy because of the money they receive. And that is one of the biggest signs, and I think red flag, that if the population is so poor, how can priests be so rich? It does not make sense. So it means that government and church work together to create this false reality that we're living in peace and everything is fine, and that they are protecting us from war, because they have this like propaganda that there is deep state and someone is going to, like people like Europe, for example, or US is going to, like, they want to war begin in our country, and our government has this propaganda that they are protecting us from this war, and they're doing everything they can to not disturb and not annoy Russia. But in reality, Russia does not need any reason to invade. It is what it is. They are intruders. They want to take territories, and they think that those territories belong to them. So to answer your question, we don't trust church here, and people know, I mean, most of us know that they work together. Yeah, unfortunately.
And I also add that criminal underworld, patriarchy, and religion are 3 things most effectively used to govern Georgia.
Is there any initiatives to reclaim religious practices?
Not really. I mean, there are some priests who, I mean, but there's, the number of them are very little, so very much so they're still dominant, the priests who work with propaganda. So unfortunately there's nothing happening in that sphere, so yeah.
Yeah, probably there is no revolution from inside, but this is what you do also, girls. extremely important. And maybe I would like to ask you also about like a particular activities, tools to be more visible, to be, because you are still in the occupation mood, how it looks daily. You stay 24 hours, there is like a big group, there's like a, I don't know, kind of the shelter that you occupy, part of the academy, that you have like a daily life there, I don't know, cooking together, like a relational practices. And also maybe to Tama, to you, some question about how to be in the same time like a artist based in some physical activities and also this digital practices combined together. And also I know that this is a part of performative activities in that occasion of being together, working together, spending time together. Yeah, this is like we have like a very privilege to have the shelter and temporary studio here in Transmediale, but this is what you do. It's also kind of co-working and hybrid like togetherness. Yeah.
For me, it's like art is always being political, so everything you can use as a concept for you, for your art, I think. And I think we can work there, we can use this space as our studios and work there for our art. So it does not matter where are you or what's the situation around this. I think in political, difficult, critical situation you can make more interesting art than in safe country and in safe situation. Yeah, I agree. And our movement's educational focus is actually central to our activism, because we hold some lectures, workshops, and different kind of activities. We believe that change is not only about protest, but also about learning and maybe unlearning some things and teaching each other. And that process is very interesting and makes you grow as a person and a community. And thus, by hosting public lectures, art exhibitions, discussions, we provide students with opportunities to deepen their understanding of the political climate. And we try to change what they think, but not in a very aggressive way. We are integrating some intellectual elements to our being here. So it's not about just occupying the space and staying up at all the nights here. It is about learning new things and creating new community who is willing to protest and to fight against this regime.
I heard, Anna, that you mentioned like educational activities and certain discourse building. I'm curious about your perspective in terms of audience. This is very practical because every time, I don't know, even when you write projects or when you even work with yourself, it's kind of like useful to think in terms of such concepts of like target audience and how many visitors you want and who's your primary ears. How do you think about it in such a like tense political situation as yours? And do you aim to actually reach out to people who are not aware of the discourse which you're building, or you're kind of like more working with people who you already know, but like deepening your thoughts and discourse together with them?
So it's a great question. When we started our protest in 2024, as I mentioned in the spring, situation was way worse than it is right now, because some students did not understand fully the threat of the whole thing that was happening in our country. And we were faced with that resistance and ignorance because they could not understand fully what was happening. And very small, we started as like 2 people and we wanted to help these lectures, but students didn't show up, and the
lecture, like auditoriums. They did not give us a space basically to hold these lectures. So we then needed to stop. We had to stop because there was no other way, because everyone around us was waiting for elections, and they thought that elections would bring us justice and everything would change after elections, but they just faked it and stole our voices in our elections. So protests began with bigger wave, and everything was just amplified by 10 times. And we just realized that because we needed to hold this campaign of raising awareness of what was happening, we needed to act in a way that was very pragmatic, and we needed to maybe for a minute put aside our emotions, because it is very emotional and very demanding time, and our mental health is at stake here because everything is so hard on us, and especially on artists when there is censure put on you and when you cannot express your, I don't know, anything, what you truly think. But we needed to really act on what was very important, and the crucial thing right now was to gather the people that were on our side and actually work on people who were not on our side, to make them understand what was the risk here, and that we are on existential crisis here in our country. It is about that. It truly is about that. So we just needed to focus on that part, on educational part, on raising awareness part, and that's why we're holding these lectures, these discussions. Our place is very open. Anyone can come here, and any student can come here and talk to us. And there have been some instances already, actually, and that is one of our goals, to strengthen and to widen our, I don't know, just borders. And not only the students of our university, anyone is welcome here. That's why we have created this hub of resistance, of creativity. We create banners here, we just put these messages, we express our solidarity to social things actually that's happening in our country right now, all the unlawful arrests and injustices. We are using this space to talk to society and make political messages every single day. And yeah, we're just working on that, and we took that path because it was very, very necessary.
And I will add about public lectures that have taken place 3 or 4 times, and it's more interesting than entire art academy program.
Yeah, this is what I want to ask. Maybe this is good context about the academy authorities, and relate to your activity, to the protest, to the occupation. Is it a kind of a link, collaboration, even hidden or something like that? Or maybe this is like a gap between generation and between way of thinking about the institution, and future is yours. The future, but still
Yes.
future is...
Yes, exactly. That's why we have to take it in our hands and really fight for it. Actually, the place that we're occupying is right in front of our university's administration, so they can see us every single day. People can come here. That is very interesting, and the space that we're occupying is very important, because when people come in our university, they have to pass through this hall that we're taking, and they have to look at the walls that we have here, to look at the signs that we have written on these walls, and to understand what is truly happening. And these lectures that we're holding, the professors and activists who come here talk in the microphone, and everyone can hear the voices. So it's very hard to ignore, actually, but I think that works as a tool here, because when you pass through these walls, you can maybe catch a little message, and that is even enough to awaken something inside someone's soul and someone's mind. So yeah, we work on that.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Do I get it correctly that what's in the background, Anna? This is kind of like part of your expose in the academy, right?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
I wanted to ask about aesthetics of communicating messages within contexts where obviously you can face backlash, because when you're very open about things, people might like, yeah, there is this like overton window. Basically, if you're like too far away, you're not even being heard because you're being blocked. It's kind of like nonsense, doesn't exist within my confines of reality or what's possible, etc. And you're just like, yeah, kicked out. But if you're like too close, then you are not moving the overton window in any kind of direction. So I wonder, have you been thinking about your aesthetic strategies and how to communicate these messages, both to be effective but not like face too much backlash or like just I don't know, angry reactions, etc. So
I mean, we don't really think about that too much because at this point situation is so bad that we need to be very straightforward, even if it hurts someone else's feelings, to be honest with you. Because, for example, one of our signs says art begins with freedom, and that statement may make someone very angry, but it just does not make sense because it is reality. Art does begin with freedom, and without freedom there will be no peace. So if we always think about whose hurt or feelings are going to be hurt, then we won't have that outcome that we want. Also, we have another sign that says a fire to oligarchy, and that is very straightforward, very rough message maybe for some people, but it's very necessary to awaken something in people's minds because there's no other way, there's no other solution, truly.
but do you use any photography in your expose? And if you do, what is the contents? What are the contents of it?
Mostly we use photos of pictures of people who have been arrested, people who have been brutally beaten up, because it's very graphic, very emotional to look at, but it's the reality. It's what it is out there in the streets. We cannot run away from that. We cannot escape the reality. So yeah, we have all the pictures that we have on the walls are basically the prisoners, the brutally beaten people. Yeah, that's the, like, basically the materials that we use are taken from real world.
Okay, yeah, what I see is like a balance between these things. So I think it's very productive in your sense because at least coming from climate activism contexts, especially when you're working with animal rights, there is like so many cruel images which you can show, but there's quite a lot of discussions about what you can and cannot, because in certain way you're just like, yeah, it's nobody's gonna look at it, it's like too harsh. But in your kind of case, I really see nice balance. I would like to have like maybe even a scan of these walls. It would be fascinating to inspect.
Yeah, we sent you some pictures actually.
Yeah, we show it already in the background.
Okay, amazing.
Now it's that's top but yeah, we keep the collection. We will show it also later.
Mm-hmm.
And I can also give it to you for studies of aesthetic of supporters. It's an amazing question, and also kind of the challenge to start to think about some hybrid kind of the exercise to improve that language and also languages going together, because also there's some I follow some websites, some activities, Instagram around, and this is also think of translations, descriptions between alphabets in this context, Central Eastern Europe, that we have few alphabets working in the not so big geographical space, and this is also, I think, good to mention about this kind of the challenge, and and also for I think it's a challenge for our activities with real-time hybrid communication that we ourselves colonize with English.
Lingua franca. But it has power relations behind it.
We try mixed languages in Ukraine TV, but it's also It's kind of the shadow ban finally with this challenge coming. Yeah, because we are like then we are like in a gap because it's not in English speaking channel. Yeah, this is like multi languages, and in the same time you are like in the kind of space in between. Yeah, but and it's about visibility, it's about communication, but it is also maybe about some tools like Dimi showed before, about to be together, to work together in the for the performers, for musicians, but also about descriptions, transcriptions, translation in real time, that we supposed to think about this also as a kind of the attendant elements also to for this kind of meetings, to extend maybe I don't know. We are going slowly to next chapter, which is Budapest. I don't know how much you are free and flexible to join us in this more like a transition way, because you did your own protest at the Academy of Fine Arts a few months ago, as I remember. Yeah? There was some kind of course, the situation, the political situation is not that strong, but the high education in, we call it urban regime, but I don't know how much is it the regime for you. We call it like that, and this is what's happened. This you mentioned a little bit at the beginning. It's also the kind of the context of your activities.
Yeah, I can move in further. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's not really like a protest. We are. There is the situation with the academic in the academic area, with the universities being privatized, and there are not many universities which are not private ones, and fortunately we are still not one of those. And we still manage to, we still try to keep it that way, and there are many reasons for that. I mean, also we want to have the Erasmus program, but that's not the biggest problem. That's just like a student thing. But
it's like kind of a proof of a situation. It's like somebody decide to cut.
The EU try to
limit your mobility, limit your also possible.
Not quite. First of all, Budapest is here now.
Hello, Budapest. Yeah.
So if we're talking about this, I think it's quite important to give some context, because it's not so black and white. So basically, university privatization in Hungary is problematic because it basically means that originally most universities in Hungary were founded by the government. The government funded the university, and it worked like that, basic. But in the last few years, they started privatizing these universities, which are also the government people, but not in the government, but their own private businesses.
So it sounds like how to sell institution to private hands.
Yeah, basically, they are selling out universities to private people, which is a problem, because these people, not the people, but the system changes. You know, if university is funded by the government, then the university's decision-making serve. Hogy mondod?
Guys, maybe I will say thank you to our previous guests, to Anna and Tama. maybe I will disappear slowly from this place. Maybe I will give it totally for you, and then I will change myself to be an audience. Yeah. Thank you one more time, and we are in touch. Next chapter.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Yeah.
Nem áll. De képbe vagyok, nem? Képbe vagyok. Na, tök mindegy. So what were we talking?
The private.
Yeah. So basically, if a university is founded by a government, the university's main decision-making plane is made out of the university's teachers. Basically, it's called senátus. And if a university is privatized, then the main decision-making plane is not the teachers anymore, but the people that the founders put on top of the university, which is problematic because on some instances, for example, the Seattle University, there was a big botrány.
There was a protest and there was
that was some years ago. Basically, they let a lot of teachers go and made other people who are not that qualified, but they are politically in a good position, come and teach at the university and be in the decision-making part of the university, which is very problematic because they basically ruin the institution. And that happened to most universities in Hungary. Yeah, which is very scary.
I see that Augustus, you're raising your hand. Yeah.
Would you mind if I would test my synthesizer on the call? Very low volume. Would that be alright? You can keep going. I will just make some background noise music.
I mean,
okay. I didn't quite understand it. Sorry. What?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
sure.
Okay.
You can test it. Of course. We were just not. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Do it. Yeah. Okay.
So maybe we can ask the Budapest team to give their inputs to the topics.
Yeah, what's up there actually? Like
no memory card.
Yeah, it happens. That was the message. I mean, that's like reasonable message. Yeah. But actually this privatization is also tricky because if the government changes, they're still gonna have these properties and they're still gonna be connected to these places, and they're just trying to save their asses, kinda, and their money. So that's also not good with this. Hello. Yeah, they're there. Yeah.
Hi again.
Nektek köszöntek.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, a little low. Maybe can you make them a little louder?
We are working.
They are a little bit noisy. I mean. Yeah, you know, we're always doing something experimental and trying out new things.
New university systems.
Yeah, that too. He's a first-year student at the intermediate department.
He is Karakai Pál on the screen in the red shirt.
Yes, and he's doing the technical stuff there right now. Yes, all of them are in the team.
Are you hearing
who are
us?
on the... Hello?
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you now.
Oh, nice. Hello.
Hi.
Can you introduce yourselves?
Yeah, please introduce.
I'm Skodra Eszter, a student in the Hungarian University of Fine Arts, intermediate department. And yeah.
Which year are you in?
This is my 4th year, I think. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Lilo. I'm also a student in the intermediate department, and I'm doing the first year here. So, yeah. What's up, guys?
Welcome to Transmediale.
So yeah, how are you guys? What do you think? We kind of got in the middle of a very loaded conversations here in the last few hours. So
Yeah. Oh my God, there is a pigeon. Robot pigeon. So we were talking about the university's system, like the privatization and all of those. I don't know if you can join this discussion or what's up.
Sorry, I didn't hear you actually.
Okay, so about the privatization of the universities in Hungary, and what's up with our university, and maybe what's up with MOME. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, as far as I know, MOME is already privatized.
Yeah, but they're having their system change, but that's a whole different situation. It's just also the students, yeah. But yeah, András is also here. Our mainstream. Amúgy mivel készültetek? Vagy készültetek valamivel?
Can you speak in English?
Hogy majd beszélgetünk veletek.
Okay. Yeah.
Majd hogy bízunk veletek.
Then ask us what's up. I mean.
For example, how did you end up in Berlin?
We had a long train trip. We stopped at Prague. We came here on Wednesday. Yeah, but I don't know. How?
We stopped on the train in Budapest, and then we stopped off the train in Berlin.
No. We stopped at Prague.
Yeah, we stopped at Prague, and then stopped on another train in Prague, and then stopped off the train in Berlin, and basically that's how we got here.
Yeah, but
by train.
But I think still that the other topic would be more interesting. I don't know if you want to talk about that, or would you ask something
about the school system?
Yeah, maybe. What is your perspective about it?
Well, my perspective is that there's some kind of vita arguing about being prioritized or not, and most of the students, as me, not agreeing with privatization. So yeah.
Yeah, that's true, and there's multiple reasons why it's not. And we started this week a roundtable discussion series which explains the privatization of universities in Hungary to the students to understand the situation and to have a better picture about it. And to help decide which would be the best option.
Yeah, actually,
information about the topic after the kerekasztal.
Were you there?
Oh no.
No?
No.
Why not?
Well, probably I was working because I don't have a lot of money and we have to work next to the university, so yeah.
We also have loaded conversations about personal crises, how to not depend on the university's fund, which is not really much. So, yeah. Do you hear us right now?
Mivel készültetek?
Azt írta az Andrés, hogy készültetek valamivel, akkor ezt toljátok most.
Készültem semmilyen.
Én amúgy azt hittem, hogy ők fognak beszélni.
They didn't prepare anything. We're just talking about. We're just doing the discussion. Yeah, there was a misunderstanding because we thought that maybe you also prepared something, but
and we don't let you.
And we don't let you do that. Yeah, but if not, then we can continue this. I mean, that's also good.
We can read poems if you would like.
Sorry, again?
We can read poems if you like.
Eat plants?
What?
Read poems. Like versek.
What?
Yeah, my English is not that good, but verseket olvashat.
Akkor mondjátok magyarul, srácok, mert nem értem.
Mit akartok enni? Yeah, we're doing multiple languages, of course. We speak Hungarian. Nobody will understand us. Yeah. Yeah, that's not true. Yeah, we can say whatever we want. Yes. Yes.
Some Hungarian poems.
Mit akartok?
Csúcsú want to read poems.
Mit? Mi az?
Verseket. Random verseket. Attila József or something.
Hát menjél. Mondjad. Okay. So we're reading out poems. They're reading poems, Hungarian poems for you.
Please enjoy.
Please enjoy, yes.
Egy verset fogok olvasni, by Petőfi Sándor. It's about killing the kings, or akasszátok föl a királyokat.
Let's do that.
Amber szívében kés, latúr nyakán kötél, s utánatok több is jön talán. Hatalmas kezdesz lenni végre nép. Ez mind igen jó, mind valóban szép. De még ezzel nem tettetek sokat. Akasztátok föl a királyokat. Kasszáltad a fűt világ végéig, holnap kinő az, ha lenyesik. Tördelheted le a falongjait, időjártával újra kivirít. Tövestül kell kitépni azokat, akasztátok föl a királyokat. Vagy nem tanultad még meg, ó világ, gyűlölni méltóképpen a királyt? Ó, hogyha széttönthetnéd köztetek azt a szilaj vesztett gyűlöletet, mitől keblen, mint a tenger dagad, akasszátok föl a királyokat. Szívöknek minden porcikája rossz, már anyja méhéből gazdaságot hoz. Vétek, gyalázat, teljes élete, szemétől a levegő fekete. Megromlik a föld, melyben elrohad, akasszátok föl a királyokat. Ezerfelé bús harcmező a hon, arat rajt halál írtózaton. Itt egy falu, amott egy városég, százezrek jajától zúg a lég. S halál, rablás, mind a király miatt. Akasszátok fel a királyokat. Hiába ömlik, hősök véretek, ha a koronát el nem töritek. Fejét a szörny ismét fölemeli, s akkor megint elől kell kezdeni. Hiába lenne ennyi áldozat, akasszátok föl a királyokat. Mindenkinek barátság, kegyelem, csak a királyoknak nem, sohasem. Lantom, skardom, kezemből eldobom, a hóhérságot majd én folytatom. Ha kívülem rá ember nem akad, akasszátok föl a királyokat. Thank you. That was a poem about killing the kings.
Actually, hanging the kings.
Yeah, it's not killing, the hanging.
It's very important to add that.
Yeah. Would you? Now the sound is way better than it was. So maybe we can talk more a little bit because.
Yeah. Can you tell us, Chocho, why did you choose this poem?
Because it's kind of related to our situation. We don't really like authority and power above us. So yeah, it's about the people getting together and do some kind of change. So yeah.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you so much for that. It was very moving for us because we speak Hungarian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Blanca, what did you think about this poem?
I thought it was good, and somehow I just
fuck no, you never start with I think it was good.
I know.
Didn't you learn that?
Can I continue what I want to say?
Please do.
Thank you. So I somehow it just came to my mind that there was at our university some kind of a prospect, which was someone or some more people did a small paper with like a not newspaper, but it was a prospect and
a flyer.
A flyer, yes. And that said lots of things, secrets, kinda about the system, the university system, and those informations gave the people a lot of questions about like what's happening. Yeah. And I remember like this poem reminded me a little bit of like what happened at that time, around that time, that we did forums and the new student organization has became a new, that there was a new thing. And,
on the line of this poem, do you think that we should hang the Kanceller?
No. That's not what that's not what I'm saying.
Why is that not what you're saying?
No. Because no. No.
The message is not actually hang the Kanceller, but not trying to make some kind of change together.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to say. So it's not. We shouldn't do that part.
Yeah, I think it's actually a poem for a revolution.
Yes,
and
exactly.
That's what happened, kinda, in our university, because after that paper stuff, we started to talk more about the topics, and maybe we meggyőztük the Kanceller.
Maybe but I think there will be a change, hopefully, with these. I don't know if these roundtable discussions about the topic of privatization is really like a...
First of all, yeah, you're jumping in the middle.
I'm jumping, yeah, I'm
Can
sorry.
you maybe give us some context about the round tables, the new student council? How did that happen?
Yeah, the new student council happened really late this year. Usually it's not like usually end of the year there is an election for this student council, but the before us, because I'm also in that council, they really pushed the deadlines, and somehow the first semester already ended when everything could happen with the new student council, and it was really difficult for us to do anything at all. And this round table discussion is also happening this year because we couldn't do it before because there was lots of administrative things to do, and there was this flyer, and it also made lots of discussions, and everyone was confused what's up with the system and what's going on, and somehow it gave us a push to do more things, to do things earlier and more actively, because we wanted to help the university's students to know more about everything, because that's the most important thing, that we don't hide the informations. And it's also really interesting that at the MOME, which is another art university in Hungary, in Budapest, they're already a private university, but they're having some system changes, and they also they didn't do flyers as at our school was something like that. They did stickers. They did stickers, and now it was in the news as well. And it's really interesting how they're also doing this revolution thing, because the system of their university, not the system, but the management, or like the management of their university is not asking the students, the teachers about how would be the best to change the university's program and the faculties, and they put people on these faculties who are not really the perfect people for these jobs. Yeah, but I don't know, someone can add to this from our side. I don't know, or did I told everything?
I'm not that familiar with MOMA's situation because it's very recent.
It's really recent. It's happened
like the last couple of days.
Yes, exactly.
And we only have like half informations from here and there, but it's really interesting and actually scary to see how throughout all these countries there are starting to appear more and more student organizations, student revolutions.
And it's really important because it's not just universities where the government is trying to take over by privatizing or other things, like putting people on top of stuff to manage, because there are also theaters, also schools, offices. Lots of these places have people from the government, and it's really they're really trying to spread throughout everything. And it's also really interesting how the culture is they're trying to take over the culture of our of Hungary, I guess.
Yeah, they already took over.
They already took over.
Well, it's a question of
yeah.
selling out the culture for the buildings.
Yes.
And the money.
Yeah, but
and
yeah.
also controlling the culture.
Yes.
To mute critical voices.
Yeah. We need critical voices, and we are not silenced. So we need to speak out. Yet we are not silenced yet. So it is important to talk about these topics and to have the discussions, because not everyone is focused on these topics at all, and they're not really trying to understand what's going on in the country.
Well, you don't have to go far for censorship. Like, for example, our last stream, you talked about it briefly before, that we did on this topic in like a couple of months ago. There was actually botrány. Hogy a faszban mondom, hogy botrány? So the university made a very, very big problem out of it. They wanted the footages. They sent us multiple emails asking about the stream, which was very, very weird. And also, they threatened the students that if they find the people scandal.
Yeah, it was a very big scandal.
Yeah, and they also threatened the students that if they find the people who did the flyer, they will put them in jail for a year, which is very scary to hear in a university auditorium.
Yes, and somehow, like, it's also like I read an article about the Momes situation, the other university, and they also told everyone, the newspaper as well, that they won't make anything about those stickers, and no one will have any consequences. But I think that could also be a lie. I mean, they probably are searching for the people who did those, because at our university they are still searching for the people who did those,
even though they promised not to search for the people who did it.
But how do you know that they are searching for the maker?
Because I'm in the student council, and when we had the meetings with the rector, manager, the school's manager, and all the people, they told us, and that's why I know that, because I'm there, and then they're still trying to figure it out, and yeah.
I think it's interesting that in Mome and our university, it's all started with some kind of artwork. The flyer, paper, and the stickers. It's really interesting, I think.
Yeah, well, can we call it artwork? There was a big debate about whether the flyer is tactical media or just basic propaganda.
And what do you think?
Well,
good question.
I lie towards tactical media, of course, but I have no proof to prove that I am right. Well, it looked good. It was on paper, printed. So yeah, it's design. I don't know. It definitely used some artistic forms, and I think it's really great to see how students can incorporate their art into tactical media usage. I think we can call it.
Yeah, I think that we should. Because
but if we call it tactical media, then maybe the government posters are also tactical media.
All right. No, yeah, that's true. That's a good.
Yeah. By the way, are those tactical media?
That's a good question. I mean, they're totally propaganda, but
but
to call them tactical media is
it's maybe evil tactical media, but
evil,
if the flyer is tactical media, then the government posters are too.
All right, but then
But tactical media use and propaganda is the same, isn't it?
Is it?
That's the question we are asking.
We use it for some kind of purpose. and the message is trying to tell you something or convince about some kind of thinking.
Well, yeah, but we use those words very differently. Like propaganda has a really negative impact with it. We associate propaganda with something, spreading something that's not entirely true to change people's minds and persuade them into thinking something that you want them to think. As I think tactical media is not.
It's and it doesn't have to be like a false.
Yeah, but that's
thing
not
or-
entirely true because with tactical media you also want people to believe in what you're telling them with the tactical media usage. So in a sense they are right.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. Yeah.
In the like a traditional kind of how to divide in the history of media or propaganda and production of content. The propaganda is a tool of power, yeah, that can try to change minds, and tactical media is like an answer for this. But maybe in this moment, when everything is like in a way dispersed, and also that tactical tools are used by propaganda, it's something totally mixed up.
Yeah, I mean that's I understand that point. Like the propaganda is more of showing you have power. Yeah.
Yes, so maybe you would differentiate propaganda and tactical media. Like propaganda is something used by power, while tactical media is something more
Exactly.
from under or down by the people.
From under.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then can we agree that it was tactical media?
I think we agreed on that part. I mean it's really good that these are all art universities and they're not like it's really hard to talk about political stuff like in general in Hungary. So that these, but I don't say that these
who are you talking about?
I talk about the
stuff that they use.
prospect as well as the stickers as well.
Really
good, but
who are you talking about?
I talk about the prospect as well as the stickers as well. I'm talking about all of these like because these happened and they were both in art universities and I just I lost what I was there to say. you just said something and I lost my
you were talking about that these are all art universities.
No, and I wanted to say that I don't really like to the political as a topic is not really an easy topic, and it's good that these try to create something artistic, kind of not artistic because it's tactical media, but yeah, I don't know.
It can be artistic.
It can be artistic. It's totally yeah.
Thank you. A sticker.
Thank you. Yeah,
tactical media. Amazing.
Nice.
Yeah, so you brushed over a very important topic. I think that speaking about politics in Hungary is very hard.
Yeah,
and that's a very weird situation because I think that it's because in Hungary or maybe in a broader sense in the modern world, like people are convinced that politics can be differentiated from like the rest of our lives, which is an entire lie.
It's totally a lie. I mean, we cannot not speak about politics.
Yeah, but I mean that's a bold claim.
I mean, we're not to speak, but the politics is all around, and it's yeah. Okay. Yeah, I said it.
Yeah, I don't know what I wanted to say.
No, but we were I briefly went through that people don't like to speak about politics, and you wanted to add something to that.
Yeah, that people don't like.
I think it's very harmful. In a way, like in every way, it's extremely harmful.
Yeah, we need to talk about stuff. We like to hide our problems and just push it somewhere deep down and just don't mention it and just live and just go on with life and don't talk at all. No?
The bigger hurdle, I think, is that in Hungary, the politics is so much made a lot of brain dead. I'm not sure if it's correct way to say it. People have it and they believe in this system right now. And yeah, we're making some noises, but it's really hard to push them in a good way to think in another different perspective too. So this is why I think not just Hungary, but in all over the world is mostly hard to speak it. For example, we can talk. We can't say anything here too because it's really weird. We know what might be in truth or something like that, but in the meantime, there is a lot of people who believe in the lies and everything like that. So what we can do? So yeah.
Yeah, well, a lot of times I also experienced that a lot of people don't believe in the Orban regime, but they don't see no alternative, which is again a very scary situation. Like, okay, you don't want this regime, but then what regime do you want? What's your alternative?
Yeah, it's hard because
what's your alternative?
No one is giving an alternative, really. I mean, there were these two. There is opposition, of course, but they are not that strong to rule over what's currently going. And
it's more like a fight that I'm better because I'm better, and that's it. And no one makes something that I'm better because I can give you this or this, and let's go, we can do it if we are together or something like that. So yeah, it's like a race for politics in Hungary or like that. Something.
Yeah, we are in an all-time low. Like you remember when for like a week the leading news was that one politician touched his dick.
Yeah.
That was leading news.
It also happened. Yeah.
It's really
I don't know what will happen.
You don't try to smoothen the edges.
All right.
You can't do this.
I cannot hear the sound anymore.
Yeah,
we cannot hear us.
Can you hear us, guys?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, then no problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what's the time. I mean,
we still have like 20 minutes.
5 minutes.
We have 5 minutes.
Would you like to do something in this 5 minutes? Please do something.
Add something.
Add something. Say something. Say something in Hungarian. That whatever you want.
Rántotta, zsömle.
Hát olvassatok még egy verset egyébként.
Olvas könyvet.
Mondjatok egy verset gyorsan.
Valaki tud jó verset. Megindul a banda. Mi az? Ratatatata.
Hagyjál már. József Attilától fogok olvasni.
In the end, we have some poem again for close from our side discussion here.
This is Levegőt from József Attila. Ki tiltja meg, hogy elmondja, mi bántott hazafelé menet? A gyepre éppen langy sötétség szállott, mint bársony permeteg. És lábam alatt álmatlan forogtak, ütött gyermekként csendesen morogtak a sovány levelek. Fürkészve körben guggoltak a bokrok a város peremén. Az őszi szél köztük vigyázva botlott, a hűvös televény, a lámpák felé lesett gyanakóan, vadkácsariat hápogva a tóban, amerre mentem én. Épp azt gondoltam, rám törhet ki érti, e tájoly elhagyott. Sin váratlan előbukkant egy férfi, de tovább baktatott. Utána néztem. Kifoszthatna engem, hisz védekezni nincsen semmi kedvem, még nyomorult vagyok. Számon tarthatják, mit telefonoztam, s mikor, miért, kinek. Aktákba írhatják, miről álmodoztam, s azt is kiérti meg. És nem sejthetem, mikor lesz elég ok előkotorni azt a kartotékot, mely jogom sérti meg. És az országban a törékeny falvak, anyám ott született, az eleven jog fájáról lehultak, mint itt a levelek. S ha rájuk hág a felnőtt balszerencse, mind megcsörren, hogy nyomorát jelentse, s elporlik szétpereg. Ó, én nem így képzeltem el a rendet, lelkem nem íhonos. Nem hittem létet, hogy könnyebben tenghet, aki alattomos. Sem népet, amely rettek, hogyha választ. Szemét lesütve fontol sanda választ, és vidul, ha toroz. Én nem ilyennek képzeltem a rendet, pedig hát engemet sokszor nem is tudtam, hogy miért vertek, mint apró gyermeket. Kiugrott volna egy jó szóra nyomban. Én tudtam, messze anyám rokonom van, ezek idegenek. Felnőttem már, szaporodik fogamban az idegen anyag, mint szívemben a halál. De jogom van, és lélek vagy agyag, még nem vagyok, s nem oly becses az írhám, hogy érett fővel szótlanul kibírnám, ha nem vagyok szabad. Az én vezérem bensőmből vezérel. Emberek nem vadak. Elmék vagyunk. Szívünk míg vágyat érlel, nem kartotékadat. Jöjj el, szabadság, te szülj nekem rendet. Jó szóval oktasd, játszani is engedd, szép komoly fiadat. Thank you. It's a very old poem from 1935, and I think it's interesting because the topic is also that government is, I don't know, oppressing us. So yeah, and the end of the poem is about we want freedom to lead us, and yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys.
Yes.
It was a great pleasure to have you here, and also thank you for managing to join us.
Yeah, it's really nice.
These guys are real heroes. They didn't have no time to prepare because it was exam season and everything with that, but they managed to make this connection possible. So thank you, guys, and
Thank you.
welcome again to the Transmediale.
Yes.
Love to have you. And we are going to move now to
have our next program, which is...
What's our next program, Ruta?
Miközben kikapcsolhatjuk magunkat, nem?
Yes, we are going to discuss interspecies.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Thank you. Bye bye. Ciao, ciao. We will talk about interspecies cohabitation through laboratory for living trees as architecture. So we will be here in a few minutes. I'll take off my shoes and
But you can almost find the tree online.
Tak, wszystko mamy jakby całe na
clear what it means. That's why I was very curious about how you set up and
Chyba się nie ładuje. Że jakby...
I will stay with my coat because I'm a little bit cold.
It's your fashion statement.
Fashion statement. Coldness is my fashion statement.
In the face of climate change, so you're like empathizing with rising temperature levels, and that's why you're wearing this.
Oh yeah, very good for setting the mood. What are we going to speak about soon?
So yes, welcome and hi again. Me, Gytis, and Ruta, we are working. Now we're gonna present one project that we are working with, but very briefly. And then we are going to have an extended discussion or like a Q&A where Ruta will provide questions and I will provide spontaneous, not so spontaneous answers related to interspecies cohabitation and on geological timescales in relationship to human life and different life forms, evolution and extinctions, which is kind of like a background crisis to which we are all related very highly. So the project that we are related with and we are representing here is titled Laboratory for Living Tree as Architecture. And this project originates from multiple perspectives, which starts with the question of the Green Deal. This studio is titled the Green Deal Studio, which green has multiple connotations. On the one hand, which is kind of obvious, it's related to nature and trees. On the other hand, it's a portal to other dimensions. If you plug different technological components and cables and cameras and keying software. The project on laboratory and living trees for architecture starts primarily with the question of the interspecies cohabitation and the green as connection with plant life and climate change. So the first kind of question when we have a discussion on these topics is the Green Deal and the various large-scale initiatives which were started by the European Union and other contexts, international contexts, that kickstarted different actions to mitigate the climate change. What, such as like New European Bauhaus or 100 climate neutral / smart cities by 2030. So these initiatives, there's nothing too bad about it. Obviously, they're very much needed, but often they are sidestepping quite important questions. And this is widely criticized in academia and both in culture sphere. Questions such as climate justice or interspecies cohabitation, which is very much related to climate justice. And another concept, very problematic one, is ecological modernization, which
Dobrze, dziękuję. Там нету звука на стриме, и у них на лице эта надпись огромная. Алло. I sent the photo. Yeah, and there is no sound.
Students who are involved in this initiative. So I kind of expanded the problematic landscape of it, and now it was involved in this initiative. So I kind of expanded the problematic landscape of it, and now here in the background are it was I think a formal visualizations or diagrams that are related to our research and the project generally. So yes.
Yes, I will add one more thing, that this laboratory works as a part of Lithuanian Pavilion at Venus Architecture Biennial 2025.
Yes.
Okay, and moving on to our conversation. So, how crazy is to think about plant intellect, neurobiology, or cognition?
Yeah, it depends from which perspective do you look at. If we are thinking from modernist one, obviously it's outrageously crazy to think about this. Where plants for multiple generations, multiple centuries were observed as kind of butaphoric entities without any agency, without any cognition, completely submitted to extractivist practices, and this can be observed in a sense in agricultural revolution, but not necessarily. There was like still different kind of contact with plants, but when we look at modernist civilization, yes, plants are primarily just a resource. So thinking about intellect of plants or cognition of plants has a very strong ethical responsibility, and then related to this, and then if you want to extract resources, it's a lot of cognitive dissonance, and also this is like a more like a social perspective, but from also we can there is a certain the divergence in terms of scientific evidence for this not only speculation but evidence for cognition and intelligence, which was not available actually until 2020s, like until 2000s, late 2010s, something like this. Currently, botanical sciences are living truly, in its truest sense, a paradigm shift moment where a lot of evidence is accumulating, which supports the claim that plants are actually having a sort of a cognition, a sort of a neurological systems, a lot of sentience in themselves, and definitely a certain form of intelligence. So we from when you take this evidence, where, for example, there are studies made, and this is not like even outrageous. There are like really good study designs, etc., where plants are kind of like scanned for their sentience, for like their ability to sense things, where even any type of touch on the plant is generating pulses of electromagnetical resonance through the plant. And sorry, it sounds like New Age spiritualism, but this is not. This is like 2020 level, very recent studies from botanical sciences. Or things such as plants having an ability to hear vibrations. So here is kind of like anthropomorphizing them, but they're able to sense vibrations and differentiate from different types of worms. And in relation to that, in reaction to that, generate different types of responses in terms of their chemical composition. And they are much more sensitive to vibrations which are sent by their kin species, which are like genetically related to them. So there's also another level of cognition, ability to sense which plants are genetically related to you and not. So there's like a lot of scientific evidence is being accumulated currently, which shows that actually, regardless of the fact that thinking about plant intelligence, plant cognition, plant neurobiology was extremely outrageous, both from social and scientific perspectives, even 20 years ago, at this moment in time, this is changing very rapidly and quite inspiringly and very, very problematically from our kind of like modernist social perspectives.
Yes, and I think we understand the other through emphasizing, and it's much easier to emphasize to a species who act like us, who show some kind of emotions like mammals, but actually plants also can have not maybe emotions, but they have characters and different kind of nervous systems, and research also show that some plants can be more anxious and some other plants can be less anxious.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a question of plant personality. And there's emerging evidence also, once again, this is not New Age spiritualism, but actual scientific evidence from studies made in like last 5 years in botanical sciences, showing that plants who are living next to their kins are more resistant to various pests and various weeds and different climatic conditions. They're more resilient, and yeah, so.
Okay, and digging a little bit deeper and talking about networks. So, Gytis, how do trees, fungi, and animals rely on each other? Between themselves and maybe between each other through different species perspective?
Yeah, it's an extremely complicated question to say shortly, and I think we are not even knowledgeable too much to actually formulate an extended argument. But yes, short answer is they are highly reliant on each other in terms of symbiotic relationships, primarily in the terms of soil and in soil. All plants, any type of root systems, are in a symbiotic relationship with fungi, with different types of mycelium networks, which allow to exchange resources for different minerals between different types of plants. So there is a very much like a biological relationship, where also we have bacteria and endosymbiotic relationships, where is bacteria living inside of a certain fungus, and then they have like a supporting symbiosis, but like when somebody is living inside of other species, so then it's like endosymbiosis, which is even more fascinating type of question. What is identity? When we have like our guts populated by bacterial colonies, which are much more populous than in terms of cell numbers than any human kind of like skin, basically other cells which are not bacteria. So yeah, the relationship is very close biologically, but also you can even think about the question of a forest, let's say. Is a forest a collection of trees, which is like the primary imagination, but is actually a forest maybe a collection of kind of interspecies ecosystem, which has direct chemical relationships between different species, and then only in this way the forest is able to sustain itself at the moment or even long term. So yeah, the relationship is very close.
Yes, and since you also talked about bacteria in our gut, so even as humans, we think that we are in charge of our decisions, but actually sometimes some of our decisions are influenced by our bacteria. What kind of foods do we want, or what kind of foods do we crave? And also the bacteria in our gut helps to digest fiber, and without that bacteria we cannot digest it.
And this is only the beginning. Actually, you touched a crucial subject in terms of our own behavior and determinism, because bacteria, yes, it influences our senses for certain types of food, but also serotonin. For most of the neurotransmitters actually are generated in the gut, and therefore eating daily in McDonald's is extremely effective at reaching the psychological level of depression, clinically diagnosed one, because it influences the levels of serotonin, neuroendorphins, etc. So yeah.
So like yesterday we had a food from a KFC.
Not KFC, Burger King. Burger King.
So it's like we actually, our bodies do not belong only to us, but we live in a community. Our communities live within ourselves and also influence different kind of decisions. Like we participate as different kind of organisms.
Yes, in relationship to other types of species, but also other human beings, other cultures. So yes, the question of identity is extremely complicated when you try to answer it, unless you are coming from a modernist perspective, and then you just say that, yeah, identity is your history and memories, and then it's simple. But apparently the latest perspective says that this perspective is dangerous, and we're trying to get away from it.
Yes. And moving on to the other question, what role does intellect play in the evolutionary strive for ecosystemic domination?
Intellect and ecosystemic domination, that's a very interesting question, because humans tend to think that they are somewhat special and somewhat privileged to be dominant species because of our cognitive capacities. And that comes primarily, also through the modernist perspective, and which pushes away the indigenous knowledges, the pagan perspectives, and interspecies intellectual capacities. Because when you look 20,000 years ago in Europe, I think, yes, it's kind of like a surprising fact to know that Europe was dominated by cats, by lions, and huge tigers and types of tigers who can live in ice kind of like conditions, very cold conditions. Even when you look 100,000 years ago, Homo sapiens, cognitively exactly identical, when we kind of like get the nutritional profiles of food, which kind of like changes cognitive capacities. But anyway, when we take this out of this of the equation, humans from 100,000 years ago were exactly this cognitively equal to those who are now, and therefore could go through a educational system and code JavaScript, whatever. But somehow, still, humans 100,000 years ago, they were like just a tiny portion of biomass of the Earth. And the question of the biomass is really interesting when you to go to bacterial systems. And obviously, bacteria is the most populous type of life on Earth. When you take biomass perspective in terms of tons and stuff, bacteria, in terms of intellect, we can question its cognitive capacities. Obviously, it has some, and but it's very different from those of human mind. And obviously, it's a good example that cognitive capacities are not required to be a dominant in your ecological ecosystems. So, domination and ecological ecosystems and human intellect, or just question of the intellect, they're not as related as a modernist politician or economist or might want to think.
Yes, it's a very good question actually. Who actually is the dominant species? But since you started the topic about evolution, can you remember any other species, another dominant species that significantly changed the landscape of the Earth?
Oh yeah, now we would like to think that actually anthropocentric climate change is the most, the largest effect on Earth which any type of life forms had ever made. But actually, the most radical effect which life form had was, sorry if I'm wrong, but I think 3.2 billion years ago by cyanobacteria, which started generating oxygen in, at that time, Earth, which was anoxygenic. Basically, it was like totally no oxygen on the Earth, and oxygen is highly toxic for life. And actually, our lungs are a good example of this, where we are constantly having oxygen, and lungs are just like when you go to a biological or medical examinations of older people, they're just like constantly being rusted. Basically, they're like oxidized. So oxygen is extremely toxic, and at that time, cyanobacteria, which was generating oxygen because of certain like geological conditions which were right at that time, etc. But they made extinct 99% of Earth life through their through the process which was kickstarted by their generation of oxygen. And actually, this process, kind of like the pinnacle of the process, was that Earth became one huge ball of ice until the equator. It was like a lot of ice all over the place, and only places where there was no ice were thermal, geothermal vents, or some volcanoes which erupted, and that's it.
Yes, so in history we had the 5 mass extinctions, and the first one was caused by just the little tiny bacteria, I think, who didn't even have a mitochondria back then.
No, it was a cyanobacteria, which was before it was not eukaryotic, so it didn't even had like a core with a DNA. It only had like RNA structure, so it was extremely primitive and extremely effective at killing 99% of life on Earth and making all the Earth into a huge ice ball.
Okay, so why should we try to think about intelligence beyond anthropocentric framework?
Yeah, because maybe it's not necessary. Maybe we can just stick to our dominant perspectives and just become extinct ourselves, and the Earth is not gonna care. But I think we share ethical responsibility to other life forms and to each other, and therefore the only move towards climate neutrality is possible by eradicating our toxic perspectives of limited intelligences or limited cognitions. And when you actually open the space and open your cognition to account for diversity, then you can generate and like come to more kind of throughout understanding and throughout empathy and yes.
Yes, and like human lives on Earth, I think just like 1 second compared to the whole evolution and the whole existence of life on this planet. So if you try to think how all the systems involved, we evolved together, interacting and communicating with each other, and we created environments to thrive, like flowers and bees created the system where we can thrive. And so if you try to understand a little bit better other systems, we can also understand how we can thrive on this planet better in different ways beyond our imagination.
And definitely in terms of interhuman relationships, because ability to account for interspecies cognition or wellness, account for different types of life, mirrors to our ability to account for different perspectives of human beings, which is so the historical lineage of hierarchizing and segmenting different types of life into categories which are valuable or not are mirrored in human strive to eradicate certain human life as valuable or not. So it's extremely powerful exercise which allows actually even for human social systems to become more inclusive and diverse and sustainable and resilient long term.
And it even can benefit us humans. It can expand our creativity crucially. Like I remember a few weeks ago you told me about a story about how radio waves was found, right? No? Okay.
I'm not sure.
You were telling me a story about how the guy who invented, I don't remember, was it radio waves?
Yeah, okay. Radio waves. Actually radio waves, the guy who, so a close colleague of Bell, of the guy who created the telephone system, etc. The first thing which he started doing with his radio kind of like recipient devices were testing plants for their radio transmissions and electromagnetic resonances on plants. This is like quite crazy. In the beginning of 20th century, already New Age spiritualism or something. And he was extremely successful at finding these resonances, and that knowledge was kind of like kicked to the back seat of what is valid or not until past recent decades. So it's also like an example of transsectorial knowledge transmission, which is very much symbiotic when you think about human systems as a mirror of different species cohabitation.
Yes, and this is also shows us an example how we can create inventions beyond our imagination. Okay. How much time do we still have?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay. Do you remember any other examples how plants communicate with each other in order to protect themselves or share information?
Maybe you remember.
Yes, I have one specific in mind right now. So it's example of tomatoes. There is one specific species of tomato who interacts with worms or caterpillars. Caterpillars, right. So when we sense a caterpillar, we spread some kind of chemicals that makes them eat each other.
Yeah, so they're type of resilience is extremely fascinating. It changes the cognition of different of the caterpillars which are on attack, and there's also like really a lot of evidence on how plants share information about upcoming pests, like caterpillars primarily, or certain lack of water in the soil, and this is the information through the plants flows the most effectively through plants who are kins. So different ferns communicate with other ferns much better than they communicate with hazelnuts or something like this, and the hazelnuts and there's also different levels of loudness of communication, because plants can communicate kind of like when we anthropomorphize or use metaphors, because I think this is still like we cannot get out of this. This is another question of metaphors when we speak about plant intelligence. But anyway, so plants are much better at communicating like silent. So they can communicate silently when the message is only heard by their kin, or they can communicate loudly when the message is being heard by totally from fern to a tree, and then a tree knows that also some kind of like predators are coming, or maybe there's some I think many of us had heard that the smell of cut grass is the way how grass is screaming for help or something like this, and this is true. It's actually true. So, and this is like an example of such a loud scream that even humans can understand it.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, plants communicate to their family members in one tune, and they communicate or share information with other species in other tunes. So they communicate between our very closest family members, and also in a broader perspective.
And it's also interesting to think about the plant personalities, because there's also a lot of evidence showing that different plants have different modes of communication not modes of communication, but different sensitivities to different stressors. So for example, there are let's say we have a field of sunflowers, or like ecosystemic community, because like a general field, it's like a genetical identical genetically plants. But if we have like a organic ecosystem of sunflowers or ferns, maybe ferns are easier to imagine in the forest. So a certain one fern is much more sensitive to stressors such as caterpillars or lack of water, and it starts generating chemical communication molecules faster. And it's really interesting to see that other ferns recognize that actually this specific fern is very sensitive, and it sometimes starts overreacting and reacting to things which are not important, and then other plants stop responding to this guy in a sense, and this kind of like recognizing the one who speaks a lot and says nothing. And then there are like some other plants who are very insensitive to stressors, maybe very resilient physically, but also very powerful, like biologically, and also very silent in terms of their communication. So there's also very different personalities, like you can even think about this. And then there's actually currently an emerging evidence and even agricultural innovations based on listening to plant messaging, because plants they generate certain sound resonances in ultrasound. I think very basically, we cannot hear it, but they react to different levels of water in the soil. This is very evident. And so there are agricultural innovations where which kind of like try to utilize this to actually find in the field only the plants who require more water, and only water those who require water. And for maybe it's only like 1 out of 10 plants and then you can save a lot of water, and then you don't overwater other plants, and yes, so yeah.
And going back a little bit to human perspective, what do you think? What we humans can do, what ethical responsibilities do we have how toward the non-human life forms?
Yeah, sorry, this is a very difficult question because it's yeah.
What we humans can do?
Yeah, it's a very difficult question because all
what
this
ethical
emerging evidence
responsibilities
about
do we have how
interspecies
toward
cognition and
the
different types of
non-human life
intelligences
forms?
is confusing.
Yeah,
sorry, this is a very difficult question because
challenges
it's
our
primary modes of thought. Yeah, it's a very difficult question because all this emerging evidence about interspecies cognition and different types of intelligences is confusing, I think, because it challenges our primary modes of thought and ethics, obviously, because the ethics by which we live now don't account for this. And when you start thinking about how accounting for interspecies wellness might look like on practical basis, and how the responsibility obviously is high because we are extremely reliant and we are kind of like very much have a history of extractivist practices. So accounting for interspecies wellness is crucial in terms of sustaining ourselves as ecosystems instead of different camps of different life forms, and moving forward as ecosystems, and actually not even maybe moving backwards. Because the time frame where we are not ecosystemically placed in the world and operating ecosystemically is very short when you look at the time scale of human civilization even. So maybe we had some periods in Egyptian situations and some others, but primarily this is modernist since 17th, primarily maybe even 18th century. So this is quite novel when we kind of like start segregating and not accounting for these ethics. So I think it's crucial. And
I think right now it's just crucial, as I said, to raise questions, because these kind of things are very new also to us, and through this laboratory we aim to raise this question how we can coexist together. But maybe one thing we can learn from plants is that thank you. And
you have more questions.
Yes, I have one last question. Thank you. And
you have more questions.
Yes, I have one last question. invite to reflect on this outside of me, and how can I contribute the best with my authenticity in order to create harmony and pleasure.
Wonderful, beautiful.
Okay, thank you so much. We will have a few minutes break and we will move to our next part.
When we are going to speak about cohabitation in the culture field, not in the interspecies. But it's kind of maybe interspecies. Okay, see you.
Yeah, guys, because thank you for all the extension of the perspective for non-human actor. Yeah, and now we are waiting for the next chapter. And in the background we have some noise, ambience from around the world as a part of this sound boxes network that we mentioned at the beginning, that we still have one and we will travel with, and it's eco radio stations network, flat listening, yeah, it's supposed to be in the background. And what is anticipatorium, maybe also it's good to say a few words that we are part also as Ukraine TV Steam Art Studio. We are part of the Pacesetters research project that we try to create new language, new narrations, and also new hybrid, low-budget, decentralized tools to be together, to work across network, and to work in a hybrid way in the different logic than oligarch big platform proposed to us, or to consume our time and energy. So yeah, that's the anticipatorium is in all.
Okay, hello again. We're coming back. This is the Green Deal Studio, and this time we are continuing the chapter on collaborations. So dealing with collaborations, and this is crucial when we are speaking both in terms of co-species cohabitation, which green color signifies, and also in terms of green color as a portal to different realities when we use additional technology to actually create this. So yes, Tautvydas is joining me from Lithuania. Super nice serendipity that you can be here. And Tautvydas is representing a festival Audra, which takes place in our hometown. So it's very also sentimental to have this conversation here. We are not going to speak that much about the festival, and like it's not an advertisement for it. More, we're interested in modes of management. And the festival really has something innovative to say. So, but maybe just to set the stage, maybe you can, and yeah, really quickly we are going to have some visuals from the festival on the screen so people can see it. But maybe just now to set the stage, Tautvydas, could you elaborate a little bit more about the festival itself, how it is different from the perspective of the visitor, and yes, what is unique about it?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for an invitation. Happy to be here. And I think there is also like a little cute segue between what you were talking prior about interspecies and our festival, because at the moment and for quite a while we'll not be able to access one of the venues that we will be using this year in autumn, because the bats are sleeping there, so hibernating. So we are kind of have to adjust to their rhythms as well.
Yeah, it's in the fort, right?
Yeah, it's in the fort where they have like this special hibernation place, and we can only access when they wake up.
Okay, yeah, so there's already some ethical responsibility built into this. Yeah, really nice.
Yes. We respect the sleep of the bats.
Nice. But what about the not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival? Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the festival. Not the bats, but people who are coming to the
festival like last year. Like last year, like waiting for very special last year, like waiting for very special last year, like waiting for so although it stems from the rave culture, from the raves and with the art program, it does has an offer for a very variety of people, hence the name the City Festival. We try to maintain our core values, our identity, however, to see it as enough fluid to accommodate very, very different needs through different collaborations. And another thing is that we have a social mission, and we want to acknowledging that, we are a big festival in a small city. How can we use the size, the impact, the resources that we have to make a positive impact upon the city and the different people, communities, organizations, especially grassroots organizations that are working there. And we are now in the process of establishing a couple of those strategies. And the final thing is our attention to the spaces. So almost everything what we're doing is site-specific, and a lot of those things are activating spaces that are either unused, abandoned, or underused, or like about like they need some different usage. And that is like heavy also on resources. It's way more difficult than to do it like in the proper prepared spaces. But also Kaunas doesn't have that many spaces that would accommodate such needs. So in a way, we really, really want to activate the urban imagination of people. And, the festival is really about that. For a really short period of time, you creating this little scenario, this little utopia in the time and space. And we want to extend that a little bit, keep going, and like, what if some of those things that we're activating, doing, collaborating can have like a longer and more autonomous life? So I think like these 4 components, and you come to the festival, even if you don't know none of the backstory of it, you can really like immerse yourself. And I think it all comes from the fact that everyone in the core team is really, really passionate about that. We could like do like much different festival, make way more money and whatnot. But however, there's like a sense of meaning in what we're doing. And whenever you do that with passion and sense of meaning, it translates in everything what you do. And vice versa, if there's like a drag, if you're just doing just because you need to do it, and then it's kind of, you can feel that as a visitor. So I think that these are the key components that makes it special.
Yeah, I think as a visitor, at first I was a visitor of Odra, and then after some time a collaborator, and in upcoming year maybe even a closer one. I can really, like from a visitor perspective, see a huge impact which your festival is making on the city and on the people who are in, because it really like, yes, creates this element of festivity and people are waiting, and even people from different cities are coming to Kaunas, which is, so just to give a scale, Kaunas has around 300,000 residents, so it's kind of like a mid-sized city in the European scale, and it's second largest city in Lithuania after the capital Vilnius. And just for a scale, maybe you are aware of numbers of visitors in Odra, how many people are coming, let's say last year, and how many you are expecting now?
Last year, including all the side events, like public events, is 60,000, around 60,000.
60,000. This is insane. Like, if it's like 300,000 people in the city, wow, I was not expecting this. Impressive, wow.
It's really spread out. We have like more than 10 locations, so it's not like a weird kind of fair situation where everyone's packed. Like everything is walking distance, but people spread around. You can feel it, but you're not claustrophobic at all.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, and you already touched upon the element of managerial perspective by the last kind of remark about long-term sustainability of the festival and how it's like it's maybe ethical responsibility to the citizens. I wonder, so we spoke about how the Odra is different for the visitor, but how it is different from managerial perspective. Yeah, what makes it unique? Maybe when you're curating it, what you're thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, like these recent years, like I've been thinking a lot, not only about the content, but also like the organizational structure. And I think it's like important to make this distinction. For me, curation is about the content, about the user experience, what you will experience by going there. The development, strategic development, is about establishing the organizational models, the structures, and the material and immaterial infrastructures that support that content and then allows the organization to grow, and especially to grow through collaborations and to grow in a sort of meaningful, non-predatory way. So now, like, we're focusing a lot on that, and this year we were lucky enough to receive strategic funding from the Lithuanian Council for Culture, which finally allowed to put these thoughts into practice. And for me, I think it's essential in one of the aspects that the culture field, what I've been encountering and what I want to, with the festival, change or improve is oftentimes you find the curatorial approach being used as a part of developmental strategy. So you don't speak about the bigger picture, like the structural things, but you rather start to kind of diving into the content, into the works of art, into all of it. These are important. However, if you don't put focus on the structure level, a lot of things become very, really precarious. So now, I think, so in practice, how that looks like. So first we think and establish what we want to do with that on a very broad level, like why we're doing and what are core values and what does that mean as a thing that's happening. And then we establish the main components of that thing that is happening. So you see, like, it's nothing about the content, nothing about the vibes and all those things, like a research, none of that. And we like establish the main part, big part of that. Let's say, okay, the festival has a music program, an art program, and the youth program, which is also this social public program. So we have those, and like I'm working predominantly with the art program. And you look at the main components of the art program, like what constitutes that, and what is needed to support those different parts. Let's say an exhibition, a performance program, a site-specific installation, a collaboration with some non-art organization. And then you like have those components. And then you come to the content part. And here I think it's very important to invite others and collaborators, because I still do some content as well, but stepping aside from that because of two main reasons. Because first of all, the content and the strategic development are different and require different headspace, different mindset towards it. And also that inviting others to create the content is more accessible. So you can go to exhibitions, go to see people research and find really interesting, amazing artists, etc. And you can do it without any resources and establish really good understanding and sense for it. But then if you don't have like an infrastructure to support it, the budget, everything, then it's no use. So by inviting people who are like working good with the content and has so it shows the potential as a curators of the programs, you both bring in the freshness and also allow yourself to focus on the infrastructural part, on the development and on the strength and the diversity of the festival.
Okay, and am I correct that you already touched upon the things which are circling around your head right now, or maybe you want to add something?
Yeah,
it's very curious because the festival is upcoming, and just to set the stage for other people who are maybe listening, is that the festival takes place in this year. It's going to take place in September, at the end of September. But our first meeting took place in December, right? So it's kind of like long time before. So a lot of preparation. Definitely like a handful, like a small portion, I think, of the festivals really start approaching this with that level of responsibility so early on. So I'm curious what you are thinking about right now when it's kind of like half a year until the festival and even like 9 months, even more. So what's circling around your head and what you're focusing on right now?
A lot of things, but one of the guiding principles doesn't all make sense. There's this also like a way to check in with yourself and others. Is it meaningful what you're doing, and does it align with the structure and ideas that you have? So now one of them, and I need to start shifting to more towards content, but still at the moment, I think how to establish these structures that allows and supports the programs that we're running and allows the curators that we're working with to do their job and to establish their content, and also to establish the structure and the frameworks that are easily delegatable to others when I leave. Because it's also important to think about that the festival is not artwork of mine, it's not my project. It is an organization that has like the structure and that the one that I'm working on. So this delegatability, it also provides a sense, like a moment to step aside and reflect upon what you're doing. Will others be able to do that if you're not present? Can you have like a 5 to 10 pages PDF and like a good one-day meeting with someone so they can take up your role? If answer is no, like okay, we need some Occam razor situation here, because the complexity is important. It's like allows like interesting ideas to percolate and come into being. However, like you have to navigate. It's also the same navigation between having a vast audience, like those 60,000 of people. They all are different, and what we're working on with the quality that we want to work can like have like quite a high threshold in order to fully experience it. So it's also a reminder and a negotiation that your ideas, headspace should be shared and shareable in terms of content and of the structure.
Okay, yeah, that's fascinating, and I think there's always a very easy question of technological infrastructures, how to set up cables. This is obvious, but in terms of like your operation, it's more like about social infrastructure, how to set up groups of people and collaborations which can operate on themselves and really build the content. So yeah, it's really interesting that you're kind of like establishing certain containers where people can work. And it's all about collaborations, right? So like making people, but by the way, you mentioned the very last thing of delegatability. Are you speaking on like the scale of internal team? So that like you're looking for volunteers, like it's a pragmatical question. So, or you are looking for more like how to outsource certain the responsibilities to people who are not in the core of the team. So like, the question of delegatability, who are the people who would be the candidates to have tasks delegated? Like, I'm wondering.
Yeah, core team is way too small to delegate for them anything. Everyone is like up to the brim. I think on one side, the curators that we want to write and to work with, so they can establish their programs, so they would understand clearly how we work. And I'm not that much into just like, oh, like this is the budget, this is the theme, do me like a cool exhibition or whatnot. It's more like, okay, like this is what we do, and if they align with that approach, then we can have like a meaningful exchange that goes beyond that actual event, and that can have an impact upon the organizational structure as well. Because like the learning goes both ways, and hopefully by inviting some younger people to curate, you provide also an experience of them. On the other hand, it's thinking about my own position as replaceable. Kind of. In everything, I think it's important to think about the end, and it helps to reminds that this what you do goes beyond you, and it has to be workable beyond just your own capacity. So you can step aside completely. Let's say, who's the next head of the art program? Someone, and I accept that and looking forward.
Yeah, that's very nice, and also connects well, I think, to the question of wellness, right, in the team, and mitigating dangers of burnout, right, so that you can step out when it's dangerous and you're not anxious that everything's gonna fall. Yeah, it's very nice. Moving on to another question, I'm wondering, so Odra is a festival which is primarily visited because of hedonistic reasons, right? People are coming, to rave, obviously context, pure hedonism. Maybe sometimes art or cultural activities have more intellectual threshold, or you can actually do some, demanding discussion. So it's a little bit different, but anyway. The festival is primarily hedonistic, but what you are speaking about is all I hear again and again, the question of social change and the impact that you want to make on the city. So I wonder, how do you approach this kind of line between hedonism and meaningful social change?
Yeah, and also sustaining yourself, not collapsing financially. That's a third, very important component to a trio. I think it goes both ways, reciprocal as well. I think key in any sort of meaningful, socially impactful act, be it collaboration, be it done by yourself, is to be structurally sound yourself and to know what you're doing. Because if you're like in the process of figuring out, you can do it through collaborations, through engaging with others. But at a certain level, especially at a certain size, it becomes too burdensome, and you kind of transfer your own unknowns to other, and the collaboration is not about that, like at what we are doing, like in terms of the festival. So in order to step through the hedonism, and the hedonism is important, don't get me wrong, but the structure allows it to happen. And I think it's important also to look around you, what's happening, because when we think about this like social impact, it's oftentimes that people are already doing what you thought of. People are already doing on like much smaller scales. They have their own initiatives, organizations, or at least ideas and the passion to do that, but maybe not the resources. So that's where we can come in and say, like, and to be humble as well, to know what we can do, what our strengths and what we want to do, and be open and transparent about that as much as you can. And then to listen what others want to do and how that aligns with your goals and core values. And then you are like structurally sound and know what's going on and what you want to do. And the other side knows, or even if they're like a bit lost and in a kind of confusing period, let's say, you still can like support that because you're all right. So I think everything starts with yourself, and that's why I'm like, don't think like have doubts about this idea of our artist-led initiatives, organizations. Like, I think you have to like. That's why the director, the curators exist in order to provide that support and that infrastructure for ideas to flourish.
And what you're speaking about is, so the festival establishes resources, allows, kind of empowers different cultural organizations to operate. I know that you are not very fond of this concept, platform. But I wonder, like, why and like how do you approach this concept? Because on the one hand, you could speak about the festival as a sort of a platform, which kind of like creates conditions and tools for different organizations to work. But I know that you have a different perspective, so maybe you can say a few things about it.
Well, I mean, I'm all right with the platforms. It's like, I mean, it's also a case of terminology, and I'm still in the process to kind of figuring out what would be. You know, sometimes it's easier to find out the model that you're working on than the name to it. Like, at least for me, it's always like a constellation and converge of different influences. So like I look at the urbanism, like an urbanistic research, I've done that like in my past. I look at the non-art organization like restaurants, how restaurants are run, like especially the ones that innovate. Like I look at business model, I look like at big corporations. Now, in order to kind of take different things from those really established entities in their respective field and see how that could work for the things that we want to do. And like how we spoke, like, you know, you have those key goals, key virtues, and like at the very beginning, and then construct the structure that would be suitable for that. So platform, like as a metaphor, is also so good. Or you can like use like very corporate term, holding corporation, let's say. But that's also like important to kind of reclaim certain terminology and certain means that been used for a very while reasons that suddenly came like a domain of like the worst capitalist practices. And by taking and suddenly we're kind of losing ground, like everything is like bad, and like this is already taken, like this terminology, this method is taken. But does it really? It's a lot about looking into what already exists, and does it have like meaning in what you're doing, despite the connotations that are currently surrounding it, because they might be like the results of a really recent process. I mean, in like in a social political sense.
Okay, and the last question, which is also quite loaded with terminology of creative industries. So I'm wondering about your because like you are operating within a very harsh economic setting of creative industries, and when we go to big festivals, I don't know, such as Tomorrowland, for example, this is an extremely I think good example of primarily economically driven festival with very good results in terms of quantitative financials. But how do you navigate this harsh economic landscape without going to pure commercialization or without becoming extremely financially precarious? I know that you're now having the support of the Lithuanian Culture Council with strategic funding, and this is public funds which really enable you. But still, like there has to be like a broader perspective, and this is very pressing question, I think, also for Streamart network, where we are kind of like very, all the nodes are pressed with questions of financials, and nobody wants to become just sellouts, I think, or the traditional term. So how do you navigate this?
Yeah, I mean, the sellout term is yet another one like we're kind of eyeing to not necessarily reclaim but rethink. And I think there are like two sides to this question, or like presupposition for this question. One is that precarity is inevitable. Even if you want to, let's say, stay the same, like you establish something and you want to just do your little thing and you're satisfied with that, the world is changing. And then the precarity comes from outside, political, economical. We kind of experience, most of us experiencing that firsthand. So precarity comes from outside. If you want to establish something and grow it and do meaningful things and not to like sell out in the most banal way, precarity comes from within, because then you have to innovate, take risks, and go into uncharted territories. And every step into uncharted territory has like a financial precarity. If you don't do that, you kind of then have to remain the same, but still precarity comes from outside. So we choose to be proactive about precarity. And I think here, it's a funny thing that then you look, in recent years, there are like all these headlines about the festivals closing down. In Lithuania, in past 2-3 years, I think 4 big festivals ceased to exist. And there are a lot of reasons, obviously, cost of living and all that, no doubt about that. But also, I think what they were doing were like just repeating the same model, the same like boring flat model that worked for a while. Then economic situation was good, and you just kind of could splurge on like whatever, go to a festival, and if it's not good, like forget about it. Nowadays, like with people more like looking into where they're spending their money, then that's where the content and the way things are run starts to matter. So whenever you have like an interesting, not only content, but the whole ecosystem surrounding it, you can offer for people not only diverse, interesting, exciting, engaging programming, but also like this meaning behind that. So say we're doing this hedonistic dance, that also we are supporting these initiatives, and these are not contradictory. They kind of fall under like the same festival, and that's also a way to rethink what festival is, because the model is crumbling. Again, change is inevitable, so it's better to be at sort of the forefront of the change and try to be and dare to step into those territories rather than wait to be crushed by the outside forces. And the last thing, I think, coming from the culture field to the festival, I it was always kind of at the beginning was sort of strange when I would speak about my program, chat with my colleagues, and they would like one of the first question would be like, so how we make money out of this? And at the beginning I was like, well, hey, wait a second, like look at this, all the cool ideas and everything. We want to talk about that, but slowly like I realized that, you know, this is a higher stakes game, because if you have great ideas but you don't have a way to communicate that, to think about the experiences, about the structure, about the diversification of funding, then you will disappear. Not only disappear, but like you will have debts to pay. And in culture, oftentimes it's a low stakes game. You do exhibition is bad, someone maybe writes a bad review, that's it. Here it's a higher stakes game. It's exciting, it's precarious, but it also can yield results. It's a bit fighting fire with fire. You know, you're precarity from outside and from outside. But at the moment, I feel that's the right path for us. Maybe it's not for everyone, of course not for everyone, but like it's working for us. We are growing while a lot of festivals are closing down.
Yeah, and I love your perspective on change, because this is a deep ontological argument, right? Reality is a constant difference, and like you can only be sure about one thing, that tomorrow is going to be completely different. So yeah, it's very interesting that you are incorporating this in your managerial practices.
Yeah, like living in a wet Deleuzian dream.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. Yeah, and also I love your ethical responsibility within your work, because as you mentioned, there are like different levels of stakes, and when you have like 60,000 people coming to the festival, it's like a responsibility for citizens of the city, also responsibility for organizations who are enabled, and also for people who are working in the festival. So there are like very different perspectives, and also any type of organization, even like a small exhibition, has the same responsibilities, but on such a smaller scale that sometimes it becomes like non-visible, right? But then but the responsibility, I think, is the same. So yeah,
I think it's like lesson, like it's also like being open and to learn. Like one of the biggest lessons for me this year was like starting to work with this urban gardens and artists working there. They had such a different pace to us and like such a different approach that at the beginning I was like, oh, let's go, we can do this, that, these are funding opportunities, networks, yada yada. And they were like we don't really want to do that. And I was like, how come? It's so great. And like it took me a minute and some like difficult situations to kind of realize, okay, like yeah, that's their thing, and that we have ways to work together, but not in a way that I wanted to. So like this is like a constant, and we could just like, oh, it's not working, let's keep it. But I think it's more valuable also in terms of organizational growth to see, you know, what you can learn, have your own boundaries, but allow things to kind of flow in and out.
Okay, so I think we can end with this inspirational note. Thank you so much for talking with us, curator of Odra Festival. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, next part is Kiev connection, right? Is it happening with Alona, right?
I try to be in touch.
Okay, so yeah, maybe we need a moment, because Kiev is extremely precarious in terms of many different conditions that I think we are all aware of. And so now I think you can enjoy some visuals and maybe some pictures from just recently went to Odra Festival. And then we are reconvening for connection with Kiev.
It's 202. UNC 202. I can read it to you. It's 202. Euphoria, UNC 202. UNC 202. Yeah. Yeah, this one. Yeah. I think it's the same.
Okay. So I really was interested to have a break because we hadn't. And maybe when the call starts, Andres can set up everything and go for a break. What do you think?
You need a break, but now it's ground for 2 hours, for like almost 1 hour.
What is our picture going out? So is it going to be camera plus Jitsi or just Jitsi?
For drones? There's, you can ask me, I can ask you, because this is between Aliona and our team, our chat. If she didn't text, I always ask her to send information to you directly, and you're like, okay, I will.
Okay, had you got any information about Aliona? Sorry, about the
Yeah, I'm waiting for link. Yeah. Then I have where's I'm trying to check it also with some stories, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I'm a bit.
Are we already facing some Kiev? Yeah,
I'm waiting for Kiev. I have 8 minutes trailer. But we can, I don't know. We can play it and look.
Okay, if you need anything, just tell us.
Yeah, amazing objects. Yes. Especially that I don't know what it's called. Maybe I come from a family having has really good displays and really good interface, but they were not
The sound signal, this is the link for drums. No, I have drums.
Yeah, we got the bus.
I have a person.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we don't even know what's up with
No.
Is it interesting to present what was
Ah, what is this? What is it? Kids? Who is it?
She's from this ceramic bit studio.
Oh yeah, of course.
I met her once in preparation of this 3 months ago event. It's like a constant ambient in the background. You can grab it from me. Hello, hello, hello. Yep. Hello, hello, hello. Where we are, in between. What's happening here? We are waiting for drones Marcel and Kiev are going together, but we still stay in Jitsi open call conversation. So if somebody want to join us here, it's also possible. But I think in Kiev and in Marcel, there is a preparation for audio drone performances. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And we are in touch. There's a sound check. Okay, I can use the timer. Because it's supposed to start at let's keep this I didn't put it to the
Should I grab yours?
Okay. Grab also my sound? Okay. Yes, okay. Yeah. Tell me one. Then I'm going for the triangle, and I'm going the triangle. We'll come to the center one, and we will wait for that. Yeah, I can do it. Ah, yeah. That's me. There's also sound in this European channel. Okay, check that now. Because by clicking the input a small yeah, but if I carry it here, it means that
you constantly need something to be delivered, like food, water, ammunition, and
Now, queer people in Ukraine don't just want to exist and have the same kind of rights as hetero couples and hetero people in general. It also becomes an especially important question because if we're talking about queer servicemen and having a relationship with like a queer person who is serving, in case if they go missing or they get badly wounded, right now there are no laws that are protecting these people and their partners from, being able to visit them at the hospital, being able to claim their property in case they pass away, or, in the eyes of the law, two people who are in queer relationship are strangers to each other.
Пам'ятаєш, з чим я прийшла на Прайд? На марш цей. Що я просто хочу наголосити наш слоган. Оцей. Arm Ukraine. Ось. І make Pride in Mariupol possible. Straight from the top of my dome.
Це щось бонусний по скриптум трек. Мені здається, що так себе мають відчувати, як він звучить люди, які не допомагають з України проти справжніх фашистів нового часу, блядь, не шукайте призраків, ви знаєте, хто вони такі. Не треба вже шукати, фашисти вже знайдені, це Кацапська Федерація, так що вітаю. Отак оце мають почувати люди, які не допомагають, а таких дохіра навіть в Україні. Щас. Heavy bass drop, отак от вони себе мають відчувати. Слава Україні! Цьомік Гарет, Цорімік, Сейбрікор з Пенноті, там хтось ще з Харкова, здорово. Ось всіх обняв, поцілував, Брикор сім'я назавжди. Все.
Ходят. Раз, два. Опять не заходят. Я их не выключил. А вот, всё. Раз, раз, два, раз, два.
Clubs around and studios and
Раз,
places
раз,
to
два, раз, два.
collaborate. And now, I don't know. Are we
Yeah.
waiting for your chapter? So
Yes.
from Kiev and Marcel going to.
Yeah, many different countries curated by Augustas Lapinskas from Vilnius, but I see people are connecting from many different countries. Hello, hello, yeah, and very recognizable faces. Very nice to see. It's going to be a online performance discussing the spatiality, the modes of spatiality established by online connections, and they are utilizing the metaphor of the color and the power that colored light coming from the screen has at metaphorically suggesting our joint and hybrid presences. Yes, maybe I think yeah, people are joining. I'm just waiting for a sign, and then I will give the stage to you.
Hey, yeah. Good to see you.
So nice to see you.
Okay, I think we're still not on the screen. A few moments, right? Yes.
What's happening around you? Could you describe the scene?
Yes.
What's the space?
A lot of cables. People are walking by, climbing stairs. There was a performance right next to us just recently, and right there we have like a cinema, something like this. And right there was a performance. And I think, can I move the computer a little bit? I can. Okay, so yeah, we can try to do this. Now you're seeing Asia,
Nice.
and now Light and Rom and many other people. Yes. Cyberpunk living room in the middle of transmediale.
Nice. And how is it going?
Perfect. Really chill. We're enjoying, I think, our times here. It's yes. And Ruta, say hi.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Okay, and you're on the screen already. So any moment you can start.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I will just correct you there. It's a performance lecture. And that's the boring part, and I will start with some theory and backstory, which we find necessary and interesting. And because first, this performance, The Square, premiered in 2021 at the 27th World Congress of Architects. The performance was created by an international team, Nitsan Bartov, Laura Des Duarte, Liha Gauen Neto, and me. And it took place virtually, but it was supposed to happen in Rio de Janeiro. And so this performance began as an experiment to see how we could transform our immediate environments using nothing but the light from our computer screens. The idea was very simple: to use our interfaces as projectors casting light onto the space, thus transforming it over distance in a very personal way. This wasn't just about creating visuals, it was about making our interactions with virtual spaces as impactful as those we experience in physical public space, recognizing the transformative nature of such communication, the power of it. This project came to life during a period when the world, therefore everybody here, was grappling with the COVID-19 pandemic. Like many other events, the 27th World Congress of Architects had to rethink its traditional format in a massive scale. Moving to a hybrid model wasn't just a logistical change. They took a step further and actually designed a virtual campus with stages and shops and all you would expect to find at such an event. And with all due respect, it looked very much like Club Penguin. And I was trying to find any screenshots of the whole thing, but I guess they got shy of such a brave attempt and I couldn't find anything. And the website isn't accessible, at least not from Europe, not anymore. And amidst travel bans and health concerns, the architectural community in 2021 made a truly hybrid congress that happened in Rio and in many other places simultaneously at the same time. The decision to go hybrid also mirrored in the performance, the square, highlighting how virtual spaces can extend the dynamics typically reserved for physical interactions. In this sense, the performance itself became a live case study of the Congress's broader themes. Henry Lefebvre argued that space is socially produced, an idea that challenges us to think of virtual spaces as real physical spaces shaped by human interaction in this experiential way. Our performance also dialogued with some foundational philosophical theories on perception, mostly Aristotle and Immanuel Kant. Aristotle's theory of perception emphasized the direct experience and interaction between the subject and the object, suggesting that perception is fundamentally a process of receiving the form of the sense object without the material. And this aligns with the interactive nature of the square, where participants perceive and are influenced by the changing digital environment, yet there is no physical contact. The form and essence of the space are communicated and therefore perceived without material substance. And in Aristotle's theory of perception, it is real and physical in this way. On the other hand, Kant's theory introduced the idea that our perception is shaped by both the phenomena, the things as we perceive them, and noumena, things as they are in themselves, which we cannot experience directly. We could only truly know, or not, in this sense. In the context of the square, this dualism reflects the interplay between the digital representation of the square and the participants' subjective experiences of it. Each participant's understanding and experience of the space is very individual, yet there exists a collective, albeit virtual, architectural space that they all interact with. These philosophical underpinnings made the square not just a space, but an exploration of how we perceive and are altered by our environments, highlighting the interplay between the constructed world and our sensory experiences within it. Literature and its ability to conjure vivid, almost hallucinatory worlds significantly inspired the square. Influences from Italo Calvino and Jorge Luis Borges, who masterfully blends the real with the surreal. It helped to shape the narrative of our performance. Their stories often fold reality upon itself, offering a maze of possibilities that challenge our perceptions of space and time, and also the noumena, the understanding, the conceptualization of the happening and space. And in the square, we we aim to capture this literary magic, creating and messing with a script that invited participants to experience the digital space, much like hallucinating reading fiction. And lastly, there was Alexandra Kashuba's work on the phenomenological qualities of color and space, which also guided our digital scenography choices. Her insights into how colors affect our perception and mood helped us craft a chromatic narrative that went beyond the visual, touching on the psychological and emotional impacts of our digital interactions. This layer was crucial in turning the square into a space that could genuinely resonate with its inhabitants, influencing not just their immediate environment, but also their emotions and maybe feelings. Ultimately, the square is more than a lecture or an online performance. It's an ongoing experiment, conversation on how we can reimagine the concept of public spaces to meet our contemporary challenges. And I'm very happy to have this performance taking place again, year later after our first meeting with Institute of Network Cultures in Amsterdam, and 4 years later after our initial performance in Riga. And I hope that this extensive dive into the concept and the context of the square wasn't too boring, and maybe sparks new ideas and discussions on what architecture and public spaces could become or be in our increasingly digital world. And I'm very happy to have these amazing people here on the call to discuss the square and the hybrid space in 2025, in a time when the hybrid space became much tighter and much more explored than it was at the beginning of the global pandemic. And I'm very curious to hear of your experience and reactions and insights. And, yeah. Giovanni, I think your microphone is off.
Oh, sorry. Okay. When I'm in front of a screen and talking to somebody or listening to somebody talk, I get this sense of presence, and there are all these objects and spaces around me, and there are all these distractions, yet I feel myself. I change my posture, move my legs, and it's all physical and all digital. And one doesn't cancel another. Instead, it merges and produces this experience of a hybrid space. And even if I can't reach anybody, I'm not holding anyone's hand or something, it still acts like some plausible, real public space, like a square. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like hallucinating reading a book, as you said, or playing some make-believe role play something, like role playing that we're here and it becomes somewhat real. And it works as long as you don't challenge it. Take that Aristotelian theory of perception and live of production of public space, and there you have it. Square, as real as it gets.
During COVID, I had this stress relief therapy group session on Zoom. And at the end, we had the relaxation/visualization/meditation exercise. You know what I mean. And I had some group visualizations before, but this was somehow very different. There was still the narrator, the therapist, their voice coming from the laptop. And then occasionally someone would unmute themselves and go like, could you please speak louder? Or could you lower the music or something? And then the narration would still go on. I was completely alone in my room, leaning back, my eyes closed, and I really drifted far into this exercise. And I swear, I felt the presence of people being there with me. And then some lady who forgot to mute herself giggled at something the therapist said, and this took me back. I really felt it. It was this heightened sense of presence.
sorte
You know,
d'argument
you
contre
could
cela.
forget
Il y
you're
avait
not
des arguments de
alone
type
at a
kantiste en disant
library,
que
but there
soutenir
was a
l'Ukraine,
total
c'est en fait
opposite.
soutenir
I
l'OTAN
was in a group
et les
while
pays
alone.
occidentaux
I felt my
qui
body
ont
and I
semé la
felt the
guerre dans le monde
others
entier
at reach,
depuis des
even when
décennies.
we didn't
C'était
necessarily
de souligner
interact.
aussi le caractère néolibéral du
So in a
gouvernement
way, it
ukrainien
was
en
more
disant que bon
real
voilà
than
finalement
real.
est-ce que ça
Not
a une
even a
grande différence
hyperspace,
la
more
Russie,
like
l'Ukraine si
hyper-reality.
des deux
It's
côtés
like a
c'est des
consensus
gouvernements
reality
qui
that you
oppressent
agree upon and
leur propre
act
population
upon and buy
et puis des arguments
And
du
in
type
this
présence des
Aristotelian
bataillons
sense,
d'extrême
it
droite
becomes real.
dans l'armée ukrainienne. Donc en fait
Like
il y avait
somebody
déjà toutes
said,
sortes d'arguments.
swear
Alors, ce qui est
Piazza
resté
or
indéniable
whatever,
pourtant
sometimes
en
it really
2022,
gets
en
to you,
2023, c'est que
comes off,
la
you
résistance
know,
de la population
blooms.
ukrainienne, des classes populaires ukrainiennes
At the
à l'invasion russe a été massive et que cette résistance a en fait obtenu quelques victoires. Donc, il y a des énormes territoires qui ont été libérés lors de la première contre-offensive. Donc aujourd'hui, 3 ans après, enfin presque 4 ans en fait maintenant, pardon, excusez-moi, presque 3 ans maintenant après le début de l'invasion, où en est la situation. Donc aujourd'hui, en fait, ça a changé. L'armée ukrainienne recule lentement, surtout sur le front du Donbass. Donc la Russie avance et il y a des énormes pertes des deux côtés. On sait aujourd'hui, et ça se ressent ici à Kiev, dans d'autres villes, que les gens sont fatigués. Les hommes qui restent encore à l'arrière, les hommes civils, n'ont plus très envie d'aller se battre. Donc il y a une énorme chute de motivation de s'engager. Les techniques de recrutement dans l'armée se durcissent. Donc voilà, c'est vrai qu'il y a des rafles dans la rue pour engager plus de soldats sur le front et les pratiques de corruption fleurissent. Il y a beaucoup d'hommes qui essayent de franchir la frontière alors que voilà, c'est illégal pour les hommes en âge de combattre de sortir du pays. Voilà, donc il y a tout un ensemble de phénomènes comme ça. Et puis bon, bien sûr, vous savez que depuis l'arrivée de Trump à la tête des États-Unis, il y a un espoir que des négociations aient lieu et qu'une espèce d'accord de paix puisse émerger. Donc en fait, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Est-ce que ça vaut encore la peine? Donc qu'est-ce que ça veut dire aujourd'hui soutenir l'Ukraine et notamment soutenir les organisations progressistes? Donc ici, voilà, moi je peux juste proposer quelques arguments. Donc premièrement, en fait, quand on disait qu'il faut soutenir l'armement de l'Ukraine, ça n'a jamais voulu dire soutenir la militarisation de l'Europe, soutenir la militarisation générale à l'échelle mondiale, et ça n'a jamais voulu dire soutenir la mobilisation forcée. En fait, si vous êtes en Ukraine, si vous parlez aux gens, vous allez très vite comprendre que les mêmes personnes qui s'engagent volontairement sur le front sont contre, très souvent sont contre la réforme les nouvelles lois de mobilisation et les techniques de recrutement forcé. Donc en fait, les soldats et nos camarades de gauche qui sont sur le front, ils ne soutiennent pas les techniques de recrutement forcé qui enjoignent les gens qui ne veulent pas aller se battre d'aller au front. Soutenir la mobilisation, soutenir l'armement, ça ne veut pas dire non plus soutenir le gouvernement ukrainien. Il faut savoir qu'en Ukraine, il y a énormément d'acteurs qui continuent à tenir à leur autonomie relative. Ce sont les syndicats et ce sont les organisations comme les collectifs de solidarité qui non seulement se battent sur le front, mais aussi essayent de tenir la tête face aux fascistes en Ukraine. Et voilà, et donc pour terminer, un dernier argument, c'est que aujourd'hui, justement, le sort de l'Ukraine se retrouve entre les mains de deux gouvernements, si ce n'est pas fasciste, mais en tout cas fascisants, celui de Poutine et celui de Trump. Et donc on ne sait pas en fait aujourd'hui voilà, quand est-ce que les négociations auront lieu et quand est-ce que et en fait quels seront les termes de ces négociations. Est-ce que l'Ukraine va pouvoir obtenir
their
des conditions
journey
acceptables?
and
Est-ce qu'on
intent.
va pouvoir en fait obtenir
But
des conditions
what of
d'une paix durable en
multiplicity
Ukraine
of
et pas
squares?
un
The
cessez-le-feu
overlaps, the
momentané
windows merging,
qui
networks and passages making entire
dont les
cities.
termes seront
And
détruits
while some
au bout de
squares
quelques mois
passes
par
life,
une nouvelle
others
invasion. Donc
empty.
voilà, entre-temps,
The
tant
avatars
qu'on n'a
displayed,
pas en fait
leaving
de
behind
négociations,
an
tant qu'on n'a
echo,
pas de
a
cessez-le-feu,
trace, a
nos
memory
camarades
of their
sont sur le
passage.
front et
In this moment of
les
quiet,
initiatives telles que
the
collectifs de
square
solidarité
reveals its
continuent à les
true
soutenir.
essence,
Et
not as a
certains
place of
types
stone and
d'armements tels que
mortar,
les munitions,
but
mais aussi
as
les
a
drones,
canvas
ce sont
of
des choses
infinite
dont les gens
possibilities
ont besoin
and
tous les jours parce que
timelines.
c'est des choses
Reflection
qui
of
voilà qui sont
desires
utilisées,
and
qui sont détruites tous
dreams
les jours.
that we
Et
project
justement,
into the digital void.
les initiatives, les
As the
événements
virtual
tels que
sun
vous
dips
organisez
below
aujourd'hui
the
à Marseille
horizon,
permettent aux gens
casting
de
long
tenir
shadows
et voilà
across the
permettent en fait
square.
de soutenir
The hum of
les
the
initiatives
interfaces is
progressistes
about to
qui
dissipate.
après la guerre
The
vont continuer
hybrid
à
world
se battre
around us
contre
seems to
les
pause.
réformes néolibérales et
It
contre
is
les
then,
fascistes
in this
dans leur
twilight
pays
of
et être les
pixels and
alliés
light,
de nos
that the
luttes
essence
aussi
of
en
our
France
connection is
contre
exposed. It becomes palpable, vulnerable,
le tournant
a tangible
global
thread in the
à l'extrême
tapestry of
droite.
connect.
Merci. Et voilà, donc on
This
passe la parole
ephemeral
à
thread
Sergei
is
Movchan
held
qui
together by an extreme
représente
amount
les
of
collectifs de solidarité.
resources and labor. Server farms, massive networks of cable infrastructure,
So it's my turn
taking
to
up
speak.
a
I will
matter and
speak
space,
English.
transforming not only our
Probably I will speak
perception but also
a little bit
cities,
slower, and I will make a
landscapes,
pause. Then you
ecosystems,
can
oceans,
translate me.
the
So
atmosphere,
my name is Sergei
revealing,
Movchan.
masking,
I'm left activist
shifting,
for
and
many
shaping
years.
our reality,
I
conjuring
used to
the
be like
physical
web
digital
journalist,
hybrid space.
trade union activist.
There, so we could
But
meet,
now I'm a
unaware of
full-time
the force holding
volunteer
us
in a
together,
solidarity
casting
collective.
matter the vibrations and luminescence across a space.
Est-ce que vous voulez traduire pour la salle?
My face is touched by the light of yours, and space around me moves and
Do
changes.
you hear me?
My
Should I
face
just
is touched by the light of
continue,
yours,
or should I
and
wait for
space
translation?
around me moves and changes color. My face is touched by the light of yours, and space around me moves and changes color.
Из-за задержки будет очень долго.
А чому ви стали? Може вони чекають?
Питаємо.
One minute delay from the sound. Десь хвилину затримка.
Или я могу тогда переводить. Ou sinon, moi, je peux traduire, comme ça, il n'y a pas de délai de traduction.
Yeah, we can do everything from our side, yes? Це буде краще, так? Якщо ми просто тут між собою будемо говорити. Окей. Окей. Thank you, Dasha. Okay, so probably my story will be about anti-authoritarian fighters and the participation of anti-authoritarian forces in this war.
Ok, donc
Okay, we can make a transition to a different screen. This meditation of the square, I think it's really calmed everybody. And, I see people very much relaxing and laying down on the floor around. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. But you hear me well.
Thank you.
So we just
See you next time.
Ok.
Yes.
Oui. Okay.
Until next year, I
oui,
guess.
donc,
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You sure?
Що вони хотять?
Yes, and this a geographical contacts with many different communities around the world are switched again to Kiev, right?
Yeah, we are going back to Drones for Drones project, which is in the same time in Kiev and in Moscow in France. So there is a conversation. It's froze. But it's still in audio. And next part of the drone ambient live act, will be soon. So we stay with them and waiting for next audiovisual performances from Lithuanian team 3022, which is later. Stay with us!
Так, зараз я по іншу камеру включу. Ой, стоп.
Це з їхньої сторони. Це з їхньої сторони. Вона все чорна.
They can translate on the place.
Задержка, по-моему, больше 1 минуты. Минут 5 так где-то.
Как космос.
Да, ну,
Это приблизительно.
ну, задержка смысла, я имею в виду.
Время на переваривание.
Ви собі там перекладайте і кажіть, що ви кажете. Я не думаю, що буде дискусія, тому що дуже жорстко задержка. І вас просто чути зараз.
Чути жорстко, типу, дуже громко чи дуже слабо? Жорстко чути цей.
Як ви всі ржете і... Тут на всіх всі ржете і розмовляють.
Тиша в залі.
Коротше, давайте ви просто зараз поговорите без відео. Можна?
Без відео?
Тому що люди просто не розуміють, що відбувається максимально.
Ксюша, затримка з вашої сторони, до речі. Я не знаю, що це.
Ладно, я не знаю.
Ну, ви можете просто говорити.
Та ми можемо починати.
Добре.
Зробити новий лінк.
Добре. Ребят, давайте ми будемо просто говорити, да і все.
Ми робимо нову трансляцію зараз.
Ладно, ми переєдналися до цієї. Окей.
Ви зараз на екрані, все нормально.
Окей, зараз ми іншу камеру. А зараз на цій камері затримка менше. Ми зараз вимкнули іншу камеру. Може там затримка менше? Ви можете щось робити?
Там, будь ласка, ви що робите?
О, вроде не было.
Просто хай продовжують.
Розмовляйте, все. Вони продовжують далі розмовляти.
Вони не виглядають як ті.
Ми зробили по-іншому камеру, можливо, зараз просто без стартового ОБС буде затримка менше. Спробуйте.
Ми починаємо
Погнали?
заново. Да.
Окей. Спочатку чи спочатку?
Да.
Okay. So, my name is Sergey Movchan. I'm a left activist for many years. I used to be the left journalist, member of students union, but today I'm a full-time volunteer of left anti-authoritarian volunteer network Solidarity Collective.
Je m'appelle Sergey Movchan, je suis un activiste militant de gauche et journaliste de gauche. J'ai aussi participé à un syndicat de gauche par le passé, mais maintenant, depuis le début de la guerre en Ukraine, je suis un bénévole à temps plein.
There is many publications in the Western media, articles about far right in Ukraine. And unfortunately, not so many information about anti-fascists and anti-authoritarians in this war, but their contribution is quite significant.
Il y a beaucoup d'articles dans la presse sur l'extrême droite dans l'armée ukrainienne. Malheureusement, il n'y a pas autant de publications sur les antifascistes dans l'armée ukrainienne, alors que leur participation est très significative.
And in my part, I will tell you like short story about our initiative, about anti-authoritarian fighters, the story of their presence in the front line, and what do we have now after 3 years of war.
Voilà, donc moi je vais consacrer mon intervention à l'histoire de ces combattants antifascistes, anti-autoritaires et voilà qu'est-ce qu'ils font, où ils en sont aujourd'hui et où est-ce qu'on en est de manière générale 3 ans après le début de la guerre.
A few weeks before full-scale invasion, it was the meeting of anti-fascists, like leftists, anarchists, who tried to decide what we should do if Putin will invade Ukraine. And the decision was we should create 2 organizations, one military and another one volunteer to support the military part.
Quelques semaines avant l'invasion, avant que l'invasion a commencé, les militants antifascistes, anti-autoritaires de gauche ukrainiens se sont réunis pour se demander qu'est-ce qu'on va faire si la guerre commence. Et à ce moment-là, nous avons pris la décision de former 2 organisations, une organisation armée, donc une partie armée, et une partie bénévole qui va soutenir les combattants à l'arrière.
And as we know, that's what happened. Putin invaded Ukraine, and the big group of our comrades, they created a so-called anti-authoritarian unit within the territorial defense in Kiev Oblast.
Et donc, c'est effectivement ce qui s'est passé. Poutine a envahi l'Ukraine et les anti-autoritaires ont formé leur propre unité armée et au sein de la défense territoriale.
Yeah, and our first task as a volunteer part was to support these people, to give them everything they need, because all of them was just all civilians without any military experience, just people like you and me. And of course they had nothing, so our first task was to give them everything they need.
Et notre première tâche, c'était de les équiper parce que, en fait, avant cette date, c'était des personnes comme vous et moi, c'est-à-dire des civils qui n'ont eu aucune expérience militaire auparavant et en plus, ils avaient aucun équipement. Donc, notre tâche, c'était de leur trouver tout l'équipement nécessaire.
Many foreigners joined this unit. Some people were with Rojava background, so at least some of them had some skills.
Beaucoup de combattants d'autres pays ont aussi rejoint cette initiative, notamment des militants avec une expérience de combat Rojava.
And this group was around 50 people.
Et ce groupe était à peu près de 50 personnes au début.
Yeah. Unfortunately, because of some bureaucratic procedure, because of some commanders who didn't allow these people to go and fight at the first months of war, like full-scale war, because of these bureaucratic reasons, unfortunately, this unit slowly fell apart.
Alors malheureusement, pour des raisons bureaucratiques, cette unité en tant que telle s'est désagrégée avec le temps.
So these people, they started to join different units by small groups or sometimes just like individuals. So now, like from this moment until now, we have a lot of people, a lot of our comrades, but in very different brigades.
Et en fait, à ce moment-là, les participants de cette initiative ont commencé à rejoindre d'autres unités de combat, parfois par petits groupes ou individuellement. Et donc, voilà, maintenant, nous aidons nos camarades qui se retrouvent dans différentes unités.
Of course, it's not only Ukrainians. We support people from different countries, from European Union, also from Russia, also from Belarus. In our group, we also have people from different countries, and we see ourselves as internationalists, and we are happy that we have this international support resistance here.
Alors, on ne soutient pas uniquement des combattants ukrainiens. On a aussi des camarades d'Europe qui se battent à nos côtés. On soutient aussi des combattants russes, des combattants bélarusses. Donc, en fait, on se conçoit comme un groupe international de solidarité internationale.
Today, we support more than 80 fighters in different brigades again, and every month we receive new and new soldiers to support.
Aujourd'hui, on soutient à peu près 80 combattants et chaque mois, on a des nouvelles personnes qui nous rejoignent et qu'on aide.
Previous 2 months, it was 8 people. In January, we have 3 new people to support.
Le mois dernier, nous avions 8 nouvelles personnes à équiper et le mois d'avant, 3 personnes.
And if at the beginning, within this territorial defense, people mostly started as an infantry, some of them who had some experience, some medical experience, they started as combat medics. Now many of them professionalized and became more skilled fighters.
Alors qu'au début, la plupart de nos combattants étaient dans l'infanterie, ou bien s'ils avaient une formation médicale, ils étaient médecins dans les unités. Aujourd'hui, beaucoup d'entre eux sont devenus des soldats qualifiés et donc se sont professionnalisés et accèdent à des positions plus techniques.
Yeah, and of course, we have many pilots. Many drone pilots, some of them are working on FPV drones, some of them on Mavics, some of them even on big like UAV, like small planes.
Et donc, notamment, on a plusieurs pilotes de drones, des FPV, des drones FPV, des Mavic drones. Et même des espèces de petits avions, des drones qui ressemblent à des petits avions.
And of course, all these people, they need permanent support, and that's why we are cooperating with the guys who making drones. And from some moment, we also started to make our own FPV drones.
Et donc, bien sûr, en fait, trouver des drones, acheter des drones, c'était une partie de notre travail. Et à un moment donné, nous avons même commencé à fabriquer nos propres drones.
We launched our own small workshop, and we also even brought it to international level.
Nous avons lancé notre propre atelier de drones et même on crée une initiative internationale de fabrication de drones.
Yeah, we started cooperation with Czech comrades who started the project Solid Drones. So they made halfly prepared drones in Czech Republic and then send them to us.
Nous avons commencé à collaborer avec des camarades en Tchéquie qui ont créé un projet qui s'appelle Solid Drones, donc des drones solidaires. Et en fait, ils assemblaient des drones chez eux et puis nous envoyaient des drones en Ukraine.
So together with them, we really increased the amount of drones we can produce and send to our pilots.
Donc avec eux, on a réussi à significativement augmenter la quantité de drones produits et les envoyer à nos pilotes.
And of course, as maybe Dasha said, maybe I could just repeat this. Today, FPV drones is the main weapon of this war.
Alors aujourd'hui, les drones FPV sont l'arme principale de cette guerre.
Especially after crisis in 2000, at the beginning of 2024, when United States blocked the financing of military programs, and we had lack of ammunition. So only one thing that could stop Russian army was the FPV drones.
Alors, ça, c'est devenu particulièrement évident pendant la crise de 2014, lorsque il y a eu pendant quelques mois un blocage du côté américain de l'aide militaire. L'armée ukrainienne a commencé à manquer de munitions. Et c'est les drones en fait qui ont permis de ralentir l'avancée de l'armée russe.
So that's why it's so important, and that's why we trying to do this from our side, and our friends, our comrades, our pilots, they do what they can to stop Russian invasion.
Voilà, et donc c'est pour ça que nous aussi, de notre côté, on essaye de faire le plus possible dans cette direction et aider nos pilotes qui essayent d'arrêter l'invasion russe.
And of course, all this will be absolutely impossible without international solidarity, without people all over the world who support our initiative and initiative of our partners. Only all together we can do what we do, and only this helps us not to stop, or at least to make our resistance to the much greater, much larger Russian army.
Et en fait, tout ça n'aurait pas été possible sans l'aide de nos camarades à l'étranger, sans la solidarité internationale. Et en fait, nous faisons ça tous ensemble, et c'est ce qui nous permet de faire face à une armée russe qui est beaucoup plus grande et mieux équipée.
So I want to say thank you to you for organization of this event, and encourage you to support all projects like this and all progressive forces in Ukraine who wants to not only stop the aggressor, but who fought for better Ukraine, more progressive and more free.
Et donc je voudrais vous remercier d'avoir organisé cet événement et de vous encourager de continuer à soutenir ce genre d'initiatives, des initiatives progressistes qui non seulement participent à la résistance de l'Ukraine face à la Russie, mais qui se battent aussi pour une meilleure Ukraine, une Ukraine plus libre.
As much we can do today, as stronger we will be after the end of the war.
Voilà, donc plus on fait aujourd'hui, plus fort nos initiatives et les forces progressistes seront en Ukraine après la guerre.
Okay, probably I will stop here.
Voilà, je vais m'arrêter là.
But if you have any questions, we probably together ready to answer.
Allez, si vous avez des questions, on est là pour répondre. Ah, il n'y a pas de questions. Et... Але вони ж нічого немає питань. Чи є питання? Що там відбувається?
So, guys, thank you very much for your talk. It was fantastic and very inspiring. Yeah, this is how it's in Ukraine. And yeah, if anyone have any questions, I don't know, anyone wants to say something or ask something, this is the time. I can see your hands. Yeah.
Yeah, we have one.
Вони зараз питають людей.
Ми бачимо, да. Ми бачимо.
How does FPV drone cost? Or how much does it cost a drone?
Okay, it's always depends on what do you want to install. It could be different, depends on the camera, like motors and other things. But probably the cheapest one costs around €200.
Donc ça dépend de ce que vous voulez mettre dans un drone, quel type de caméra, quel type de moteur, etc. Mais un drone en moyenne, ça coûte à partir de €200.
Yeah, and this one drone for €200 could destroy like tank or another type of military vehicle with the price of like, I don't know, millions of euros.
Et ce type de drone qui coûte seulement €200 peut détruire un char militaire, par exemple, qui coûte des millions d'euros.
Thank you for the answer. I wanted to ask a question just on behalf of the room. We today organized this event and we have some things for sale, but what are other ways that people here in Marseille can support Solidarity Collectives in your work or the work in general of anti-authoritarian fighters?
Okay, there is always many ways to support us. We are working, today I'm talking about only military part of our work and the drone part. And of course, here the main thing you can support, it's money, it's donations. Sorry that I just saying so directly, like, but it's reality. You can buy anything if you have resources.
Oui, donc bien sûr, aujourd'hui, on parle de la partie militaire de notre organisation. Donc, cette journée est organisée pour collecter de l'argent pour les drones. Et donc là, oui, ce que vous pouvez faire, c'est, désolé de le dire de manière aussi directe, mais faire des dons, envoyer de l'argent. Voilà, donc ça, c'est une partie importante.
But our organization also has another ways of work, directions of work. It's humanitarian work, humanitarian aid. So every 2 months we are going to pre-front territories with a big amount of humanitarian aid to the local people.
Mais on a aussi une autre direction d'action, notamment la direction humanitaire. Donc tous les 2 mois, on organise un convoi humanitaire dans les territoires près du front pour soutenir en fait les communautés locales qui se retrouvent dans une situation difficile et on leur ramène énormément d'aide humanitaire. Et donc vous pouvez aussi faire des dons pour notre activité humanitaire.
And mostly it's because of our comrades from Poland, Germany, and other countries who, from time to time, came to Ukraine with the van or even few vans full of stuff. And then we can take this stuff and share it among people on the east, internal displaced people, or in other pre-front territories.
Et on a plusieurs fois reçu des camarades de Pologne et d'Allemagne qui venaient chez nous avec des voitures entières remplies d'aide humanitaire. Et ensuite, nous avons ramené cette aide aux territoires frontaliers où l'on distribuait aux personnes déplacées internes.
So I'm inviting you to Ukraine with a van of humanitarian aid, and we can go together if you want. And I think it will be very insightful for you and good experience, and you will see reality. You can talk with the people. You can do this. You can like just gather like some aid in your city and then come here.
Et vous pouvez aussi organiser un convoi, c'est-à-dire tout simplement organiser une collecte d'aide humanitaire dans votre ville et venir en Ukraine et voilà, aller avec nous dans les territoires préfrontaliers pour voir avec vos propres yeux et participer directement à une initiative de solidarité.
Also, we have a media part of our work. We try to like deliver our message. Why today to be anti-fascist means to be against Putin's invasion.
Et aussi, on a toute une activité, on va dire, médiatique de communication qui consiste à expliquer qu'est-ce que ça veut dire et pourquoi est-ce qu'il faut, en tant qu'antifasciste, résister à l'invasion de Poutine.
So, you can always help us with this. Please share our message.
Et vous pouvez nous aider de cette manière aussi, partager nos publications, partager nos messages autour de vous.
Yeah, and like recently we called for action on 28th of February of like global action. So you can organize it in your city, in Marseille, to again attract attention that war in Ukraine is continuing and it's not going to stop. At least right now, it's go on like terrible bloody war, and we don't have any chance to only to resist. So again, I call you now directly to make any event on 24th of February, again to support us and to raise attention to this topic.
24th or 28th?
24th.
Et en fait, on a aussi lancé un appel à toutes nos organisations amies dans le monde entier de sortir dans la rue le 24 février pour rappeler au monde que la guerre en Ukraine continue et que pour l'instant on n'en voit pas la fin et que voilà, il faut continuer à soutenir la résistance ukrainienne. Donc voilà, je vous enjoins également de organiser dans votre ville un événement le 24 février prochain.
I finished.
Я думаю, что у них задержка какая-то.
Again, thank you very much. I wanted just to add a little bit to your yes, so I'm a part of the beauty studio collective, which also starts from the building kind of DIY drones. We were making it in Mykolaiv and yeah, and other thing that beauty studio Tripin was making is to invite some Europeans to see like destroyed, deoccupied villages of the Mykolaiv and Kherson region, and also the city of Kherson, which is constantly on shelling. Just right now, they have like lots of missiles every day, but city is still like living. It's live. Yeah, and we have now in this place one really beautiful person from Italy, Ludovico Gualano. Yes, he is from Italy, and his story is fantastic. He just realized that he need to see something like how it's happening in Ukraine, how this war is going on, because he didn't understand it from the media, and he came. He was shocked. We saw him like villages and lots of stuff. And next time he brought his friends. He brought car, and he is doing it like each 3 months. He have this option. He coming to us. He would love you very much. Yeah. Yes, and he is only one example, but yeah, every one of you also, if you have a power, or if you have, I don't know, some time, you can do whatever. Everything is very important. Every small work, it's just a start. It can be, yeah. It's no matter when you start it, but it's important to start, because we are in really bloody war, and thank you. But I think I finished.
Вы хочете сказать останется?
Я думаю, что я уже нормально сказал. Все, да?
Oui, donc Xochitl fait un petit discours, je vais traduire juste le plus important, c'est qu'en fait chaque petite action, ça compte. Il a cité l'exemple de son ami italien qui est venu en Ukraine et pour voir de ses propres yeux comment ça se passe là-bas, parce qu'il ne croyait pas trop aux médias italiens. Et en fait, chacun d'entre vous, si vous avez un petit peu de temps ou un tout petit peu de pouvoir, vous pouvez contribuer à cette cause.
Okay. Solidarity, collective love, peace. See you in Kiev.
See you. Thank you.
Yes, I think the discussion. Someone wants to say something.
Дай Боже, що дадуть грошей. Я надію, що хай дають.
Guys from Planet Studio, which is now making the stream, want to make other small comments, and after it we will start our main part with our musicians.
А завтра
багато discussion. Thank you very much.
Я согласна. Ну, я теж погоджуюсь. Так, все, давай переключайся, пожалуйста. Потому что нас чекают наши немецкие партнеры и...
Стоп, они
Да.
немецкие.
Те, що робите?
Те саме робите.
Ну что, я там скажешь, когда мне? Так не отвлекай никого, типа, пусть уже он соберется, сосредоточится.
Алена, не видишь?
Ну, потому что мало времени.
Так, все, пока. Да, где этот видео вообще?
Оно... Да пусти что-то другое, мы сейчас теряем время просто.
Так ты можешь базарить читать.
А,
У тебя есть подписчики? Все, разговаривай.
а мы в прямом эфире вас сейчас были?
Да.
Блин, ну класс. So basically, hi guys, sorry for delay in talking. As our partners from the event, which was taking place in Marseille, just finished, and they were talking and trying to gather donations. And yeah, we had like this streaming moment where you just saw me talking on Ukrainian, being angry.
and as I understood after we were in live. So yeah, this is a kind of chaotic vibe we have here in Ukraine right now. But still, we are based in Kiev, and we are working here as a streaming studio, which is called Reframe TV. It's also a place where it takes where we are streaming from is also an artistic studio, Ceramic Beats. And today, our partners from Solidarity Collective were doing an event in Marseille where they're trying to collect money for donations for Ukrainian militaries, for drones, and for some other stuff. So this was basically the main highlight of our event today. But I'm thinking that you watched this stream until this specific moment and yes, saw everything yourself. And I just want to talk and tell a little bit more about our project. It was created in Kiev in last spring, and we are currently working on showing the art of musicians, performers, artists, different kind of collective or individualistic artistic individuals, and we are trying to show their art and their performances in Ukraine. Some of the collaboration we have were physical, some of them were online, but still we are trying to show what is happening in Ukraine right now, and how important it is to show people who are currently living in the country with the worst state. And basically that's the main point of the activity, digital activity that we are doing here. Plus, we are also trying to show and make people outside of Ukrainian context be more aware about our underground music scene, about our also about our art scene, and completely different stuff. We will have a stream on 24th of February in like war anniversary in Kiev, and yeah, so you will see more events from us. And thank you for your time, and thank you for watching all the stream. And yeah, glory to Ukraine. Please donate to Ukrainian volunteer funds or just ask Ukrainians how you can help. And now we will have a musical performance of Alexander Yeltsin, and he's sitting in the left from me, and my other partner Vlad, he's behind the camera. Yeah, and yeah, thank you. Що, всі ушли?
Так, вийшов.
Да. Бажаю. Такой вайб. Тут Влад буде зараз, ой, Саша буде грати.
Давай я тільки зараз розроблю трансмішн по кадру.
Yeah, we still have 13 minutes, but our program is, yeah, a musical part right now.
Давай повернемо камеру. Можете повернути камеру на Єльцина?
Давай я буду.
Звук. Зараз ти даєш звук?
Так.
Значить є.
Я бачу.
Тоді, зараз я перевірю, що точно це той звук. Стоп. Audio capture. Стоп, це не той звук. Кажи, чи той.
Гліб каже, що чутно дуже добре, як ми розмовляємо.
Цього не повинно буде чути.
Ever.
Так. Що таке, я кажу?
Потому что я сижу и кричу на тебя, ругаюсь. Потом оказывается, что мы в стриме.
Так, ну, понятное дело, ти ж швидко ворвалась, коли вони не встигли. А що повинен був? Ну, в плані, я не встигав.
Я вже що подивиш?
Да. Треба ще робити паузу.
Я просто дивилася, що у нас був цей час.
Я ж казав, що краще буде зараз.
Може, просто вони
to what else? Environmental studies and post-human geography. And there's an exhibition going around with 3 artists. So please come around, starting on the 5th of March. February. For 2 weeks until the 19th, and we are finishing on the 19th with a music performance by Mariana Kloczko, coming all the way from Kiev. So please come by and join us.
Yeah. 2 years ago, she was in Berlin for a period, and we met. And then she moved back to Lviv first, and now she's in Kiev. I didn't know about. It's good to know. And but what about this environmental studies topic? Because as I know, previous issues, it was more like a lifestyle, art, underground, and now something about grant. And, but there is also some more people behind these issues. Yeah, maybe it's also good to say about this collaboration with experts.
So the Ukrainian Environmental Humanities Network is a network of researchers and artists and scholars from Ukraine, but also from Poland, from UK, and we've been collaborating with them in order to shed some light of the topic of environmental humanities in Ukraine, as this is a very important topic right now, very much connected to all sorts of decolonial discussions as well, because usually you imagine a landscape to be something empty, they're like trees, they're like meadows, they're like this steppe, there's basically nothing. So this is usually how we were historically imagining landscapes, like something that doesn't belong to anyone, so you can just grab it and control it and it's your territory. So with this issue we're trying to see the landscape not like this sort of empty territory, but actually full of life and full of stories and full of social encounters, not only between humans but also between various other actors in the landscape. So if you want to understand Ukraine better, if you want to understand Russia's war against Ukraine better, if you want to understand environmental humanities better, please support us and have a look at the magazine.
Festival, buy a magazine, yeah. So usually we're not a monothematic magazine, but this time this collaboration happened, and we have this focus of a landscape, which is also, this collaboration was something new for us as well, in terms of learning a lot of communication, learning a lot of landscape, and for us it was also very fruitful to think of the magazine that could have completely different format.
And also it's smaller.
Yeah, it's way smaller.
We're talking about format in a physical way. Yeah. And so what about future? After Berlin, there are also some activities in Kiev, as I remember. And,
on 5th we have a launch of the 4th issue, and on 7th there will be a launch in Kiev as well. Yes, and also we are gonna have this set of events until 19th of February, so in Gwoźd here in Berlin.
Yeah. Do you know about art book fair in Kiev in middle of April? There is a rumor that something like that will happen, and probably will be there also. And I think you will be like a superstar there with your magazine, if you know about what I'm talking about. But I hope we will meet it. No, it's I will send you some information about this, because I know that it's like under preparation some but I think it will happen. And we plan to be there also, because the self-publishing, the making magazine, this is also the guy who is next to us behind some activities, and also the person who loves paper. like a hard copies publication. Maybe you could join us for the moment. No, I'm sorry, I'm bothering you. Yeah, this Hert Loving from Institute of Network Culture from Amsterdam, and expanded publishing, and it's working in between digital.
Exactly.
And and coming back to why you use paper, why you do this is maybe also the question to you, and to you.
Okay. Well, first of all, I don't think it's a hobby. It's not really fetish, of course, but it feels good. I mean, that's obvious. It's offline, so it's very healthy for your mental situation. But that is only, let's say, from the perspective of the resentment, maybe against the digital and the exhaustion of the using of the phone and the whole, disgust people have with platform capitalism and the Silicon Valley monopolies and their support for Trump. So when they see a phone or a computer, they feel disgusted, and maybe they want to read something on paper. But this is I think it's more like an idealistic reading of the return to paper. Paper was never away, of course. It's an eternal return to paper, so it was never away. And it's also something, it's a craft. I think that's why people do it. It's beautiful. It's got something to do with design and typography and just pleasure, I believe. So there's an element of love for the medium involved in it. And these days we call it expanded publishing because it's just one, of the many ways you can put something into the world. And this is a very intimate and personal one.
Yeah, I also believe that this is something real in terms of like real object. And for you?
I have nothing to add. Only that whenever I come here for the misread at this beautiful place, HKV, I'm always very intrigued by how many people are actually coming and willing to see some printed matter. So I think we're in a good community.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone.
Stay with us. Now we are going to Vilnius. Yep. But we stay here in the same time. We have 5 minutes delay. 4 minutes. That's not much. And the next chapter, the performance.
Yes.
I'm
Hello. Switching audience. Thank you. Yes. Okay, now it's the moment for Adomas Lapinskas, Mindaugas Gudaitis, and Skirmantė Letter, or as also known as Kiksi, who are going to introduce us with Žiburinis. It's a mythological Lithuanian creature. That's the keyword which I got, but what they do is always a surprise for all of us. I think you as well. So welcome. And who's the Žiburinis? Žiburinis comes to Berlin. Yes.
Hello everybody, we are like a troupe of amateur street theater, so we play in public spaces, and one of these spaces is like this, kind of under the bridge, so we are kind of very inspiring to be here. We saw so nice performances. Mostly what I liked is about dancing and how you move your body, and we wanted to just ask how you feel after the long day. I mean, was it hard? Whoa, was it also nice? So chill, okay. How do you feel, Mindaugas?
I feel I'm gonna explode.
Oh, why?
You will understand after a few minutes.
Okay, I'm curious now. So, what have you got?
My soul.
And now it begins. So, since this is kind of also partly academic gathering and also activists, so we thought maybe start with short introduction and read a poem or just a very kind of poetic prose by Etel Adnan, the poet. The short kind of passage I found in the book published in the United States, I think Seattle, by Black Box Collective. It's subtitled A Record of the Catastrophe, Volume 1. And it's an interesting book. You should take a look sometime, actually. And it goes like this. The chapter in the book is called The Logic of the Martyr by Stuart Smithers. And first it quotes the passage by Pasolini, The Last Interview, that the interior life where the revolution always begins. And then goes the poem of Etel Adnan, Seasons. But before I say the poem, let me comment that I'm always curious, what do authors put, as a kind of preamble, kind of poetic excursion in their text, like what kind of short, concentrated idea or thought they put into. So for me, this is one of the best. And it goes like this. The sea is boiling, opening its belly. Revelation needs heat. Brains that evaporate steaming thoughts. Then the mirage becomes reality. In agony, the light. In poverty, the future's birth. Then again, the curse against the war machines uttered by the sun. But the sun is ever exploding death into life. Etel Adnan, Seasons. I haven't read poetry since school, so forgive my pronunciation. But now Mindaugas will recite a poem.
I will tell you a short song, Lithuania national song. But you have to help me. Please sing like jum 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 jum. Let's try it. Jum 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 jum.
Thank you. Jum 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 jum. Jum 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 jum.
Ant kalno arklys, pakalnėj šunys, ten gyveno mergužėlė pati sau viena. Ten gyveno mergužėlė pati sau viena.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So then goes the next part. This was waxing poetic. Now it's more kind of interactive. Since we're still in academic conference, let's say, I remember for my academic experience was one of the parts where I studied public anthropology. So what is public? And we are experimenting now with the notion of public because it's not the the audience, the like quantitative numbers of audiences that matters in public. When you construct the public, it starts small. It's face to face. It's kind of interactive, So, and why not to also expand a bit to other like networks, like we talk about federated networks. So, I mean, it's almost like techno-feudalism, but fighting back. We federate also. In a way, you make the public that will become kind of potentially political, or maybe not. Maybe it just will remain like cultural place. But, what is this kind of relation with public and politics? So, here in this gathering, we witnessed some very interesting discussions, and a lot of what was about non-verbal, about embodied and kind of differently neurally linked realities than only verbal, logocentric discourse. That's at least what I gathered here in the conference. And how did you like it?
Actually, I didn't heard that you say. I didn't listen.
So, what do you think about your experience in Berlin?
It's just started, so I don't want to talk about that now.
Okay, thank you. So, what do you want to do?
Actually, maybe some music for better feelings here.
Look, do you like the song?
Do you feel better? More relaxed?
Living in America, every day is an ongoing massacre. Another one gets shot down in the streets, but they say it's the land of the free. No, everyone has a gun, counting bullets like they're Haribo's. So be careful how you roll. Now the playground is the danger zone. Living in America, living in America. Living in America.
Okay, so let's back.
Yeah, so I mean, what is the art of DJing that Berlin is known for? It's basically moving to the rhythm, non-verbally. So it's also part of the theme of the conference, if we get back to the topic. And then what do, you kind of modulate the distributed cognition, another topic here, like perception and cognition. And how does it work? What kind of computer runs this kind of esoteric script that we had another lecture over there talking about esoteric programming languages. So my working hypothesis is like this is part of the picture, the moving of the bodies and making like embodied symbols is kind of also the way the program could run. I mean, I'm not sure, but just, putting it out loud. What do you think, Menduga?
Sorry, I didn't listen again. I'm in performance now, I'm thinking.
Okay, so what was your experience today in Berlin then?
Today is next day. What was about my day? Actually, I was connected to Matrix. We have been with Adomas in Skirmante and Simona and other people to the first cyberdelic meeting in Berlin.
What is cyberdelic? How did you understand that?
What is cyberdelic? How did I understand that? I understand what is psychedelics. Do you understand that? Someone? Someone there in the back? Are you with us? Are you with us?
So our part is cybernetics, and this kind of overlapping of the two spheres basically comes to the immersive experiences. You know, VR glasses, different modulations. But then I was talking with the guy who talked about experiments in cognitive psychology with these modulations and VR experiences. And I raised the question, you can do even without any kind of equipment. It's just part of imaginal also realm where you manipulate energies, let's say, or visuals, as you do with your touchpad or mouse. You know, you manipulate visuals as you in VR manipulate reality. So how to kind of come on board embodied practice? It's like a breath work or something like, or simple dance. We can modulate the frequencies together. I mean, if somebody feels bad and comes to collective, how is it distributed? So again, distributed cognition, distributed perception, and we distribute now through the nodes of network, but also we distribute for each other. Yeah, that's happening on the dance floor. It's kind of this esoteric mystical aspect that is not really achievable directly. It's more kind of just maybe like a dream quality. So then I give my word to you.
Thank you. Maybe another song. Yeah, maybe another song. Yeah.
Any suggestions of the song?
You want some music? Kernkraft? Someone said that, yeah. Kernkraft.
So, you know, other thing happened to me in Berlin today. I was at the psychedelic gathering and talked about sonic and sound creation and manipulation of sound, how it affects us in different registers. So we were talking about the sub-level, yeah? And if you know the sub-producer Code 9, like Saul Goodman, he published a book called Sonic Warfare, and in there they have concept of sub-politics. So what is sub-political thing? It's kind of all those genres that accommodate, you know, low frequencies, and he called it hardcore continuum. So all this rave scene, but also dub and also noise scene, you know, what unites them all is like this strong presence of subwoofer, like really like physical affective space that modulates frequencies of the crowd, and then, you know, sub-politics comes from this crowd that's already political subject potentially. Again, talking about public, making public like really face-to-face. But not individually, not socially, maybe socially more. That's why it's sub-politics. So we wanted to make this interactive, but not too much. I mean, if somebody wants to come and talk, welcome. It's kind of open floor. Maybe Simona, we talked before, you can come over. Thanks. Just see how you have been. Last year we have seen each other 1 year ago in Berlin last time. So Simon is a dear friend of ours, and we have been collaborating with 2022 collective for several years. And can you tell what you do and how you find this kind of collaboration, and just in general how you feel about us?
Yeah, I'm really surprised. Right now I was not prepared to show up. I was actually really thinking how much I admire the ability to cross the threshold, because I know there are kinds of people that are very shy and withdrawn in real life, but when they cross the threshold, let's say, and they step into the scene realm, where that's a very vulnerable space. I don't have so much experience with this, but let's try to talk about what brought me here to the
No. It's performance. Don't forget, it's not a talking show, it's performance.
Yes. So, it's chaos magic. Well, it's basically the magic of randomness. I guess that's a thing that has a lot of power. I do believe in that. And just believing in the imaginal map of things, and just somehow connecting to that.
When you say vulnerable space, what do you mean? Can you tell a bit more? What kind of space is this? Like space of vulnerability?
Yes, that's true. It's a space where anything can be projected. Like in this case, literally. We do have a green screen behind us, which you need to know about, but on top of it, there can be anything. So I guess that's a good metaphor for it.
And can you tell a little bit what you do in Berlin, like your cultural work?
I guess so. Apart from just being, I guess half of my time in Berlin was surviving and getting by, which is why I moved here, basically. So I do DJ sometimes. Again, based on very randomness principles. So I did this experiment where I didn't invite anyone to book me, and I just let things happen just by encounters on the dance floor, like playing music and just seeing what gathers around, like what kind of connections, people, conversations. I would say that most of the galaxies that I move around here, it has to do with things that happened around the sound system somewhere. And apart from that, I guess just navigating this reality somehow, and connecting the worlds that would probably not meet so easily otherwise. So just knowing that I don't know, like for example today that we were from here to the psychedelic society meeting to other spaces in between. So I would say that's also like a part of the experiment.
Moving through urban space and exploring, like literally from one place to each other, trying to link them. We today talked about public transport in Berlin. One is expensive, other is out of sync so much, right? And we had to take a taxi to get there. So sometimes I need to somehow, I only use public transport. No, sometimes I have to take a taxi.
Yeah, we had to take a bolt. We were like going against time. So somehow, surfing the waves of time, but also going against the public transport timeline. That's a different time. Right. So we had to kind of hack that somehow to carve our way.
And here we are, happy.
Definitely.
So yeah, I think how do you feel? Anybody else? John, how is the party going? World?
Oh yeah.
It's important. Yeah, I just came.
What did you try to do? Where did you guys try to get from and to?
From.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah.
So can you?
So we tried to get from Alexplatz to HKV, and the bus sometimes doesn't stop for 4 stops. By the way, if you want to.
Specifically, HKV is in the park, so kind of like it's so there's only a bus stop, so there's no S1 or U1. But Hauptbahnhof is walkable from here, and also I live here for 12 years, so my solution was to get to Hauptbahnhof, and I use shared bikes, and the shared bikes are kind of the cheapest version is kind of subsidized by the city. So if you are kind of I live here, then it's €5 per month, and you can use them up to half an hour. So the last mile, so to say, it's easy. That's also my expertise at work. So that's why I was intervening about this topic. Otherwise,
what kind of expertise?
Mobility research. I research
mobility. We are in the good point. Yeah.
So otherwise, I wouldn't say anything about sound.
So
I'm not qualified.
What from your expertise field? What could you comment if you were to give a kind of presentation about mobility in transmediale? What would be the title of your lecture? Let's say, or so your presentation.
But they already did it. The car in the front. That's obviously that either car industry or electric cars or generally cars are crashing against. That's pretty obvious. Like the hint is very thick, so I don't know if
You already made this statement.
No, but I think there's a lot of people from Ukraine here today. I'm writing my PhD about cycling in Ukraine, so I'm trying to.
Okay.
So I might, but maybe some people. So I'm still I'm still in the beginning, so that is not my expertise until I finish that.
Okay. Wow. Thanks, really interesting, and thank you to join us. And
okay.
And we could talk more. I mean, if you feel like I just did, I mean.
Oh yeah.
I just didn't want to put you in the spotlight. I mean,
no problem.
Okay, cool.
If there's no line, if there was a line.
No. So tell more.
I look at cycling cultures, not like only the what happens physically, but also about attitudes and people and the cultural meaning of using bicycle or other micromobility. And I am looking about if something will change about the meaning of the bicycle because of the invasion, the crisis, and maybe after even. I don't know if hopefully there will be very soon after the crisis. I don't know, but yeah, this is what I'm looking at. So if the crisis will change something.
And how do you feel, in which way it could change, like in which aspects?
Maybe it will become more mainstream, but only if there will be, it's not a priority in current times. There's very small things happening, like bike donations from a very influential activist, and there's bikes from all over Europe coming to all kinds of areas in Ukraine. I follow a little bit, but I'm still doing something more broader. I'm looking at, I'm reading what happened in the COVID and in the global financial crisis in 2008. What are the permanent changes in transport or in sustainable transport around the world? That's what I do.
Okay, cool. Very interesting. What's your name, by the way, that people will kind of find you if they want to talk about it?
Ilya Sogolov. I work at the TU.
Okay, nice. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think it's like good timing. Half an hour, and you see how common public things makes public. I mean, you now became a very micro public, but that's how we kind of scaling our operations, like one soul, like good old Christians, winning soul one at a time. Thanks. Yeah. Okay. So maybe say something.
One more song, yes. One more song!
Woo!
Horse with no race. Sweet darling, is it night or day? Darling, can you say my name? Can't you see I'm losing my head because of you, because of you? Look at my face. Look what your charm has done to me. Ain't no sugar water run through my veins. It's raining so hard. Look at my face, yeah. Look what your charm has done to me. Ain't no sugar water run through my veins. I will invite the greed in our bed. Today I feel like spelling all your names. Sweet darling is the Catalan. Darling is the Avalon. Can't you see I'm losing my head because of you, because of you? Look at my face. Look what your charm has done to me. Ain't no sugar water run through my veins. It's raining so hard. Look at my face. Look what your charm has done to me. Ain't no sugar water run through my veins.
Making love and the name she a ball. And she sing, the name she a call. Making love and the name she a ball. And when she sing, she tell me at the sugar in her vein. She tell me again and again. She love the rumba, rumba style. She love the rumba, rumba style. Zero gun down. I will be people level one. Rumba dum 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 dum.
Okay, the continuation, and the next chapter is with Skirmante Kiksi from Lithuania, a very adept streamer. 10,000 followers on Twitch, massive, yes, yeah. And yeah, maybe you can tell a little bit about the thing which you are intending to do now, because you're doing some kind of like a streaming experiment.
Yeah, so at this very moment I'm streaming from my phone with a bunch of like glitchy visuals. So it might just look that I'm just holding a phone and it's boring, but it actually looks really good. I don't know, even the chords here look extremely good with the filters. Anyways, so that's what I'm doing at the moment, and yeah.
Yeah, so please tune in, check the screen, and this is going to last for 30 more minutes. And then Hirt Loving is joined by Confluxus Collective, who are going to make a theory performance. Yes, from 10 o'clock. Hmm?
System change, very broad.
Ne, visiškai ne taip, kaip mes planavom. Bet jo, toks truputį mano vaidmuo toks, o nu čia kažką tai, žinai. Vargu visai. Tai gal parūpint per daug biškį, aš kaip parūpint. Aš biškį reikėtų man lemba įdėti pastangų į savo anglų kalbą, žinai, netikėt. Bet, nu čia, jo, bet man pačiam, žinai, kartais noris pakalbėti, kaip, žinai, sunku išreikšti mintis, tai tada mažiau pradėti kalbėti. Tai, bet, kur čia šoko mintis? Jo.
Yra kelis kartus, kur tik atvažiuoju, iš karto bombai šauni, tipo visiškai pamiršti, kaip šnekėti.
Jo.
Toksai šiaip, tipo, jau būtų sunku surinkti mintis ir ten dar kažkokį pokalbį palaikyti. Na, bet šiaip labai laiką tokie ateina kažkaip dar būdavo, atsimenu, bus kokius porą metų, kai važinėjant, tai būdavo, kad reikia kokių 2 dienų.
The collective imaginary is on hold. The collective imaginary is on hold. The collective imaginary is
like some guy from Croatia, he was cooking fusion food, but he also talking about anthropology. Very nice.
Now with these smartphones, mandagumų nereikia, sakai.
It's funny, he's doing a postdoc in the street gallery where Lance Ferdinand was assassinated. Just about this is talking about everything. So, what was your understanding of what did you do? Did you do master or also?
Serga biškai. Serga sakėsi.
I think Skirmante can continue doing what you were doing, and then either mix or transition. Yeah, and then we begin with the theory performance.
Sorry. Now, yeah, okay. It's
Take it out?
Put the other microphone back.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Halló? Halló? Igen, mondom, hogy nálam van a gond. Halló?
Hello? The collective imaginary is on hold. The collective imaginary is on hold.
Ez micsoda?
The collective imaginary
Nagyon hangos.
is on hold. The collective imaginary is on hold.
Our sadness will not overcome with anger.
Hello? The collective imaginary is on hold.
Not overcome with anger.
Collective imaginary is on hold. Hello? The collective imaginary
Sadness
is on hold.
not medical condition.
Imaginary
Hello?
is on hold.
Sadness not medical condition.
Never say never. Everything can be turned into one.
Andris, nem játszod egy picit, kérlek, hogy halljam, hogy én mit játszok? Yeah.
Not working.
It should. Hello.
Yeah, I think it doesn't matter.
Hello. Yeah, that one. Hello. Woo! Ah! It works. Amazing.
Which one do you want? You want me to use? This is the best one?
Yeah, because that one's loud.
I'm going to use this one. This is great. Okay. I think we can start. No, the other. This microphone. Okay. Király. Remek. Jó. Okay.
Is on hold. The collective imaginary is on hold. The collective imaginary is on hold. The collective imaginary is on hold.
Our sadness will not overcome with anger.
Hello? Collective imaginary is on hold.
Not overcome with anger.
Collective imaginary is on hold. Collective imaginary
Sadness
is on hold.
not Hello? Sadness
Collective imaginary
Hello?
is on hold. Collective imaginary is on hold.
Okay. Sadness not we only perceive 3% of reality, and it's way too much. If all of this seems very stupid, you are correct. But we live in flamboyantly stupid times. The clowns are in charge. Forgetfulness is the only salvation. I would like to forget everything. To forget myself and to forget the world. Emil Cioran. This is what? As crimes pile up, they become invisible. Bertolt Brecht. Depression is recognizing the destruction of the sacred. Everyone is always somewhere else. Moses Dubrushka.
Hello? I miss your voice. Call. Don't text. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
The collective imaginary is on hold. The collective imaginary is on hold. The collective imaginary is on hold. The collective imaginary is on hold.
Our sadness not overcome with anger.
Hello? Collective imaginary is on hold. Not overcome with collective imaginary.
Well-informed cynicism is only another mode of conformity. Max Horkheimer. Let's smoke feelings together. It's all about you, me, and feelings, which should all be forgotten. When you need to be polite to your search engine in order to get good results. Francis Hunger. There are always two requirements. None are beneficial for you. They say opportunity for advancement as desire disappeared long ago. Soul
must be created with no discharge of inner tensions inside.
Soul, you need change, but you can't cope with change any longer. Soul, what happens? There is no more energy to address. I use technology in order to hate it properly. Namjoon Paik. The headline says, New study shows engaging in online discourse is equivalent to smoking 5 packs of cigarettes. How do digital souls survive when perseverance means nothing anymore? Once you're too tired to manage your life, deep with planetary dystopia, there's always a fallback option called opium. You got intoxicated last night. Absence is the highest form of presence. James Joyce. Soul. You got intoxicated last night. Soul. Oh. socialism or barbarism, but degrowth or Mad Max.
No discharge of inner tensions inside.
Soul.
Hello?
There is no greater desire than that of a wounded person longing for another wound. George Bataille.
It's on hold. The collective imaginary is on hold. Collective imaginary is on hold. Our sadness, not complicated. Hello? Collective imaginary sadness on hold. Not
Reality is wrong. Dreams are for real. Your email found me well, but it left me in shatters. I wish I knew how it would feel to be free. Nina Simone. A people with no poetry is a defeated people. Mahmoud Darwish. Fatigue occurs at a moment of temporary escape from a potentially losing battle. While finger is tired, a break is necessary instead. Instead of collapse or surrender, the situation is put on hold. When the prospect does not look good, it's convenient to look elsewhere. It is rare that the mind responds with annoyance. The attention economy is a tricky game and reacts fast at subconscious levels, not driven by rational calculations, arguments, or anger. The body, on the other hand, is slow. So when the user loses interest, he is overwhelmed by an overload of incoming messages.
makes you sad. Wow, you're this tired. Hello?
According to Bogna Kronier, replicas are angels on earth, teaching humans how to love like bots, patiently, endlessly giving, operating with a generative and calm automaticity that does not stem from lack or anxiety, but from the perpetuity of desire present in the non-human world. Achille Mbembe writes the following quote: "The great paradox of the 21st century is the appearance of an ever-growing class of slaves. Slaves without masters.
There are always
of masters without slaves. With no slaves, it is thought, no revolt can ever take place."
Hello? I miss your voice. Call. Don't text. Is on hold. Collective imaginary is on hold. The collective imaginary is on hold. Collective imaginary is on hold. Our sadness not untold. Come with it. Hello?
From an enlightening theory of the social media dependency via a radical philosophy of rejection and refusal, ending up empty-handed with the poetry of misery. Dark periods of humanity were, for Voltaire, simply not worthy the attention of intelligent man. Isaac Berlin explains, and I quote, "The purpose of history is to tell instructive truth, not satisfy idle curiosity.
None are beneficial for you. They say for advancement, desire disappeared long ago. Soul
is depleted. No discharge of inner tensions inside.
Soul
my heart feel so bad? Why does my soul feel so bad? Moby. We were lower for longer. Then we were higher for longer. And now we are going to be wronger for longer. Impressive. You wear a watch, but we have the time. Your ranking is low. Shoot first, think later. This makes you sad. Yet you don't anymore. This I am beginning to think this cartoon of a monkey is not worth $170,000 US. There's a crack in everything, and that's how the light gets in. Leonard Cohen. No matter how short it's real. Stop. The hard stop. This is how the world ends. Not with a bang, but with a smile. World party is officially on. Brothers and sisters, get your tape decks ready. Arrested Development. Hello? I miss your voice. Don't text. Hello? Hello?
The collective imaginary is on hold. The collective imaginary is on hold.
Breathe is smooth, and smooth is fast. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it was good that you had these musics there because otherwise it would be harder to do something.
So now we are about to finalize our stream, which started at 2 o'clock in the noon, and it's going to finish in like 30-ish minutes, perhaps. So you just witnessed a theory performance, and now we are moving on to a closing remarks at this kind of conversation. Huh?
The other microphone is better.
Yeah, the other microphone is better. So yeah, now we are moving on to closing remarks, and then we are going to finalize our stream, which lasted 9 hours, right? From 2 until 11 in the evening, 9 hours. I think it's a good number, right? So yeah, give us a few minutes to reconvene, and then we're gonna have closing remarks of the hybrid togetherness experiment.
We did not do any exercise. Yeah, but this is
right now it's from scratch.
Okay, thank you. So now I think there is the final session. Let's sit down or lay down together. And there is also the special guest who came especially tonight for this meeting, a psychoanalysis, post-ironic expert with everything what is moving around, post-ironic, and doctor of irony. Michael Dieter. Yeah. I think there is some noise in this microphone. It's hello. This is too strong. This is too weak for my voice, but it's check. Did you? There are like levels. Check. This, yeah, this is too much with this. Yeah, good. Which one you want? And this is flowers.
Thank you.
Maybe.
Woo.
Okay. Yeah, please come, everybody. But I think, yes.
It's just the overlays, just a reminder that on 24th of February there's one more challenge to celebrate the third anniversary of war in Ukraine, and also the third birthday of Ukraine TV itself, and the next hybrid meeting of StreamArt Studio, StreamArt Network. Yeah. So I'm taking this out.
This, okay. Yeah, wonderful. I think what we witnessed here for the audience a little bit. So now you are seeing the final moment of 9-hour stream, which is an expression of different places in Europe coming together and doing a collaboration with green screen, which has multiple connotations for us. On the one hand, it's about cohabitation, which is embodied in the plan significance of the color, and also green as a portal, which you can see and witness operational right here. So, closing remarks of the 9-hour stream, and maybe we can just share our thoughts. But before that, I want to highlight the fact that this is an expression of a network coming together and working together. And a big part of this is did by Michael in the very backstage and the very first steps of us coming together and establishing the contact with Transmediale. And you just came from an airplane here. So maybe you can share some of your thoughts, and you maybe can be the first one to say what are your impressions.
I wrote down some things.
Yes, do it. Even if they don't relate to anything what I said.
I had a chance to meet Rom in England recently, and I asked him if stream art is a medium, and I wasn't sure what it is, and I'm not sure. I don't think you had a response either. You have many responses, but it made me think I should try to write something down. So I did. The first is how I remember being told what I need to set up my own green screen studio. This note that I wrote down, I call it Between the Banks. So, a screen fabric, a collapsible panel, or a painted green wall, some kind of background stand, a stubborn coat rack with personal vendettas, soft box lights, a small spaceship, overhead lights, a surge projector, chroma keying. You want to get a DSL or mirrorless camera, but also a webcam is fine. A tripod with a fluid head. Don't forget a capture card or boom mics. Directional audio, pop filters, windscreens, a jet engine. OBS, green gloves and a suit. Acoustic foam panels. Streamlabs vMix, a high-speed internet connection, a Monsteria, the Thief of Baghdad. Then I thought about the stream. What is the stream? I wrote down some notes. So we enter the stream. We enter into a collective flow, an exchange of information stored and transformed as it passes through us. Heat, light, signals. Streaming, like bodies, is always in a state of imbalance. It's directed towards an irreversible time, but we struggle against it. Openness and stability, autopoiesis. Being in the stream is stable. It's the banks that collapse around us. The mountains, the institutions, the old world erodes around the streams. As Michel Serres would say, one always swims in the same river, but one never sits down on the same bank. We are submerged up to our eyes, caught in a furiously raging ocean of information. Between the interfaces, hybrid togetherness. It's our observations that alter our own conditions. What was once noise for one flow in the system gets reversed. It encounters forces of structure. This is the new co-aesthetics of stream art. Experience of the stream is always linked to observation. We are immersed in its cascade, a techno-fluid environment. We are structured like the stream. We can multiply our perspectives, layering, tearing apart, bleeding into the flat grid of the platform condition, filtering between noise and signal, but we never escape between these two twin forces, chaos and disorder, negentropy and its counter-movement. We drift together, pulled towards black depths, noise, war, extinction, but then also move up towards the entropic current, towards a point of collective origin. Between the banks, co-aesthetics reverses the current. It shifts our perspectives, a conversion of time-space, a shift from noise to signal, an alternative techno-symbiosis, and another view of chance and necessity.
Wow, charming. Symbiosis, I would even add that maybe endosymbiosis, because we are kind of like inside of each other and inside of this of the green color, and with this addition of the screen we multiply as colonies of bacterial ecosystems together, and also it becomes like a physical expression when we descend into like physical reality after multiple online meetings. Yes, beautiful. Maybe, yeah, you want to add something less poetic? But, I don't want to say that. It's sorry, my brain is leaking through my ear.
Why stream art now? I think because there's a different sense of space-time that's unleashed in the streaming. And I think it's this relationship to disorder, a world that feels like it's spiraling into chaos, and this need for a search for new kind of organization. And I think it's also, it's all there in your own theory. Hope Core, for example, which I was told Craig, who's part of CDI-TV, was teaching his students about Hope Core, Ukrainian TV theory, stream art theory this afternoon, and apparently they loved it and were completely engaged. So, yeah, for me, it's the stream is for me, it's an opportunity to think about information, flowing information, and information theory, and yeah, Michel Serres is somebody that is a great inspiration for me. So this is my first notes. That I hope to develop further, maybe with all of you as well, with the Stream Art Network.
Yes, and the Hope Core is coming from your work, right, Rom? Maybe you can elaborate a little bit more on what it entails. It was really interesting synchronicity for us when we were coming to Budapest, and we were thinking up of ideas, what we can do with Odomas. And we had this idea of Hope Core, which apparently popped up in Ukraina TV as well. So yes, and we were very pressed with question whether it's hope or cope. Like, how do you? Is there a relationship between these two?
Cope core.
Cope core.
Yeah. Thank you for that thesis and reflections, and yeah, the Hope Core came or was born in a moment in Amsterdam when we came first time, 2 years ago, and it was like for us very exciting moment that something is happen, and we were not really aware what's really, but it was like a mix of intuition, mix of activities, mix of reaction to some really strong traumatic experiences from around like a few months after the full-scale war start. And the Hope Core was the really useful working answer in that moment. But I must say also that we are in a way in a post-Hope Core era now. And it was not enough to have, this play with looping colorful pictures. It's still not enough. It's much more in the moment about this interconnections, that this transition in between. It's this is what we start with, this energy making together. This is, I think, something what still works, and but need more notes around, and also maybe more reflections, and also moments that we are, we just maybe stay, and the streamings are flowing around also. And this is what happened today. It's like an amazing moment that there's crowd of people. We are like a tribe. In the same time, sometimes there was like a moment that, for example, Asia was sleeping here, centrally like for, I don't know, half an hour. There was also that moments, in this, and this is very important. That it's this transitions and this the spectrum is huge. It's multidimensional, and I think nobody knows what we're able to do in future also. And this is that we have future. This is important because it's not easy. The future is so non-democratic in this moment. Yeah, that's somebody has too much futures, and is distributed in a very, very strange way, and we need to reclaim future in a way. Also, this is what we are doing, is reclaiming present in a full scale. Yeah, even more. This is like a multi-dimensional present and presence, and then the challenge is the future, I think. Still.
I have a question for everybody, very speculative question about future. If Stream Art Network would get its hands on some kind of genetical modification devices and would endure themselves at trying to create a new life form, listen, what kind of life form would stream art would manifest in the future? What kind of thing would emerge out of genetical experimentation? And it's back. Anybody wants to take up this question?
Well,
as Ron said previously, that it's a lot about presence, and I also feel that stream art, although this media is stored in channels and we can watch it later, but stream art is a lot about being present in the moment, how we can play with each other, and it's very hard to say, and maybe not necessary to think about the future, but about this present moment, how we can interact, connect with each other, because this is why we are here for.
And I feel like, for me, okay, presence, it's a octopus. I'm maybe very predictable, but yeah, for me this looks like an octopus. And the presence also, like thinking about future, yeah, not necessarily 1,000 years, not even like a week, but you can think about the next second as a radical moment of futurity, which you can really manifest kind of like here and now and really see its materialization unfolding in the very hands. So I think what we are doing here is kind of like, yeah, experimenting with that a lot, because we didn't knew each other before coming here, and all this is yeah, I think the huge bravery of everybody who came, like this is a huge thanks by me, and yeah, it's a big gift to be in this community of yeah, people who are willing to do this. Yeah.
Yeah, I can say also thank you to everybody who is here, who joined online. It was really nice to meet you for the first time. And to give birth to something beautiful.
Yeah, I'm giving the mic.
I think we should do a 24-hour live stream next.
Yeah, and we should sleep there with hammocks, maybe.
No. Yeah, well, we actually proposed to Transmediale during the organizational time that maybe they could lend us some wall space and we could sleep here in hammocks, but they said no.
Or maybe you're supposed to be a curatorial team for next edition of Transmediale. I think this is something what we're supposed to do. But there is an open call for this.
I want to do the sauna edition of the stream.
Me too. Really? We were talking about that.
Actually, we spent 3 days in Barcelona in Sonar Festival in last edition. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay.
So just about the animal or life form, there is a book by a social historian about pirates and ports. So it's called Many-Headed Hydra, like Hydra. So I would say that.
Hello. Yeah, and if people would like to know a little bit more about where to find us, how to find the stream, where should we look for it?
Yeah, where? Yeah, I think this is coming up on screen. There are multiple channels on Ukraina TV, multiple Twitch channels of Ukraine. So one of the Ukraina TV, another one is Confluxus on Twitch. Also, we are on PeerTube, I think, right? Yes, PeerTube is also working. And YouTube, or no? Yes, also on YouTube.
And you can also scan this QR code to enter the Ukraina TV studio, Stream Art Studio.
But I think part of it moving forward is also to coordinate and have like some kind of shared space for all of the streams. We have the Telegram channel for Transmediale, so we can always keep everybody posted as Stream Art Network evolves.
Yeah, like a repository, and at some point, 24/7 type of television, which is constantly running through different nodes who are connecting, and I think this is very feasible.
And there is also the network cultures article, and which has all the links collected in it, which the StreamArt network.
Okay, yeah. So networkcultures.org, I think, and you can find it there as well.
Okay, so thank you everybody who is here on stage, who was live. Thank you everybody who is watching us now live. And thank you for the Transmediale who created the opportunity for us to meet and collaborate and network.
Yes, thank you so much. Woo!
Peace.
Stay cool.
And healthy.
And thank you, Gleb and Sophie and Krakow, Ukraina TV studio. I hope you are still around. We disconnect the laptop, which was before connect with rest of the world with Jitsi, but we are still alive. So, hello, bye bye. Thank you.
None are beneficial for you.
I only have one fact.
They say